the World Cup final, Springboks, All Blacks, the old foe, the match we've been waiting for. It's been a match almost 30 years in the making, really, isn't it? You know, the last time these two teams did clash in the World Cup final was 1995, a historic victory for South Africa that kind of set the tone for what we've become as a rugby nation. It is the two most successful World Cup sides, the two biggest rugby nations in the world, clashing in Paris, and it's set to be an absolute thriller. It should be an absolute classic. I don't see how this game doesn't become one of those iconic games down the line. I really do. I think it's been such a strange tournament, such an interesting tournament with regards to teams and results and records that can be broken. And it's going to be a story because this will be a record-breaking win for either side. You know, a team will win a fourth World Cup for the first time ever this weekend, regardless of who wins, with both teams currently tied on 3. So in many ways, you know, well, in terms of World Cup, whoever wins tomorrow will be the most successful team in World Cup history. So lots on the line, and two very interesting sides that have been named. Both teams sticking to their guns, sticking to what they're good at, sticking to what's worked for them throughout the tournament. And at this stage, not really willing to adjust for the other side. So before we look at the two teams, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We'll start with the South African side. They've gone with a 7-1 split. That is the big news, which is a huge call to make. Especially to go off the bat, and you can see very clearly where they see the game's going to be won, and that is up front in the pack in wet conditions by trying to bully and physically dominate the All Blacks. So if we look at it, it is Sibi Kitshoff, Bongi Manambi, France Moherba, Ibn Etzebeth, Franco Mostert, Sia Khaleesi, Peter Steph-Toy, and Dwayne Vermeulen in an unchanged pack that played against England last week. There were worries about fatigue. I think that's kind of all been taken out by the fact that we've got replacements for 7 out of 8 of our forwards, you know, and yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how that sort of changes the mindset with regards to them being able to guard and empty the tank. The back line has changed a little bit. A new halfback pairing in Faf Tahiri, Conjay Pollard. They become the most capped halfback pairing for the Springboks ever. This is the most experienced Springbok team, by the way, ever, that is taking to the field tomorrow. And those two are going to have to play a big role. If we win tomorrow, it's because those two are good games. That for me is without a doubt. Those two are the most important players on the day, I reckon. Your two wings haven't changed. Nicole and Cody Arns, same as Damien Delinde, Jesse Creel, Dame Williams are all being backed for the form they're showing throughout the tournament. A lot of trust the coaches have in these players. Then the bench, that's what's very interesting, isn't it? Dion Free, Oxenchair, Trevin Yukani are the reserve front row. Trevin Yukani has come in for the injured Vincent Koch. I don't think there's any still step down. In fact, I'm actually so excited that Trevor is going to play tomorrow. You know, didn't play the 2019 World Cup, got injured in the first game against New Zealand. So what an arc it is to miss the entire World Cup due to an injury against New Zealand, to come back 4 years later and to, you know, finish with a World Cup final against New Zealand. It's fantastic in a World Cup final. It's absolutely brilliant for him, and very chuffed he will get that chance. Two locks in Jean-Claude and Arcus Neyman, as well as further two back rowers in Kwagga Smith and Jasper Wiese. I see Bongi Manambi going the distance, to be honest, potentially, and with Dion Free, Kwagga Smith and Jasper Wiese potentially being the loose chair at the end. Billy Lou, the only backline player. A lot of people are scared about that decision. And I think, you know, Shkomov would have been the safer call. The reason it is Billy Lou, I think, is obviously the experience, the calm head he brings, but also because Damian Willemse is our utility player. And so Billy Lou is a direct replace of Damian Willemse, who can shift to 10, 12, 14. He can play across that back line. And so, you know, you need a replacement for him, seeing as that he will be the one that will shift if there are injuries to that back line. It's a risk in terms of not having Scrum off. You know, Minches and Colby will have to deputise if Faf de Klerk goes down, which a touch would he won't. But that's what we've gone with. And in terms of New Zealand, well, they've backed their own strengths. They've got stuck with a 5-3 split. They've stuck with a very similar side, just the two changes. Only one new player into the side in Nepolo Lala, and a change with Brody Taylor going into the front, into the starting lineup, and Sam Whitelock dropping back down to the bench. So the front row is Ethan de Groot, Cody Taylor, Tyro Lomax. This front row battle is going to be huge. I do think this game could very well be won in the scrums. Brody O'Talley, Scott Barrett behind them means there'll be powerful tied 5. So I think that matchup's going to be really interesting. We've then got Shannon Frizzell, Sam Cane, Artie Sevilla, much better loose chair than we saw in August. Shannon Frizzell will add a lot of physicality. Sam Cane playing a lot, much better rugby than he was a few months ago. Aaron Smith and Richie Mwanga have been the halfback pairing throughout the tournament. They continue to be backed. Mark Talair back on the back of his World Rugby Breakthrough Player of the Year nomination. He and Will Jordan on the wings there. Will Jordan looking to try and break that Rugby World Cup try-scoring record. He needs one more to break it. In the centres, it will be Geordie Barrett and Rico Awani. Bowden Barrett at full back off the bench in a 5-3 split. All Blacks not being pulled into a slug match by the Boks. They're back in their 5-3 split. It will be Samasoni Takawau, Tamati Williams, Nepolo Lala, then Sam White-Clark, Dalton Papali'i, Finley Christie, Damian McKenzie, and Tom Leonard Brown. Very, very tried and tasted formula from Ian Foster and his coaches. Wonder what your score predictions are. Who do you think is taking it? Who is winning the World Cup? Let me know down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer for the rugby. They are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and some breaking news. Wayne Barnes will referee the 2023 Rugby World Cup final, his first ever Rugby World Cup final, and how deserved is it really? Before we even talk about whether he's got bias for teams or, you know, whatever, we're talking about the most capped referee of all time that has never done a final. So this has been a long time coming, really. And for one, I'm very chuffed with it. I mean, it was kind of obvious in certain ways, but we haven't had official confirmation. And yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with the decision. So before we talk about who his assistants are, as well as who will be taking on the third and fourth playoff on Friday night, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so Wayne Barnes with the whistle on Saturday evening. He is the most capped referee ever. He did get this last year. However, he has been, yeah, under the cosh previously with South African supporters, and very, very badly. You see some horrible abuse last year, which wasn't great at the end of the day, and we know this. And you know, it was a very unfortunate incident. And I think, to be fair, I think we've pretty much turned a corner. So, Bok fans, I don't think we need to be worrying about Wayne Barnes, because also, to put in perspective, Wayne Barnes officiated the All Blacks in 2007 when they went out, and that year was voted the third most hated person in New Zealand. So yeah, I don't think he's got too much affinity to either side, to be perfectly honest. He's done 110 tests before. The only person who's more experienced in a test match on Saturday than Wayne Barnes, well, I think will be Etzebeth, Sam Whitelock, and maybe Bowden Barrett. Those are the only players who've been in more test matches than the man in the middle. So you can't ask for more, really. In terms of his assistants, he is going to be assisted by Carl Dixon and Matthew Carley, both of England, and Tom Foley has been named as the television match official. I personally think Wayne Barnes probably would have refereed the 2019 final had he not been English, because obviously England were in the final, therefore he couldn't. So yeah, it's an interesting one, because I think he's been a long time coming, but obviously this is not always down to you. You know, it's got to be about the right sort of teams in the final to allow you to be able to take part in the game itself. So I think Jaco Paper would have been involved in third and fourth, for example. In fact, I think he would have been in line potentially to have ref the final had South Africa not get him there, and had he not been injured. I think that if it was New Zealand and England in the final, for example, and he was fit, I think that Jaco Paper probably would have been the referee, because you couldn't have had a Wayne Barnes, you couldn't have had a Ben O'Keefe, for example, you couldn't have had a Luke Pearce, who according to the release is not involved, and I cannot understand that. I did see something that apparently he is involved. I'm trying to work out what I've missed, and whether he is actually involved and stuff like that, because I'm not seeing him over here. But I did see something that he was involved. That probably would have been my choice. If I had to choose a referee, I think that I think he's brilliant. I think Luke Pearce is the future. He's officially the official touchline referee and reserve. But the list doesn't say that, so I'm a bit confused as to what the story is. So as the pitch side official. Okay, so yeah, so he will be the reserve referee, basically, I think, from the sounds of it. So yeah, it doesn't say so in the actual release, but apparently that is the case. Which good. He has, I said, I think that Luke Pierce, well, I love Luke Pierce. I think his communication is second to none. I think he's got a very measured head, and I think he communicates so well with the players, and he communicates his point and what he's penalising so well. So you're never in the dark with Luke Pierce. You always know what's going on, which I absolutely love as a fan. You know, I love to know why he's penalised them. He's very good with his explanations, and I enjoy that. But Wayne Barnes is absolute class. In terms of bronze final appointments, it will be Nick Berry from Australia who will take charge of that. He'll be supported by Nika Amashikeli from Georgia, who I think has got a potential World Cup final in his future, and Andrew Brace from Ireland, with Ben Whitehouse from Wales as the TMO. So yeah, it's good teams. At the end of the day, it's you know, there has been very much a process that they've been quite open about the fact that, well, I wouldn't say open in terms of showing ratings, but it is apparently merit based. So during the group stage, they then had a review and said, right, who are our top performing referees? They were going to be our quarterfinal officials, similarly with the semifinals, and then basically what you do with the finals, you basically, I think basically what I would assume you kind of do is you go, right, these are our top officials, and then you can kind of allocate them based on affinity. So the fact that obviously you can't have a Ben O'Keefe in the final panel because, you know, he's ended up playing and stuff like that. So let me know what you think. Are you happy with Wayne Barnes as referee? Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve.
Please raise your hands for questions.
Morning, Jacques. I heard what Zina just said. I just need to ask you, are you relieved that you can actually concentrate on a game of rugby and not on a circus?
Look, I must say we're fortunate in terms of the support and the legal team and everybody that worked behind the scenes. I mean, we were very shielded from it, to be honest. And where we stay on the Gulf estate over here, we almost in our own little bubble. So for us, it was business as usual, and we just focused on rugby, and that was taken care of in the background.
Thank you. James McConey here from NZR Plus. Just wondering about the 7-1 split, Jacques. Why have you gone with that, and who will play halfback if anything happens to Faf?
Yeah, I'll probably take my time on it because I think there will be quite a couple of questions regarding the team selection. And that's probably the starting point. The team is not 15 and 8. The team is 23. We always say that. We select a squad. When you do a squad selection, there's a lot of things that influences that, and probably from medical to performances, to past performances, and obviously a lot of analysis going into New Zealand, what their strengths and their weaknesses are, and where we think we can get the edge on them, you know. So obviously, and then the discussion starts between the coaches and the selectors, and then it goes from a 5-3 to a 6-2 to a 7-1 back to a 5-3, 6-2. So it's not a 10-minute discussion. It's hours and hours, you know. And probably the big, if you look at our squad, obviously there will be a couple of questions on it. So Vincent Koch couldn't train on Monday, and we have a policy in our team: if you can't train on Monday, you're not up for selection. So unfortunately, he then missed out with Trevor coming in for him. And then secondly, so everybody, the other guys are all medically fit. And then the second thing you probably look at within your squad is performance. And I think if you look at our squad and the performance, I think there's consistent performances, and there's not a big gap within our squad. If you think now the guys missing out like Andre Esterhuizen and Kainan Moody, the last time how good their performance was against New Zealand. But also then going back, I think Damien Dalenda and Jesse Krulis putting in some proper performances. So I think from a performance point of view, there's not a big gap. Okay, and then probably it will go to the next question will be the risk. So a lot of people say, listen, 5-3 has got there's less risk there. But let's say on a 5-3, if you lose 2 locks, obviously you had to prep one of your loose forwards to stand in as a lock. So I think in all teams, I think even if you go back to your quarterfinal, who played halfback when Aaron Smith went off? So Richie Mo'unga. So as coaches, you always mitigate risk by prepping other people for circumstances that will happen. So in our case, it will be Cheslin, and he's always been a guy. I mean, he played sweep in sevens, which is the equivalent to scrum off in the 15s code. So he's always been a guy that if we got a yellow card, he would be the standing halfback. And we've prepped him there for not just this week, but for a couple of weeks. So he will be the standing halfback, yeah.
I see you, Television New Zealand. What does it mean personally to you to play a World Cup final against the All Blacks?
Oh, yeah, we actually spoke about it yesterday. Yeah, it's huge. It's always big playing against the All Blacks, but to play it in the World Cup final when it's number 1 and 2 team in the world playing head-to-head, yeah, I don't think it's stuff that you can dream about because it doesn't happen often. I don't think it will happen in our lifetime again to have 2 teams like this. And yeah, we've prepared as hard as we can, and we know what to expect. Obviously, they might have some new things coming, but like I think for a player to be playing in a game like this, I don't think it will ever get any bigger. So we're excited. We're looking forward to it. We know how good they are and how good they've been. They a couple of months ago, they were going through a tough patch, and that's how good of a team they are. That's how proud of they are of the team. They just turned it around quietly behind the scenes. They were doing their work, and now they're here. So I'm looking forward to it. And we've had to find our way too, and the way that the coaches went the last year or so. We've played over maybe 50 players to try and find the best. Even the guys that are not here, I think they will be prepared to come and fill in this day. So I'm looking forward to Saturday. I don't think it will ever get bigger than this. It will probably be the biggest game of my life.
And Jacques, can I just ask a quick one of you? Do you remember the 95 final, and or have you watched it recently?
Yes, I remember it very well. Patches, I was a student, so I was probably a couple of beers strong. No, I was definitely. But I remember running in this after the victory. We were all in the streets in South Africa in Bloemfontein. I was at uni back then. And sorry, your other part? Oh, yes, I have. I have watched it recently. I would say probably a year ago. And the 95 one, and yes, it's amazing how the game has changed. I mean, I think there was, I can't remember, I think there was over 80 kicks in that game, and the scrums, there wasn't, the halfbacks could break off, the loose forwards could break off after the engagement, and the offside lines were at the 8-man's feet, so the amazing thing is how they got their kicks away. I thought, because the loose forwards, after they engaged, they were off. They didn't need to stay bound to the scrum, and then the back line was on the 8-man, so there wasn't 10 meters of space, and they played with a leather ball, and so it was that was quite amazing to see. Yeah, so now I watched it in terms of that, but. And there wasn't any lifting in the line out, so there's a lot of differences back then. The game has really changed a lot, and I think if you go back at that game, I think the ball in play was under 24 minutes, so there wasn't literally no rugby. It was just set piece after set piece after set piece. So yeah, I think the game is far better product now than it was back then. Not taking anything away, because that's just obviously there's a lot of technical stuff that comes into the game, and a lot of money, and it became professional after that.
Jacques, over here, corner. Morning. What is it about the All Blacks that you see 7-1 as the preferable option against them? I mean, I know it went well at Twickenham, but they were down to 14 men on that occasion. And also, just secondly, with 4 scrum halves in the squad, you've gone with just 1 in the final, which does seem like a luxury. And how did the other 3 take it?
Look, I'm not going to go, obviously I'm not going to say what's their strengths and weaknesses. I think that would be stupid from me, but obviously, like I said, there's been a lot of analysis that gone into them, and that's hence we went with the with a squad of 23. I probably don't. I want to move away from the 7-1. It could have been a 6-2, a 5-3. It doesn't matter. You select a team that you think can get a result on the day. So in terms of the 23 that we selected for a reason, and the reason is we believe that they can deliver and win us a World Cup back-to-back. And how did the other guys take it? Not only the scrum offs. I mean, that's probably the strength of our team. If you look at a guy like Mani, I mean, and Kobus got us through a quarter-final against France. He got us through a semi-final against England, you know. But it's explained to the whole squad why we're going a specific route, and it's not for the individual. Remember, it's for South Africa, and even the selection that we do, we know. Look, there will be pressure on us if we don't deliver a result. It's always going to be like that. But with that at the back of our head, we know that this selection is for South Africa, and they take it like that. Listen, we believe, and after the explanations of why we did it the way, they know it's for South Africa. It's not for the person or the ego. You can't let that, and not that they have egos, but you can't think of the individual. You must think about South Africa and the Springboks. That's the most important.
A question for both of you, please. I know you want to talk about the final, but Tom Curry and his family have been subjected to online abuse. I just wonder what you make of that, how that makes you feel.
Yeah, it's definitely, especially for me, if it's a player, if it's a coach, if it's a referee, I obviously don't support that, and I obviously feel for him. And I have spoken to him. I sent him a message as soon as I saw that's going on, because it's somebody that I respect, that I've played with against for quite a while, and I've been through it too. When we can take it as players, when it comes to us directly, it's fine, but when it comes to your family, it's totally different, and that's exactly what he said to me. That it's really hard when when family is involved. So yeah, it's the one part of the game that we really don't enjoy. You know, we don't mind being criticized about how we play on the field and everything like that. You know, but when it comes personal, and you know, we've experienced it too. Kobus' family experienced it. They got death threats. You know, so we've been there. And as a rugby family, as much as we compete, we definitely do support each other when things like this. It doesn't matter whether you're opposition or not. So I feel for him and I feel for his family, and I hope, you know, obviously it stops, and I hope he was able to prepare as much as he could for the game that he's playing tomorrow. So I've let him know that we are supporting him and that we're thinking of him.
I can't say anything better. I fully agree with Sia.
Jacques, we looked at the weather, and you obviously have looked at the weather as well. A lot of rain today, a lot of rain tomorrow, and there's some rain on Saturday. How important is the kicking game going to be on Saturday? And given your team selection, other than Andre, who, not at the polls necessarily, but for your touch kicks, who will be the main kickers in the game?
I think we've got a first of all, yes. I think there's a I think probably 60% chance that there will be rain either just before the game or in the game. So it's probably going to be wet like it was. And luckily for us, we had a semi-final where we were exposed to that. And so the kicking game will be important, like it is always in finals or in quarterfinals, semi-finals. Getting territory is important. I won't say it's the most important thing, but it is important. And I think if you look at our team, we've got numerous kickers. I don't actually think there's a guy that can't kick. In the back line. And I suppose there will be a couple of forwards that will put their hand up as well, if you look at them in the warm-ups. But now I think if I look across our back line, I think there's not a guy that can't kick. If I just think a guy like Jesse put a nice little kick through the other day for Cheslin. So no, I think there's a couple of options there.
Valen?
Morning, Coach. Morning, Sia. For Coach, I just want to know if it's going to work in South Africa's favour, the fact that bar New Zealand, South Africa have faced off with the top 6 in the world during this tournament. New Zealand, on the other hand, just 2 of those top 6 nations. And then just for SIA, this year is the 200th anniversary of isiXhosa being a written language. How you feel as a sportsman singing in Physicality, Africa?
In terms of, yeah, I think in the final, it's about the final. I don't think necessarily the past have got any bearing on what's going to happen on Saturday. Obviously, every quarter-final, semi-final is tough, and you have to get past it for various reasons. That's why they call it test matches. Each test that you play has got specific tests that you have to pass to win the test, if I can put it like that. It's almost like an exam you write. And I think the only thing that's probably going to help is the fact that you stuck through, and the character that you build within the team going through tough matches. And that's probably the one thing we can fall back on, is that we were properly challenged in the games that the games that we've played, and we had to find a way. Like we had to find a way in the semi-final when we were 15-6 down with a scrum in our 22. You know, we had to find a way, and fair play to the players. They found a way, you know. And I think back at 2021, we lost our 100th test match against New Zealand. I think we were leading up to the 78th minute, and then Barrett kicked an incredible penalty from the left touchline to seal the game for them. It was a very tight game there. We lost against England at Twickenham in the 81st minute. We lost against Australia in Australia in the 82nd minute. So there's been a couple of games that we were leading when the clock was within 2 minutes or over 80 minutes time, and we lost those games. So I think the learnings we took out of those games helped us in the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and in the last couple of games.
Yeah, that's really special, and it's great for me, and obviously abantu abaninzi abathetha isiXhosa because siyaziqenya nge-language yethu, and to also like to hear it in the national anthem. I think it's amazing. I love our national anthem, you know, with different languages in it. We are a very diverse country, and we really do, I think most of the time, celebrate our diversity, as we do in this team as well. And I think the fact that, you know, I can come from the township and play rugby and also be able to sing the songs I used to sing in the township, that I take, where I don't forget where I come from. I'm able to express myself as a team. I think that's really amazing, you know, and it does a lot to us to also hear the Xhosa commentary when somebody, you know, a lot of people can't watch rugby because they can't afford, like, and then also they don't understand English. Now we can hear it in your own language. Sometimes in the radio, the people listen to the game. I think that's really beautiful because it's brought more people. It's invited another different kind of people to come and watch rugby and support. So I'm really proud that, you know, my language has been recognized, and yeah, we take full pride in that.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
Question for you, Jacques. On a number of occasions this year, you've told us about how the game, Springbok's game, has evolved with Mani at fly-off. With him not in the squad for this game, do you think that can be interpreted as a betrayal of those things that you've advanced in your game?
No, not necessarily. I think we still, obviously Andre was injured. That was the big reason why Mani had to step up, and fair play to him. He is a brilliant rugby player. But unfortunately, if we would have gone with a 5-3 split, he would have played. But unfortunately, like I said, for him and for Kobus, they are unlucky because of the tactics that we think we want to employ. So yeah, no, not at all. I must say, I don't think World Cups might be, probably now that I'm saying it will be different, but World Cup finals isn't necessarily always the most spectacle of affairs. So if you look at the past games, it's always going to be tight, and I think this one is going to be tight, and it's going to be a grind. Yep.
For the positions, I think covers 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
5.
also we like things happen. Like I get taken off on the 40th of life. Of course, I would love to play more, but I know that at that time I can't give anymore, or the coaches can see I'm not so productive anymore. So decisions get made. It's not about me. I can be disappointed for a little bit, but I know the bigger thing is that if we win, at the end of the day, like the work that Kwagga and Dion Fourie does when they come on, the bench came on and won us the game. Our job is to grind out, and those decisions get made. And you think, am I going to sulk for me, or am I going to think of the bigger prize? At the end of the day, when we win, South Africa wins. It doesn't say this guy started or this guy kicked the winning penalty. When they write the name on the trophy, they say South Africa. Andre covers 12. He can play 12. So there's a lot of things that we have to get into consideration. If something happens to Dukes, Andre can shift in. And those decisions get made because Damien Willemse can cover 10 and 12 and 15. So and Trezen can play scrum half, fullback and wing. So when they pick the team, they don't just announce it. They explain to us to all those situations. We have made peace with it, and it is difficult. I felt it. I've been here before where I've been part of the World Cup and I don't get picked. All I have to do is hold bags. And I think for a guy like Mani, he really wants to play. He was disappointed, but he became Richie Mohanga for the team and gave us the best pictures we could get, because he knows at the end of the day that if he gives the best, and that's the role that he's asked to play for this specific game, as Andre had to do, as Marvin Ori, who's been amazing for us. Everybody has a role to play, and that's just the role that he's chosen to play. And we'll give it everything, and we're not going to die wondering. It's a World Cup final. And if we do and become successful after the game, he will know that all the input that is put in, whether he was on or not or off the field, it made a difference to make us be successful as we can. So we don't take it too much to ourselves. We don't think too much. Yes, you sulk, you go home, you talk to your wife and your girlfriend, you get over it and you move on, because you know maybe tomorrow you'll be the one starting. And yeah, that's just how we see it as a team, because it's far bigger than us.
Good morning, Jacques. Good morning, sir. Question for each of you guys. Jacques, we had a chat about this at the start of the Scotland game. You are finally in your last week as a Springbok coach. Just talk us through how you've processed this particular week, and that this is probably the last team announcement press conference in these colours that you're attending in the meantime. And for you, see, I mean, the All Black game in the Eastern Cape holds so much significance. Just building on Valen's question, what does it mean for you being from the Eastern Cape, playing against All Blacks when, especially from 1995 onwards, every other test match is rated highly, but the All Black test, the All Black Springbok test from our part of the world is the one that really matters?
Yeah, in terms of how did I approach this weekend from being the last one, maybe. Yeah, you know what? It's funny. I went for a run this morning, and I was thinking about it. You know, in 2011, when I was in New Zealand with the Springboks in the World Cup, I thought I'll probably going to continue. And then Heineke went another route with John McFarlane, and they were very successful together. So, and then I thought, okay, I had 7 games with the Springboks, and it was unbelievable. And then 2016, I got another opportunity with the Boks, but then I already signed with Munster, and so I only had 3 test matches with the Boks, and I thought when I left for Munster, okay, listen, that's it. I had 10 unbelievable test matches with the Springboks, and then we came back to 2018. The point there is, you actually don't know the future. And that's how I see it. I'm not emotional, because I don't know if this is my last test match for the Boks or not. Because you can plan life as much as you want, but life has got its own way, and destiny has got its own way. So for me, I just focused on, I think, how you should approach the game. This is every day, any day can be your last day with a team. I just enjoyed every single minute of it, and just stay in the now, in the moment, and just enjoy the players, because I think this group, like Sia said, this will probably never, no, not probably, this will never happen in our lifetime again. So rather thinking of maybe this might be the end, or it is the end or not, just stay in the moment and just enjoy it for what it is. It's probably the biggest occasion that we will ever be part of and probably the biggest rugby game that there's ever been. 1 and 2 playing each other in a World Cup final. And whoever wins is going to be the first team to win, or country to win four World Cups. So it's massive. It's all to gain. So that was my approach. I just stayed in the moment, because I've been twice. I've been in positions where I thought this is the end. As I will never be here again. And look where we are now. Yeah, so that's how I approached it.
Playing the All Blacks, I said earlier, it's always special. It's always a huge occasion. I mean, they've been one of the most successful teams in the world, and I think the game, obviously from '95, I think it's so special. I think I was 4 then. I didn't get to watch the game, but obviously seeing videos of it, and also the significance of the game is huge. I think it opened a lot of doors for me and many others, and I think it was an important game, not just for the Eastern Cape, I think for South Africa in general. It was a huge game, and that's why it's highly spoken about even this day. So it's going to be big regardless of what the previous game showed. This it can't get bigger than this, and it will mean to South Africa a lot, as we've seen what's happening back at home. I'm sure you've seen all the videos that are coming through in the semi-finals, and it's just huge. I can't explain. I remember 2007 when I was standing in Zweden. I was talking to Eben on the field. I said the last time the Springboks played in a final in France, I was standing in a tavern in Sweden watching with people who don't know rugby. It's only because South Africa is playing that people just sat there and watched the game, and I never thought I would be here playing a final at the same place that I was watching John Smith lift the World Cup. So, this is this stuff that you don't dream about. Honestly, I would be lying if I said this was one of my dreams, to play in the World Cup final in France against the All Blacks.
Hi, Sia. I mean, you sort of touched on it slightly here, and Jacques mentioned being the first team to win 4 World Cups. Can you contrast what the motivations are for this group of players, maybe compared to 4 years ago, when you spoke very well about sort of inspiring the nation and playing for a higher purpose? Are they different? Are they the same?
Yeah, I think 4 years ago, I think nobody probably would have expected us to be even in that position, because I think 2 years before we had just been given 50 points, against the All Blacks, and a lot of people kind of didn't give us a chance. And we were driving, we were trying to get the respect back of the Springbok team, of the name, and we were fighting because I think we were 5th or 6th in the world that time, and it was basically rugby focused until we go to the final, and when Coach Rassi spoke to us just before the final at the stadium, because he had seen what was happening back at home. We were in the country, was in the middle of one of the biggest gender-based violence marches. There was xenophobia happening. There was a lot of bad happening in the country at that time. And when he saw that, and he saw Mampimpi play with one of the ladies that got killed at the post office, and he realized that it actually means so much more to, we all play for different reasons as players. We've got different motivation. It's your family, it's someone that you've lost that you want to make proud. But the thing that brought us together was South Africa, and he looked at that and he saw, and that we started playing for so much more than, because we knew what we do on Saturday can control a mood of 62 million people plus. And then now, we were able to achieve it then, and then now we see it each and every single day, and people tell us how they feel, and people send videos and tell us this is sometimes the only time they are happy about something is when we play. And also, for us, it's for someone that is in my position right now, where I was when I was a kid, for them to know, yes, that it's a season that they're going through. It's a tough time, but it is possible for them to get out of it. It's kids they'll come from farm areas that never thought it's possible, but now they see Peter Steph, and it's guys that they see their life this way, that they want to go to this union. And a guy like Faf, he had to go to multiple unions. Cheslin had to leave South Africa to become a Springbok. So we represent all those kind of people, and that's what we focus on as a team, and that's our drive, and that's who we look to. You know, that's when you play or when you don't get selected, that you know it's for something far bigger than yourself.
We'll take a last question on this top table, and then we'll bring in the players.
Good morning, Sia. Good morning, Jack.
Morning.
This one is for you, Jack. You've been part of the EPD program before your time at the Springboks, and Rassi often says how important it was to him to be involved there. Can you just sum up what it was and how important it was for transformation? And is this Springboks team already capitalizing on it?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, EPD programs is the early player development program. So before I joined the Springboks, I was the high performance manager at SA Rugby, and the EPD programs. Rassi was the what was his title then? He was general manager of rugby, and I was the high performance manager underneath him. And so yeah, the guys that, how can I put it, Damian Willemse was an EPD2 program when I started coaching him at SA schools, R.G. Snyman, Mani Libok, J.C. Creel, Andre Pollard, Malcolm Marks, Thomas de Toy, they all guys that I've worked with since they were 17 in the EPD program. That's what probably makes it so special, you know. Even Sia I met when he was at the Institute. He was under 19 at Western Province. Frans Malherbe, same. So a lot of the players that's currently in this group, and that's why I enjoyed the time with them. I just sat in the change room and we had a cool drink in the change room after one of the training sessions, just looking at the players, and I think, yes, I have a story of every single one. Oxnitche, Villagers Rugby Club, first scrumming session, Michael Kumberai was there, and I remember, who's this guy from HTS Louis Botha, can actually speak a little bit of Afrikaans, you know. If you think where he's from, I've got a story about every single one because of EPD, because when they were nothing, and when they were just dreaming to become Springboks, you start working with them, and you know what? Fair play to them, they haven't changed. They don't have egos now. They, like Mani Libok, somebody asked about a guy like Mani, like Kobus. Okay, obviously he's a little bit older than them. But the same Mani that was 17 years old playing for the SA school side with Damian Willemse, they're the same people now. They haven't become big-headed. They don't have an ego. If they're not selected, like Sia said, they take it on the chin. They know that it's for South Africa, just like they did it back then. So, yeah, it was special working in the EPD programs, and even with the women. Obviously, I had I coached the 7s in women's and the 15s, and so I had an unbelievable coaching pathway with that, teaching kids, or not kids, but school kids, developing them, see how they grow as persons, how they become fathers, how they become men. You know, it's unbelievable to be part of it, and that started way back in 2013, I think. So it's 10 years now. Yeah.
Can I just ask one question of Sia? Just you've played the All Blacks a lot, and I just wanted to know what impresses you about this All Blacks team, and in particular your opposing captain Sam Cane.
I think the fight that they've showed, I know how hard New Zealand people and media can be towards them, because they expect so much from an All Blacks team, and I think they faced a lot of criticism, and I don't think a lot of people thought they would be playing in the World Cup final. The fight that they showed this year, I think it tells a lot about the team. You know, they could have just given up, you know, and just said, you know what, it's not our year. And they just took it and they kept on moving, and they were quiet about how they went this World Cup, to be honest. Not a lot of people were talking about them, but they were just moving, and now they're in the World Cup final. And Sam Cane, I think, you know, I know what an amazing player he is and what a good leader he is. And I think for me, for somebody that thought will never play a rugby game again, for him to fight through what he fight through. I was playing that game, and I remember Coach Rassi, when they go see him in hospital, and I remember speaking to him during then, and And he had a lot of criticism too about how he's not playing well and everything. He found himself and he's worked and he just put his head down and he led a Chiefs team who did amazingly well, and now he's here. And I think that when you can, people always focus on what you do on the field. Some of the battles that you face off the field can take you to the next level. And I think I speak highly of him. I've known him for quite a long time. I respect him a lot, and I think what he's shown, the fight that he's shown off the field, and the way he's taken it on the field as well, now he's led the team, has really been amazing. With all the other leaders, obviously, around him, I think he's done amazingly well, and that's why they are where they are today. The character they have as a group, and I don't think it's easy. I know it's hard for us to play for South Africa because people expect, but for them to play for a country who's been successful for so many years, it takes a lot out of you, and it does get lonely, it does get dark. You do sit there and you think, am I capable of doing this? Can I do this? But when you have good men around you like I do, guys like Dwayne, Eben, Andre, who support me all the time, and you can see they just stuck together and fought to it, and that's why it makes them such a special team, and that's why they're playing in the World Cup final on Saturday.
Thank you, Jacques. Thank you, Sia. We'll bring in the players now. Please, guys, note that there's about 25 minutes for 4 players, so just making you aware of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Willie Leroux and Kwagga Smith. Raise your hands for questions.
Afternoon, guys. Craig Ray from Daily Maverick. Just 4 years ago, I suppose you went in as the underdogs into the final, and making the final was kind of an achievement in itself. This year, you're the defending champions. Is there a different feeling in the build-up this week than there was 4 years ago?
Yeah, I think if you look at it, I think there were a lot of expectations from other people that we won't make past the quarterfinals. So I think for us being in a final was obviously special, but fighting through the quarterfinal and the semi-final was also special for us. But I think this is the one that's important. It's going to be a big match on Saturday, and we're really looking forward to that.
Sorry, if I could just follow up. I mean, Rassie, when he took the job, always said 2023 was the target. 2019 happened, which is great. But is any of the thinking, you are now able to go for the target, but has the talk been any different this week around that, completing the job that was set out 5-6 years ago?
Yeah, definitely. I think they set that goal a long time ago, like you said. But also there were a lot of processes that needs to be completed before we could get to this final. So we achieved those and got here, and now it's the one that counts. So we have to make it count. It's going to be a tough one against New Zealand, we know that. But we're happy to be there, and we're going to give it our best.
Kwagga and Willie, Jan de Koning. Talk us through the emotional. I mean, we had 2 really big highs, 1-point wins, and it was really intense, both games. And then coming down and starting all over preparing for this. How do you get yourself back up to that emotional level? And how's it the mood in the camp at the moment?
Yeah, I think the emotion for the last 2 weeks was pretty high. My friends and everyone sends me messages after the games, and their heart rate is 200. So the emotion is very high all over the world, and for us as well. But I think when we step off the field, when you go to bed that night and you wake up the next morning, it's next job. Then you start all over. It's a new process. Like this week, it's a World Cup final week. So yeah, everyone's just switched on for that. So that high is gone now. It's now just focus on one job.
Hi, Willie. Dan Schofield from The Telegraph. A couple questions. Firstly, can you sum up what Felix Jones' impact has been on the Springboks over the last few years, and maybe what you would say his sort of point of difference is as a coach?
Yeah, his work ethic. I don't think I've ever seen him without his laptop. Just the way he works and how he talks with us and how he's involved, and our attack. He helps us with the attack, the backline, the strikes, all of that. And he's unbelievable coach, and what's a privilege to work with him. And I think the Springboks are really going to miss him. So yeah, I was just fortunate to have to work with him.
And secondly, I just want to take you back to the end of the semi-final. There was an incident between you and Owen Farrell. Can you just describe it from your recollections?
Mate, I think no, it was just emotion. I think I had the same emotion as everyone back home. I was excited. The margins in those big games are so small. I just jumped up of emotion, of happiness as we just got through a World Cup semi-final, and there was no disrespect to any of the English players. I think they thought there was, and I immediately told them there wasn't, and then it was stopped. So there was nothing about that.
Thanks.
Hey, Kwaka, can I ask you a similar question about Felix and the impact he's had on you guys?
Yeah, yes. Felix is an amazing coach and person also. But I think just his attention to detail, I think he's one of the guys that really spends hours and hours and hours on footage going through stuff. And I think all of us as Springboks are better players because of him, because he looks so much into the small detail. And he'll tell you that and try and make you a better player. And that, yeah, we can just say thank you and appreciate it from him because he's a really good coach.
Can either of you give me an example of something that he's picked out about your own game, maybe, that you didn't think about before that has changed and made you better? Willie first, maybe.
So if I don't want to give something away, but if I pass to the one side, I tend to fall away, so it looks forward. So it's just about running forward and continuing moving forward. Some simple example like that.
Yeah, and for me, I think you always think you got a good pass until he takes footage out and say, listen, this is how you need to do it. And also sometimes when you're catching, to give yourself a bit more time on the ball. He helped us a lot on that, to catch early and to give yourself half a second more time on the ball to make a decision.
Can I just ask a broader question too? You won the last World Cup, world champions, won the Lions Tour 2021, in another World Cup final. Do you think the Springboks get the respect they deserve for all of those achievements from the wider world?
Yeah, we don't play for that, for people to respect us. I think we play for each other and we play for South Africa so they can be proud of us. So for us, I think achieving those goals that we set up for ourselves were great. We got another one coming up this weekend, and we just want to play for each other and also play for our country so they can be proud and they can be proud Springbok supporters.
Willie, Television New Zealand, you mentioned no disrespect from you guys towards England. How much respect, on the flip side, is there for New Zealand and New Zealand rugby?
No, there's always respect. I think the rivalry goes back a long time, and the games that's been played against each other is always, it's hard fought, and then after the game you can see the guys, they gave it all. So there's definitely a lot of respect between Springboks and the All Blacks.
You would imagine visiting each other's dressing rooms again after Saturday night?
I would say, yeah, there's a battle first, and then you see what happens, and then I think afterwards, yeah, definitely, I think that can happen.
There seems to be there seems to be fewer scuffles on the field these days between the All Blacks and the Springboks.
Yeah, it's just a hard-out battle out there. There's no friends when you're on the field. I think that happens when the game is done and the whistle is blown, and then all of that comes out.
Changed ever since Bucky's retired?
Hi, Rob from The Guardian over here. How much encouragement do you take from that game at Twickenham when you beat the All Blacks? I wonder how, it seems a long time ago now, I'm sure, but just wonder how much encouragement you both take from that.
Yeah, I think if you look at both the games that we played this year against each other, I think the one in New Zealand, they really played well. And the one at Twickenham, they got a red card, so they were down to 14 men at a stage. So we know, like, each team has played well against the other team, but this weekend is the one that counts. I think this is the most important one out of this city this year. So we're really looking forward, and we know it's going to be an epic battle. Up front, also for us as forwards, it's going to be physical. But yeah, we're excited for it, and it's a great challenge.
Kwaka, how much do you personally relish the physical confrontation that you get when you play the All Blacks?
Yeah, for me, I've been playing against the All Blacks in all forms. I mean, I played under 20s against them when Artie played for them, and then I played 7s against them, and now 15s also. So for me, I think, like we said, there's a lot of respect between each other, and we know we're going to bring out the best in each other. So for me, playing against the All Blacks is just an honor, and I know it's going to be physical, but it gets me up, and I'm excited for that.
And Willie, if you think back to Ellis Park last year, All Blacks, a team very much under pressure, a lot of people sort of writing them off and perhaps expecting a quarter-final exit this time. But is it any surprise to you, the turnaround that the All Blacks have managed and to see them in a World Cup final again?
Not at all. I don't think you can ever write the All Blacks off, so no surprise at all for them to be in the final.
What would it mean to you to be, one of these teams will win the World Cup for the 4th time? What would it mean for you guys to do it against one of your great rivals?
I think, that would be unbelievable. I think I was 6 years old in 1995, and I can just remember my dad and mom screaming in the house, and I couldn't understand exactly what was going on. But to be able to have a chance to play in the final against them would be amazing.
It's your second time, the World Cup final build-up week. It's the second time you're going through it. Is it any different this time around than it was 4 years ago? More intense, more relaxed, less pressure, more pressure?
No, I think the coaching staff of the Springboks try to keep everything the same. We've got a main program that we follow, and not to make some games bigger and some games smaller, because that's where you fall short. If you sometimes play against less of a good team and you think, it's going to be an easy week, and then, so we try to keep everything the same. Obviously, there's a bit more pressure this week, but we try to focus to our process and train the same as what we did.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Kwacha, Dalton Papali said yesterday that they've given their bench name, they've called their bench the Easy Company. That was probably an ode to how effective the Bok bench has been in terms of being called the Bok squad. Just talk us through how critical has been the impact of the bench through the quarterfinals, semifinals, and how critical it will be in the final. And I think just for both of you guys, just talk us through the impact that Jacques Dinabos had, since now this is his proper last test with the Springboks.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you looked at the bench, even since 2019, the bench had a massive impact with the Springboks. So it's something that's been building up for years now. And for us, when we're on the bench, we know we got a responsibility to fulfill. And the nice thing is for us, we can watch maybe the first half and see where we falling short as Springboks, so we can know what our job is when we go onto the field and rectify that. But yeah, just playing in the final, we know it's going to be 80 minutes. Maybe it might go to 100 minutes. So you never know. So you got to be ready and make sure that you use your opportunity when you get it.
Quagga, do you have memories of 95?
Nah, I was only 2 years old, so I can't remember much of it. But yeah, obviously I've seen the footage, and my dad obviously told me about it. So yeah, it's just crazy. Having it in South Africa, we're not there now, so it's just as epic playing against New Zealand anywhere in the world.
And it might be too early in the week, but any messages from Sia so far in this build-up about, what this means to the wider country?
Yeah, definitely. I think we all know what it means for South Africa. I think all of our friends are supporting us, and they're just so excited for this weekend. People are making plans to get together to watch the games together. So yeah, we know they stand behind us, and we have to put up a good performance for all of them also.
Bonjour à tous les deux. C'est en français, je crois que vous avez la traduction. You have traduction, I think. Yes. Bonjour, RMC Sport, Radio Française. Est-ce que vous pouvez me dire tous les deux ce qu'apporte Rassi à votre équipe? Ah, je vais attendre. You have traduction? Okay, I will do it in English. So, could you tell me, both of you, what Rassi brings to your team now that he's a rugby director? And most of all, could you tell us what did he do or tell during the game against England to reboost you and make you maybe win the game?
Yeah, definitely. I think Rassi is a great coach, and he's very clever in the way that he coaches. And also he's got a lot of experience. I mean, he's also played for the Springboks. So he's really clever in what he sees. And also I think for the England game, he obviously told us bench before the game that it's going to be a massive one for us. But just half time, he just said to us, listen, this is your game to win. It doesn't help you wait for someone else. This is the bench time to go up and make a difference.
Willie, Rory O'Connor from Irish Independent. You guys seem to have built a bulletproof mentality in the last couple of years. You were there when maybe the mentality wasn't as strong in 16, 17, that kind of time. How has that evolved or been built, and who have been the architects behind it? How do you build that for other teams looking to do
Yeah, I
it?
think 2018 and Rassie and Jock and them started taking over. We started going back to our strengths. See what we as South Africa is good at in rugby, set piece, kicking game. We just went with that. And then we were evolving from there on up until now. So it's just always about getting better. Yeah, we've been through a lot of tough games, a few games that has tested us. But as a strong squad, not only the 23 that's playing, but the other 10 guys that's training against you, giving you pictures the whole week. And then the staff and everyone else that no one else even sees, how everyone in just squad just buys in to the same plan and for that same goal. Yeah, that's quite special.
Quagga over here. Joe Porter from RNZ. Just a word on how important the breakdown will be on the weekend and the challenge of beating or getting the best of Artie, Sam and Shannon.
Yeah, definitely. I think the breakdown is always important, but especially against New Zealand, it's a massive thing. We've been working hard on it, but I know they're really good fetchers. So we got to be sharp, and we got to make sure that we keep our own ball. I think they're good players, and I really rate them, but we'll give our best, and we'll also try to get a few turnovers for our side. But yeah, it's going to be an epic battle. Looking forward to it and really excited.
Willie, Will Jordan needs one more try. Will Jordan needs one more try to set a new record at a men's World Cup. How do you stop that happening?
I think that's the 23 that goes out there on Saturday. They all buy into our defense plan, stick to what we think is best, think how we could stop them, everyone from scoring, not just him, stop the All Blacks from scoring. So I think we focused on that. It's just the main job for us on Saturday is our performance and what we can do and what we do best.
What specific threats does Will bring?
Oh no, he's an amazing all-round player. He chips and chase, he can do anything, scores from anywhere, creates something out of nothing, so unbelievable ball player.
We have time for about 2 more questions, guys, if anybody has questions.
Willie, do you draw on the history of the All Blacks in South Africa, the many challenges you've had against each other, the fact that the rivalry is probably the greatest in world rugby? Do you draw on the history of the 95 game, players that have been there and played the All Blacks before? How much of that sort of comes into your motivation this week?
Yeah, definitely. I think when you play against the All Blacks, you always have to be ready, and that's the big game, and especially playing against them in a World Cup final makes it extra special. So it's going to be a spectacle. It's going to be an amazing game on Saturday night, and if you get a chance to play, I hope then I can't wait to express yourself and just leave everything out there with no regrets. I think that's going to be it.
Everybody happy? Last question?
Yeah, sure. You're likely to have to score more points against the All Blacks to win this game than you did possibly against England. How do you make sure that you don't go away from your own DNA and the way that you play in search of those points? How do you get that balance right?
Yeah, I think it's a World Cup final. There might not be a lot of points in there, but I think you've got to make sure when you get that opportunity to score points that you use it, because there might only be three opportunities without the full game. So I think for us it's just to stick to what we want to do, stick to our plan, but when that opportunity is there, to make sure we bounce on it and we get those points.
Thanks, Kwagga. Thanks, Vali. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Have
Thank
a good
you, guys.
afternoon.
Okay, team, who'd like to go first question? Hopefully someone close to me, hands up. I'm going to give the microphone to Mark Hind.
Hi Ian, over here. Just the makeup of your bench, can you, a couple of little tweaks I guess to what we might have thought was your top group, and you've gone for Nepo at tight head. Is that response to, I guess, to what's coming, the power in the second half from the box?
Yeah, it's certainly a response. It's not so much a response to the power, more the techniques that we think we're going to have to deal with. And Nepo is a very strong scrummager, very experienced, and you know, he's trained so well. He's disappointed he probably didn't play the last two, but this is a great occasion for him. And alongside Samasoni, with the likes of Sammy Whitelock on the bench, really believe we've got a lot of confidence in that group coming off.
Sam, can you just talk through, obviously, big match, big occasion, just the balance between the head and the heart? We see you in the tunnel running out for the game, obviously ready to go. We heard earlier in the week about the heartfelt speeches. So just the balance of an occasion like this between passion and strategy and heart.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to our preparation. I mean, earlier in the week, we've got a lot of experience in this squad, and it'd be silly not to tap into some of that, particularly for the younger guys. So that's all that was. We've been really clear, and we've built how we want to play as a team. So in terms of head and strategy, I think we're really clear and we're in a good place. And with that comes confidence, and that there'll certainly be a high level of emotion and intent to start the game, but there always is. And the boys, I think, we've played 2 finals, 2 knockouts, effectively more actually, in a row. So I trust that we're in a good spot there. Boys have done a lot of physical and mental prep, and although it's a final, it is another game where we just have to go out there and trust ourselves and trust ourselves to play good footy. So, it's a fine balance, but the team's in a good spot with it.
Hey Ian, I'm here. Aaron Smith will play his last game in an All Black jersey this weekend. How's he been this week, and what legacy do you think he's going to leave behind?
He's been good. He's preparing to play a World Cup final, and that takes 100% of your attention and care of preparation, and really, you know, we know it's the last game for some pretty iconic players, but that could be the case in both teams, and quite frankly, we don't really sort of want to talk too much about that. I think there's time afterwards. Like right now, the occasion in front of us is so exciting, and we don't want to waste a day of that thinking about post-game. So he's prepared well, he's excited, needs a tap on the head sometimes when he gets too excited, but that just means he's in a good place.
Ian, there's been all sorts of rumours going around New Zealand around Richie Mo'unga's fitness. Can you just confirm that, and also how important will he be going up against Bayer this Saturday night?
Confirm what? Is serious injury?
That he's good to go.
Yeah, no, I read that. I was very interested because I hadn't heard it from my own medical staff, so I don't know where that came from. So he's good.
And just on the battle against Pied, or how important the 10s are going to be on Saturday?
Oh, look, 10s are key in big games. They always are. But again, it's, you know, we like to take the pressure off one person by the people in front of them doing a really good job, by our 9 giving great service and having great communication from the outside, and that's probably the key when you play South Africa. You know, there's a lot of different pitches you see outside your 10, and so the comms that we get from outside that, and that's something that we've been working on. But he's Richie's in a great spot. You know, he's leading the team well, and from that 10 jersey, and got a smile on his face, and is uninjured.
Sam, you've real momentum now as a team, especially over the last 2 weeks. If you can reproduce the performance levels that you produced, particularly in that phenomenal win over Ireland a couple of weeks ago, will that be enough to win the World Cup, do you think?
No, I think we're going to have to be better, to be honest. And, you know, you see we've built momentum, but each week we're trying to get better, and we're going to have to be at our very best on Saturday night, defensively and attackingly. And attacking. So, that's our mindset. We're going to have to put out the best performance we have all year, And if we do that, then we'll give ourselves a good shot.
G'day Ian, a question from Martin Devlin, who couldn't be here today, sorry, he's a bit unwell. You've long talked about how it's all about the team, and particularly this year, it's all about going out there and doing your best to go out there and win a World Cup. Despite everything that you've personally been through over the last year or so, are you at peace with where you guys are at right now? Are you happy with what you've achieved to this point and being in a position to go out there and win a Rugby World Cup?
Am I at peace? What do you reckon? Yeah, I'm reasonably peaceful. I think I love the word, but I'm not sure I'm feeling peaceful right now. We're where we want to be right now. We're excited by this, and you know, I've been saying it for a while. You know, we lost the first game to France. After that, everything became pretty important. But we've settled on this team has thrived on being in the now, focusing on what we're doing now. It's been something that we've loved doing. It's enabled us to deal with any particular noise outside or circumstance outside that may have affected this team, and I think it's a massive credit to Sam, our leaders, for that we've been able to stay in that place. And so we've woken up this week and we're in a World Cup final, and we're excited. And it's and right now we're trying to make sure we balance the control of the emotion of it versus, you know, dealing with all the messages we're getting from home, and even people in France have been massive, and I have to thank them for an awesome support that we've had from the local people too. But managing all that so that we can just go out, put a smile on our face and play our game, and that's what we're focusing on. We know there's two great teams out there, different styles. They're great at their style, we want to be great at ours.
Sam, just down in front here. I know it's not about one man, but how much do you play for your coach in this final? A coach who you've been through a lot with.
Might say those sort of things for post game, but to be honest, like, we've got so many reasons to want to play well, and you know, one's not bigger than the other. But I think probably the biggest reason we want to play well is to make New Zealand proud. Like, it's been truly overwhelming, the support, and just makes you feel so damn special and proud to be a Kiwi. We want to go out there and do the ultimate job and make them happy. So that's probably our biggest driving factor. And below that, there's plenty of other little ones. But yeah, the best way, when Foz talks about bringing it back to the now, it's easy for your mind to drift to how they're going to feel, or what's this gonna, if we get the outcome we want. But you've really got to be disciplined and bring yourself back to what's important right in front of you, and worry about doing that. It's the process, I suppose.
First time I've become a little factor for a while too.
A big factor, I suppose. Have I just wasted my one question, Ian? Or was that a fairly decent?
That was a poor one. I'll give you one more crack.
Ian, I'm going to jump in before he does. A lot of talk about the departing players. Sorry, just here. Sorry. One who won't get that chance, obviously, Dane Coles. How tough was the conversation with Dane to tell him that he won't have another game in the jersey?
Yeah, tough. And again, you know, we want to elect to not talk too much about posts, but that was a tough one. You know, probably the toughest I've had as a coach.
How did he take it?
The way that I would have expected him to. He's a champion.
Good evening, Ian. It's Kanyisuye from News 24 Sport in South Africa. Just talk us through what you make of the Springboks' 7-1 bench split. With your team applying the 5-3 bench split, it comes across as method against madness, convention against, in inverted commas, experimentation. Something that they've tried twice, and clearly they've seen that it works.
Yeah, look, it's a tactic that's what I love about the game. You know, people play different ways, try different things, and they've got their way. They think that suits their strength, and but it doesn't really change anything that we do. To be frank, it's we're going and preparing for our game the way we want to play it. So our strategy suits us, their strategy suits them, and makes it kind of interesting on Saturday night.
Ian, how confident are you that there are no scars from that game at Twickenham before this tournament, and what did you learn from it? Obviously, that was the first time they deployed the 7-1 split on the bench.
Well, we doubled up with their 7-1 split, was just playing with 14 men and 13 men for quite a part of that game. So, we tried that clever strategy and decided we didn't like it. So we're going to try a different one this week.
Hi Ian and Sam. It's fair to say that both of you copped a fair bit last year, and can you just explain to us who aren't as close to it what that was like and how you guys got through that with you and your family, and how proud you are now to be here in the World Cup final?
Well, I've just started to get my back nice and straight from last year, and now you're trying to make me hunched over again. It's the life in this business. It's a tough game, and it's a tough game when you're trying to get your performance right, and it's a tough game where people around you see things differently, but we've learned a lot about ourselves. Take massive pride in the jersey and making sure that we achieve the levels that we want to, and the rest of that's probably a conversation for another day, but like I keep pulling it back to the fact is that hasn't altered our vision of where we wanted this team to be, and I know we've probably surprised a few people, but I don't think we've surprised ourselves.
Ian, Jacques this morning described this occasion as probably the biggest one there'll ever be, certainly the biggest one he's ever going to be a part of. Would you agree with that, and just how would you describe the occasion that's in front of you?
Yeah, big. It's look, well, that's what World Cup finals are about. I mean, I guess this is our second one that we've been to, and look, I don't think there's ever a small one, and I think that the fact is we've got two teams that have been the old foes for a long time playing each other, and we all remember the last final that they had, and that was an epic. And I guess there's a hope that it'll be the same, and then you do the maths and you had 3 World Cups each and someone's going to win 4. It's just a special occasion, isn't it? And we've had a few recently. We had the 100th test against them in 2021 over in Townsville, and so there have been a few big tests we've played against these guys, and look, massive regard for each other. And I'm sure Jacques would say the same thing. We massive respect for them as a country, for how they play, and kind of makes it's a pretty cool week to get ready for.
Just a question over here, Ian. We know the plans of all the guys that are departing, whether they're playing offshore or retiring. Have you made plans for the future? Are you just going to decompress after the tournament, or have you got ideas that you want to coach elsewhere? Can you give us an insight?
I've got lots of ideas, but first I'm going to go mow my lawns.
Sam, C. Khaleesi had some nice words.
I will be coaching though, by the way.
Sam, C. Khaleesi had some lovely words about you this morning, and he also spoke about the fact that he may have seen you in hospital a couple of years ago. Are you able to just tell us about that relationship that you've developed with him, and also what your opinion of him is as well?
Yeah, I haven't seen or heard, but it doesn't surprise me with Sia. He's an exceptional human. Our relationship goes back a wee way now. We sort of burst onto the international scene at similar times. Massive respect for coming to visit me in hospital too, even though I was pretty sort of drugged out at that stage, and my visitors only got very faint memories of them, unfortunately. But I think Rassie came to the hospital as well, and Francois Lowe, so a few of those South African boys, and that's where there's so much respect on the field, but off the field for acts like that, and the interactions we have post game over a beer, which have been going back for as long as the rivalry's been there. So look, Sia's, I think everyone knows he's an inspirational skipper. He's a big part of their team. I think when he speaks, he sort of demands respect, and that's just from, without even seeing him in the environment, that's just through seeing how he speaks to the public. So, look forward to another battle with him. But yeah, a lot of the respect's mutual.
Sam, I don't know whether this is the time or the place for a technical question, but I'm sure you've enjoyed the way you've approached the breakdown over the course of this tournament. In a couple of seconds, teach us how to be so good at the breakdown, where you soak up so much pressure without conceding penalties. How do you go about doing that?
In a couple of seconds.
He just guesses.
Yeah, it's look, it's a team thing, man. It's trusting your teammates. It's trusting yourself to make the right decision at the right time. But ultimately, it's knowing that if you're not 100% confident in the decision, that you're willing to back out and defend another phase, because you know your teammates are going to get back, get up on side, and go again and again and again. And there was no better example of that than at the end of the Irish game, where guys just kept showing up for each other no matter what the fatigue levels were. So moments like that build a lot of trust and confidence in each other, and I'm picking we're going to have to dig pretty deep into the well again on Saturday.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, first question.
Hey Brody, Geordie over here. Just been talking to Ian. Obviously that's his last week as an All Black coach. Can you guys both just sum up the impact he's had and how proud you are that he got through some of the stuff he was copying last year and is here coaching you guys in the World Cup final?
Yeah, it's pretty special, I think. Obviously, probably the rockiest, if that's what you want to label it. It's kind of time within my tenure of the All Black jersey, and obviously probably to see what both Fozzie and Sam went through off the field. And I think, as I heard him say, you know, the group knew where they needed to go, and I think that's probably the proudest bit, is, you know, that he's come out of that and coached this group to where we all knew we needed to be. And you know, I think the ultimate pay respect is to get the job done on Saturday night for him, and show him how much the players have enjoyed having him as our head coach.
Yeah, for me it's just it's been great to see the players ultimately put some performances out there that reflect his coaching ability, and there's no mistaking we were under a lot of pressure, players and coaches, and through that period, believe it or not, Fozzie didn't panic, and neither did the players, and we could see a bit of light there. So it was a rocky period, as Guzzle said, but we're just reaping a few rewards now, so big challenge again.
Hey Brody, just on your sort of last game coming up for the All Blacks, and you know, I'm sure you'll take time to reflect once this is done, but how special is it for you for this last game to be a World Cup final against the Springboks, another chance to go at Evan? Is it kind of the perfect farewell for you in a way?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, it's awesome. Well, you can't really put into words like to be in a Rugby World Cup final. Obviously, was lucky enough to experience it in 2015, and to come here and this be my last game in the jersey and have the opportunity to go out there and potentially win it again. Yeah, I guess if you want to call it a fairy tale ending or however, but it's definitely beats where we were 4 years ago playing for third and fourth, that's for sure.
Geordie, Mark here. Hey, just could you just talk to a bit of the balance, I guess, of excitement of the occasion, of the big occasion? You know, you guys talk about walking towards the light and all those sort of things, versus, I guess, kind of being cool and clinical about it. You guys have built some great form since that loss to France, and obviously heading in all the right directions. You know, I guess you want to stick to what's worked for you, but that versus all the excitement and the occasion. How do you balance that?
It's a good question. It's a question I've been asking a few of the senior players, as I haven't been to a World Cup final before, but I think like this week we've just been enjoying the week, enjoying each other's company and understanding it's a fresh week, a new beast, new challenge, World Cup final, different conditions, different opposition, playing against the world champs, world #1 side, and it doesn't get any better than that. So I guess in a lot of ways we're just trying to enjoy it, walk towards a challenge. I know it sounds cliche, but yeah, we started the tournament pretty slowly and we've gained a wee bit of momentum, but that doesn't guarantee anything. We've said all along this World Cup, the best teams have been the best teams on the night, so it's going to be no different come Saturday.
Brody, the South Africans often talk about playing for their country, for the near on 60 million there, and perhaps the difficulties the country faces there. For yourself and for the All Blacks, what do you think the All Blacks play for? Is it for the outgoing players? Is it the fans? What is it?
Yeah, I think it's an array of things for everybody. I think, if you ask the South African team too, they probably want to make each other proud. I think we earn respect of our peers within the team by doing our actions and performing in the biggest moments. But make no mistake about it, like we're here representing New Zealand as well. Obviously we don't quite have the population, but we've seen the support that's coming from home and across the social media channels, how excited people are, and had a lot of messages over the last couple of weeks. So we're here to represent the country, the jersey, ourselves as individuals and the team.
Brody, one question. Obviously, it's a Rugby World Cup final. But can you describe us, as a New Zealander, what South Africa means to a rugby player in New Zealand? What is South Africa, or what the Springboks are for you? Thank you.
Yeah, I think, personally, from the Springbok encounters I've had, it's like the ultimate challenge, whether we're up in the high veld of South Africa or that down New Zealand or here in a Rugby World Cup. We know, obviously, with their split too, that they want to come at the full pack and come up front and try and dominate, and we know it's always physical with South Africans. So yeah, I think from my point of view it is the greatest challenge that we have in Test rugby.
Brody, just down the front, Richie McCaw in camp today and through a fair chunk of this tournament. Does it bring back shades of 2015? Also, what has he been able to add for you guys?
Yeah, it's those boys have kind of been coming in since we assembled in Napier, and I think just having them around and having the conversations, like Geordie said, like a lot of the boys haven't been here, and having someone with that experience, and he's hugely respected within the team. So just having him here, and Conrad's been in, Tana Umanga's been in, DC's been around, just having those boys come in and just watch, and they're also providing some feedback on what they're seeing, and adding value to the team, I think.
Just a quick one for Geordie, playing with your brothers, a World Cup final. I'm sure it never gets old, playing test matches with those other two, but what does it mean to play in a cup final for the family?
Yeah, certainly it doesn't get any bigger for our family, and hopefully we'll have time to reflect afterwards and maybe look back on it in a few years' time, but it's such a cool time, and yeah, it's just, for us, we just enjoy each other's company. It's you look around the huddle, we see a couple of brothers, and it's a pretty cool connection, and we're lucky to have a lot of our family over here supporting us this week, and so it's such a special week that we'll cherish.
Jordy, you were responsible for one of the great defensive plays of this tournament on Ronan Kelleher in the quarter-final when you broke Irish hearts. What do you remember about that moment, and do you ever have a sliding doors moment since then to think, oh my God, if I hadn't made that, things could have been different, that you mightn't be sitting here today?
Certainly, there's moments like that in every test match, and the thing is, you don't know when they're going to turn up, and that particular moment there happened before I even realised it was a split-second decision. Luckily, I'd seen Richie Moe hold up a couple of players in similar positions off the back of them all this year in test matches, so he provided an example for me, and I guess it was a sliding doors moment, turned out to be a big moment in a test match, and who knows, it might be someone else in a final. So look, that was a couple of weeks ago. We got a fresh challenge, best team in the world in a World Cup final, so it's going to probably come down to a moment similar.
Brodie, you've been alongside him for a lot of his career, but Aaron Smith walks away from the All Black jersey on Saturday. How special will it be being alongside him as he leads the haka for the last time on Saturday?
Yeah, it's going to be cool, all right. You know, we've played a lot of footy together. You know, we debuted on the same night, and we're going to finish together. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. He's obviously a massive part of our group, and even last week when he scored that try, I said, "Geez, you've still got it, mate." So, yeah, it's special, and I know he's going to relish it. He loves leading the haka, so you know, I hope he goes well, and the full pack gives him the platform that he deserves.
Oh, hi, Brodie. Just a question for you. I mean, you've played well over 100 tests, and we know that, you know, many times we've probably thought you're an automatic selection. But just given in the playoffs that Sam played last week, and this is a World Cup final, did you have nerves or anxiety before the team was revealed? Ian just said before how hard it was to tell Dane that he'd missed out. What was it like for you waiting to see when the 23 was going to be named?
Yeah, not too dissimilar to most weeks, to be fair. Obviously, you know, Sam and Scooter playing outstanding at the moment as well, and I think it's probably one part of this group that I learned from an early time. Whatever your role is within the squad, come team naming, then you get on and do it. And Colsey was a great example of that this week. I felt for him that he didn't get to play this week, so yeah, I can't. The selection's out of a player's control, so put my best foot forward and see what they name.
Hello. Are you driven by a feeling of revenge after Twickenham before the start of the Rugby World Cup?
To be honest, we haven't really referenced the game at Twickenham. We've understood this is a completely different assignment, a massive challenge, Springbok side of a 7-1 split in a World Cup final. So, yeah, we haven't fallen back on that week, and it's not going to be an emotional response as such. This is a completely different challenge for us.
Good evening, Brodie. Good evening, Jordy. Brodie, for you. Does the fact that South Africa and New Zealand no longer play each other in Super Rugby make this game all the more special now, because there isn't that domestic familiarity that often would lead to a subplot leading into a test match? The test match just stands alone now as the clash between South Africa and New Zealand.
Yeah, I think you know, well, not going up there in Super Rugby, like, you miss the experience of playing in South Africa, which to us Kiwis is, you know, pretty special. But in saying that, because it is rarer that we play the South African teams now, it almost makes it more special. I think, you know, everybody looks forward to the Test match. I know the one earlier in the year in New Zealand was sold out a couple of weeks before it, because, you know, spectators know what they're going to get. So yeah, Test match rugby obviously slightly different to Super Rugby as well, but I think, you know, playing each other less almost creates more excitement and anticipation around the game.
Thanks, team. I think we're done. Thank you very much for coming, everyone. That's us.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about Boyle Sports, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is Boyle Sports. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with Boyle Sports.
Coach Stokke, just some words on Dwayne Vermeulen.
What a legend. Yeah, the funny thing, I'm not that old to Dwayne, a very, very special guy. A lot of sacrifice he has made in his career, being away from the family. A gentleman who's got young kids, a young family, and the sacrifice that he has done for this country, and it's a very, very special moment, I know, for him, but I know one thing for sure. If you had to ask Dwayne currently now, if is it about him or is it about what he represents, which is the nation, he will tell you sure that he will put his body on the line for the nation. So it's a very, very special moment also for him. And hopefully we can give him a proper send-off. And I know it's going to be a tough game, more especially if you look at the history between the two teams. The last time we played a final against them was in 1995. And a lot of us that are involved in the team now, we fell in love with the game because of that game. If you go back in 1995, what that team has done for the country, they've really changed the image of the game in South Africa. Everyone fell in love with the game, and that's where some of us as youngsters, we've benefited from that moment. We fell in love with the game because of the special memories that were created by those guys, Joel and Stransky. And once again for Dwayne, I think the gentleman, he surely left the jersey. He's going to leave the jersey in a better place. That's one thing I like about him. He has really, really put dignity in that jersey, number 8 jersey. So I wish him nothing but the best also.
Coach Stokke, you mentioned while the 7-month bench worked against Ireland. In the week, Faf alluded to the fact that a guy like Kwaga could also fill in at number 9. Just talk us about the options there.
I'll probably also take my boots to the game as an option. But yeah, we've always calculated the options that we have, Adnan, and 7-1. We've got a guy like Kwaga. He's 7th background. He's got a skill set to be able to execute whatever we require at wing, if we need assistance from him. But once again, we've calculated every option that we had, and we know that this is the best possible chance for us to win the game against the All Blacks. And once again, I know a lot of people, when they look at 7-1, they always think about the risk. Even if you got 5-3 split on the bench, the game of rugby is just a physical game, so there's always a risk for someone to get injured. Hopefully everything will go well tomorrow, but once again, I think we are well prepared, and that's why we think 7-1 split is the best one for us to be able to give challenges to the All Blacks.
Coach Stokke, I know that not downplayed the moment of being in the final, but just him involved being a finalist, often talked about how important it is for the team itself and not him, the individual. But are you able to take us through just being in the World Cup final for Sia, and for a person like you with the kind of backgrounds that are available in the Eastern Cape from a rugby perspective, and being in a position like this, are you just able to walk us through that path of what it means to be in this particular platform, and not even once but twice in succession?
Yeah, so this moment is very, very special for everyone who's involved, and there's one thing that I don't want to make this personal about us and Sia or whoever is involved in our team, but just the occasion, to be able to be playing the World Cup final, it's a very special one. And for us, you've asked us about our background, and to be honest with you, this is what we live for, I know this position where I am now currently, it's not only about me. It's about the people that are also dreaming to be in this position, back in in our communities in South Africa. And we know it's tough, we know it's tough, but one thing again is that we just want to make sure that we do everything in our powers to make sure that we keep on uniting our country. This position, we don't take it for granted. It's a very, very special moment, and for a guy like Sia, coming from Sweden, wow, no doubt at all in 20 years to come, there will probably be a lot of Sia Kolisi's, because of Sia has shown the youngsters from Sweden that irrespective of your background, and if you look at his story, it's a very, very, I know it's like a fairy tale story when you talk about Sia, but it surely does change people's life, It shows the boys, irrespective of where you come from, the background or how tough it is possible, and that is something that we live for. We just want to make sure that irrespective of your background, if you've got your head in the right place and you've got a goal, you have to make sure that you keep chasing it. So very proud for what Sia has achieved. And if you look at the two teams, All Blacks have won the World Cup 3 times. We've won the World Cup 3 times, So this game is actually bigger than just a World Cup final, because probably whoever wins, they're probably going to have bragging rights for the next 8 years, because the best team in the world, you have won it 4 times. And then for us also, we just want to make sure that we keep on making our people at home proud, because the vibe and the messages that we get at home, it's very special, Kanye. So yeah, a very special moment for everyone who's involved.
Coach, are you going to take inspiration from the victory against the All Blacks in Twickenham before the Rugby World Cup, or it's another game?
There's one thing I've learned, my friend, through history. If you're going to live in the past, sometimes you're going to have a long day at the office. So we know a team like All Blacks, they've got a lot of special X-Factor players. No one gave them a chance that they'll be where they are at the moment. And for us that are analyzing all the teams, I think the All Blacks, they really gel at the right time. And if you look at the injuries, they've got players that are coming back from injuries. If you look at the guy like Ritalik and Leonard Brown there at the back, and Jody Barrett at 12. So they've also probably got their best possible 23 players on the field, So you can never underestimate them. They are a very, very special team. That's one thing for them that I know for sure. They are individuals. They don't hide behind the systems. They always express themselves according to their X-Factor, So if you look at what they've selected, they've probably selected the best possible 23 players, and it's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a tough game, and whoever is going to win tomorrow will probably have to be in the game for proper 85 minutes, because it's going to be a tough one, and hopefully the conditions will allow for good rugby, and I think the supporters, they also deserve a game like this, because of probably one of the 2 best teams in the world, Between the 2 teams, both of them have won the World Cup 3 times, so it doesn't get better than this. It's a very, very special occasion, but can never underestimate the All Blacks.
Guys, this will be the last question for Stick, and then we'll bring in the players. It is a 15-minute news conference.
Coach Stick, you mentioned the occasion of the All Black Test. I mean, 1995, in particular in Townships, changed the way the entire game was viewed. Are you just able to again walk us through the path of experiencing a Springbok All Black game, the emotions around it, and how it split communities in the Eastern Cape, especially for tomorrow, where people are wearing the All Black jerseys in fervent for support of the All Blacks, and then you find some in Bok jerseys, and even for some, it splits families.
Yeah, Kanye, so, when I think about that moment as 11-year-old back then, that 1995 game, it really changed the image of the game in South Africa. Every kid in the township wanted to be Joel Stransky. They used to call me Township Stransky, and every kid wanted to be Chester Williams. Every kid wanted to be James Small, So whenever I look back in that game, and you know how we do it, Ekasi, we always go on the streets and sing, and that's how we celebrate, sing a Magwicho, and whenever I think about that moment, it always feels like it was yesterday. And once again, the legacy, the guys like Francois Pinard and Joel Stransky, those guys who were involved, the legacy they've left, they've really made it possible for us to be where we are at the moment, So we know how special it is to play against the All Blacks, but once again, these are the moments that we live for. These are the moments that we live for, and it's going to be a special occasion, but I think, I know before the tournament, no one thought maybe it will be the All Blacks and the Springboks, you know, most especially also losing the first game. The All Blacks had lost the game. We lost against Ireland, and everyone thought, okay, Ireland will probably be a good chance to be in the final, and France, you know. And those teams, they've, on a good day, you know, they also could have been here where we are at the moment, but the way we fought the past two games, you could just see that it wasn't only about the game, you know, it was just bigger than the rugby game. So hopefully tomorrow we'll keep on fighting, and hopefully we'll make our country proud. And we know how tough it is back at home sometimes with all the challenges. But yeah, we'll just make sure that we give our people back at home a bit of light.
Thank you, Sticky. We will now bring in the players.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Is that one? Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Cheslin Colby and Kurtley Arendse. Please raise your hands for questions.
Jason Jan de Koning, Rugby 365. Talk to us, I mean, you were there in 2019. Talk to us about how this feels compared to 2019. I know you guys don't like looking back, but there must be a sense of the space that the team is in at the moment and compared to the space the team was in before the 2019 final.
Now, as you said, we don't like to compare ourselves to 4 years ago. A lot has changed, to be quite honest. The team, the culture, the buy-in, the opportunities players have gotten, and to be quite honest with you, where we are now compared to 4 years ago, I think it's a team that's developed, a team that has experience, and a team that's grown together more than what you were in 4 years ago. So I think just the brotherhood we have for each other and just the love we have for one another, it's massive for us. And whenever we do pull over that jersey, we want to do each other proud. We want to do our country proud. And yeah, just to be quite honest, it's whenever you finish your international season and you go back to wherever you play, you quite look forward to join up with the Springbok team again, because you know what you're going back to. You know you're going to see your family and your brothers, and that's just something that I get quite excited about. And just for the management, the way they've gotten this team together is unbelievable. So yeah, definitely in a good place compared to 4 years ago, and a lot of growth as well.
Hi, Cheslin. Good morning. A question that I've asked yesterday to the All Blacks. I've asked to them what South Africa and the Springboks mean for them as a rugby player or as a state and everything. What does New Zealand and the All Blacks mean to you growing up? How do you look at them? And so on. Thank you.
No, obviously, growing up, it's a test and environment that you would love to be a part of one day. And for us as players individually, it's playing against the All Blacks or Springboks and New Zealand. It's come a long way. It's history, and it's always a massive rival between the two teams, and it's been like that for years, and it will always be like that. Two of the toughest teams playing each other, and for us, whoever gets opportunities on weekends, we make sure that we go out there and we play the best and face the best as well. So yeah, it's going to be a massive challenge tomorrow, but one that each and every one of us as a Springbok team is looking forward to.
Cheslin, could I just over here? Could I ask about you covering scrum half? What's that look like in training this week? How much have you run there, and your confidence in doing that?
No, I think, to be quite honest, whatever the plan is that the coaches have, for us as players is just to buy into that as soon as possible. And for me, a bit of sevens background. I've played at scrum off and sweeper, as in the sevens as we call it. And I played 1 or 2 games internationally for the Springboks at scrum off. But yeah, just the experience from players as Faf, Kobus, Jaden and Granty as well, just to give me some input on what I can do to make sure that I'm up to standard, preparing me as well as if I'm in that position coming tomorrow night. But I'm sure Faf will carry us through to the end. And for me, just to be honest with you, wherever I am on the field, whatever position I'm playing, is just to make sure that I have a positive impact on the game for the Springbok jersey and for my teammates.
Good afternoon, Cheslin. Good afternoon, Kirtley. I'll just have a split question for both of you guys. Sam Kane made a very interesting observation, saying that as much as the World Cup final is an occasion in itself, it still remains a game of rugby. How are you, being in your second final, how are you processing that, realizing that you've got a final to play, but it's a game that still needs to be played? And I think for you, Kirtley, just walk us through your emotions of playing in your first Rugby World Cup final.
Hi everyone. I'm really excited. Like I asked Cheslin at captains, how did you feel in 2019 playing his first World Cup final? And he actually said he was very chilled. And there's a bit of emotions, but I also feel a bit calmness. But I'm really excited, and I think it's going to be a good challenge playing against All Blacks, and looking forward to that.
Yeah, no, obviously it's another test that we're playing tomorrow, and the occasion for speaking for itself is massive. Not every rugby player or every team gets opportunity to play in a Rugby World Cup final, and for us to do so twice in a row, it's obviously massive for the Springboks, for South Africa, because I think we come from, what the Springboks has been through, and just to see all the obstacles that we had to overcome as a team, as management and everyone, just shows what our country means, what this jersey means for us as players, and not just doing it for ourselves, but really hoping to inspire our whole country back home that supports us, that sends messages to us. So yeah, the occasion speaks for itself, and it's gonna be up to us as players to be up for tomorrow night. And I think it's all about visualizing things. That's how I am. It's about visualizing certain scenarios of the game and how things will go, and just make sure that mentally, physically, we're well prepared, and just bring a bit of calmness as well.
Cheslin, here. It is more pressure for you, this possibility to take the number 9 or not. And when do you play the last time with this number?
I think the last time I played number 9 in international was against Argentina. I'm not sure if it was 2021. But yeah, it's been a few years ago. But yeah, as I said earlier, for me, I'll just do the best wherever I can to make sure that I have a positive impact towards the team and for my teammates, and make sure that I contribute in whatever way I can. But as I said, you never want to see injuries in any game. You want to see each and every player fulfill and go injury free. So for me, if the opportunity does come that I have to go to scrum off, I'll make the most out of it and just make sure that I enjoy myself, which is the most important thing.
One last question.
Jason, apparently it's your birthday tomorrow, and it's the 30th, yes, and you're turning 30.
Yeah.
Just, it's massive, obviously, it's a big game. And then just a word on that, and a message for the people back home.
Yeah, it's another year, another blessing for me. But to be quite honest, I don't think it's about me or celebrating my birthday. Yes, grateful for another year in my life, but to be standing where I am today, to go out tomorrow to represent my country, it's more than anything for me. So yeah, super grateful for the opportunity to do so and celebrate my birthday, but my main focus will be tomorrow night, going out on that field and just express this wonderful talent that I've been given, and just do my utmost best, to be quite honest. So yeah, definitely looking forward to it. And yeah, just to the public, our country, all the videos, the coaches, the players have shared amongst each other, and the excitement that we can see that is back home it's incredible. To be quite honest, we got to see a few clips this morning, and it just brought a few tears amongst each other, to see South Africa making a plan in every regard, no matter what the circumstances are, whatever the difficulty is back home, that they, as South Africans, will always make a plan for each other, to watch the Springboks, to make something inspirational and pull something together. So yeah, just as a Springbok and as a player for South Africa, just really humbled with all the videos we received, and hopefully us, when we go out on that field, we can do our country proud, we can do the people proud of South Africa, and yeah, we're just really thankful for all their support. Doesn't go unnoticed at all.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Kurtley. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Merci.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Skinster, straight through, when it goes, Ollie Skinster, a magnificent try!
Well, hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for the big week. It is finals week, and I'm joined by a Springbok legend and former Rugby World Cup winner, Bob Skinstad. Bob, first of all, thank you so much for helping out. And have you recovered from last weekend and the weekends before drama?
Look, I don't think you ever recover. I mean, you know, two points in a quarters and a semi. I mean, I don't know if you saw, but I was commentating alongside Matt Dawson. I wasn't even able to celebrate. I was literally gone. So no, I haven't recovered, but I am excited. I mean, we're into a final, and it's a great opportunity. I think this team have really played above themselves and ridden the luck where they needed to. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just happy to be along for the ride.
And which match do you think you were more on edge of? Which match did you have more confidence that we'd be able to find a way?
Well, I think before the France match, I was really worried because I felt, you know, they had this massive national sort of spirit behind them. I mean, the stadium was extraordinary in terms of, you know, they're talking rugby about the 16th man, and that's the crowd and everybody behind you. So that was, I mean, formidable. And I think it was an amazing opportunity to see the team and the resilience and just sticking into the game and holding onto the game. And then the funny thing is with the England match, I was the one saying they need to watch out for England because England could be a potential banana skin. England are up for this. England want to prove themselves. England under Borthwick needs some good news. You know, there's a whole bunch of reasons. And then suddenly, you know, 3-0, 6-0, 6-3, 9-3. And I started to think, well, hang on. I hope they're not starting to believe as much as my mate Matt Dawson here, because he's starting to whack the table with his fists. So I would say they were different iterations of themselves. You know, two very, very tight, well contested games, but obviously very different in terms of tries scored and that kind of thing.
And then just in terms of looking back at the semi-finals, we saw two very different semis. On Friday, a bit of a blowout, which maybe it had the potential to do, but I think we were all hoping that Argentina would be a lot more competitive. And then, you know, obviously the very close game on Saturday. Now, if you look at, for example, the world rankings, you know, in theory there shouldn't have been that much of a difference between the two teams. So why do you think there was the blowout on Friday versus how close it was on Saturday?
It's a good question, because I think Argentina have had so much going on in their prep. You know, they quite famously said that they felt they were underprepared. So I thought they were going to come into the tournament, squeak through, even maybe win that England match, and then be really devastating around quarterfinals and semi-finals. But they just didn't turn up. You know, so I don't know. I mean, I think the one thing you have to remember is that Argentina have got tremendous results over the last 3 years. I mean, they've beaten New Zealand in New Zealand and in Australia. They've beaten South Africa home and away. They've beaten Australia in Australia. You know what I mean? They're a really, really top class outfit. I mean, they've beaten England recently, so I was expecting a lot more. If there was a preparation issue, then it has been addressed, because Michael Cheika said as much. But I did feel sometimes you get that run, you get that momentum into a tournament. So I can't put my finger on it, but they weren't good enough for a very, very rampant All Black side who have definitely hit some fantastic form. And I think the important thing there is to, you know, true champions know when to turn up, and the All Blacks did exactly that.
And then looking at the match between the Boks and England, in terms of lessons learned, you know, did England almost provide a bit of a blueprint on how to beat the Boks? You know, and how much do you think New Zealand watched that game and went, well, hang on, this is, you know, if the conditions are similar, which it is looking like it could be, this is how this, you know, do you think there were a couple of lessons that they might take out in terms of how they're going to approach the game this Saturday?
Yeah, look, I mean, you've got to give full credit to England. I mean, I think that the most important thing was that they executed a strategy which they implemented at 100%. They were amazing. Alex Mitchell's kicking was so on point. Freddie Stewart was brilliant in the air. They competed against every one of our lineouts. They squeezed the gap between the lineouts. You know, they made it really difficult for us to play the kind of rugby we wanted to play. If the All Blacks can do that, you know, then they will be as competitive as England are. But I don't think the All Blacks play like that. I mean, the All Blacks try and they try and prize you open with a little bit of backline work. They cross kick a lot more than England did. Remember, they did a lot of box kicking, not so much cross kicking. And the All Blacks are very good in the air and will take us on. So we might see a lot of it. I don't think they're going to change their tactics 100% though. So they'll take the good bits out of that and then add the sprinkling of the good bits that they've already got.
Right, so you've been in the camp. The Monday you wake up and you're still sort of coming down a bit of a high from winning a semi-final, and all of a sudden you've got days left, for a final. What goes through your mind when you wake up on that Monday morning in terms of the actual week, and what does that sort of week of build up towards a final look like?
It's funny, it's always a fun week because you're ready for this big challenge in front of you, and you're ready to take on all comers. You're ready to take on whoever's in front of you, and you want to do your bit. So there's a lot of like extra prep that you do, but it's just like homework. It doesn't really feel that you go in and you have a really tough week. I mean, I had an extraordinary incident because I had a preggy wife with a kiddie on the way. So I had my 1 hour was looking towards home. And then my son actually arrived in World Cup final week, 3 weeks early. So it sort of threw my preparation a little bit. But I think back to my roommate Butch James, who's always a relaxed guy, and he was sort of pacing up and down a little bit. And we actually both said, let's just go calmly here, because you're going to expend all of our energy before we even get onto the field, and that's what you need. You need to be at 100%. So I think what South Africa definitely do have is they've got that calmness to their approach. They've got that ability to take on, their individual tasks, but not to take on more pressure than they need to. So the week will be managed well by the staff and management, and they won't have players doing things that are different to their normal routine. But they certainly will be tidying up any extra, let's just say little bits of homework, like I said, little bits of detail on the plan and the strategy that they want to implement.
Okay, and then, so the big talk at the moment is two very, not only physically but mentally draining playoff games, that full 80-minute performance is needed. A lot of fans are worried about the fatigue, and the team being tired and stuff. First of all, it's been a long tournament, a much longer tournament than before. So obviously mentally, there will be a lot of fatigue, and I think that's where, very interestingly, them having that whole family environment has apparently been so good from that perspective, because you don't necessarily feel like you're missing home too much, because home's kind of with you. But also, I suppose, physically, a lot of these players will be tired. How much does that play a factor, or is it also a certain amount of, this is a World Cup final, it doesn't matter how I'm feeling, it doesn't matter what I'm going through. If there's one game I can pick myself up and sort of put that to the side, this should be the game.
Yeah, look, I think you make a good point. How much of that would cut out what they would do normally? I don't know. I really think that there's a lot of adrenaline on the night, and you get 10-20% more energy from that. So as long as you don't expend it in the week before, then it's there in reserve. I also think that they're very well prepared in terms of the amount of hours that they've had in those legs of theirs. Not to sort of overpraise the staff and management from South Africa, but Eben Etzebeth in the semi-final was tired, and you could see it, and he wasn't his usual self, and at 47 minutes they said, okay, go, you're off, because we don't need you expending another 33 minutes of time and effort when you are off your game. Now, can you imagine the extra motivation that gives him to put those 33 minutes into a final? And I think we will see those instances. We will see those players that have had little rest, little time off. We haven't seen the team hasn't come out yet. I think everybody's trying to keep their powder dry. But I definitely think that the most important sort of players, senior players, they will have put the pieces of the jigsaw together so that the best team can turn up in that final 80 minutes.
That Eben Etzebeth substitution you mentioned, I think for me was a very interesting point of the game. Even the Physicality one quite early. Do you think that's a bit of a hallmark of the sort of coaching staff, that they're not afraid to make the big decisions? They're not afraid to hook a Marty Bach in the first half. We've seen them replace front rows and players at stages of the game which we don't traditionally see it happen. Do you think that's kind of been one of the the main themes is that there is the sense of no player is untouchable, and if you're not at your best or if you're a little bit off, we have full confidence that whoever's replacing you can fill your role. So we don't just, you're not going to keep Eben Etzebeth on for 80 minutes just because it's Eben Etzebeth. They're happy to replace him.
Well, I think you make a great point. They look at what they've done. They've said to the guys, you're in a jersey. Okay, it's green and gold, and it's got a number on the back. It's yours for the time that we and you agree that you are giving your best for that jersey. And I think that's amazing. And I really, really think it goes back to what Owen Eastwood, the fantastic he's a modern day sort of psychologist in terms of team culture and participation. And he worked with the Ryder Cup guys, and he said, no, you're only in your spot for the minutes that you are playing for this team. As soon as you're out, the next person's in. So give them back that jersey in the best condition you can. Whether you retire and move on or you leave the field for 30 minutes because Snyman's got to go on. And I think the Springboks have embraced that naturally, and they've embraced it in terms of the empathetic leadership that we see from Siya Kolisi. So it's an amazing. I watch very closely. I'm an ex-player. I watch very, very closely. If I see a player coming off and shaking his head and throwing his elastoplast down into the thing, I think to myself, there's a fracture between the coach and that guy. But if I see a player coming off and you can see he's visibly disappointed, but will not absolutely display any of that, then I think there's a very healthy culture, because he knows that you have to give respect. He wants to go into the fight himself, but he knows that it's been agreed that he's not the right person for that role for right now. So I think it's a huge step forward in terms of squad management and team management.
Yeah, I absolutely love that idea. I think that's something which has been quite prevalent in the All Blacks camp as well. And I think that's apparently they've attributed a lot of that turnaround to the idea that, again, they're borrowing that jersey. It's not their jersey, and it's never their jersey. And that's sort of
to their credit. It is an ancient Maori sort of idea, and it's like you're only on this earth to take the baton, from your father and to hand the baton to your son. If you think of it in those terms, and yes, it does come from there. And Owen Eastwood is a he's a Kiwi originally. So, but I think it applies. It doesn't matter what culture you get it from. It applies in family. It applies in team particularly, and I think the guys are doing it well.
Yeah, and I think. Yeah, I it's for me. We talk about that squad buy-in. I think that's been quite a prevalent thing, and all the teams have done well. I think in England as well. I think there seems to be a genuine buy-in and belief in what they're doing, which is why they might have overperformed. But let's talk about New Zealand. It's a very interesting scenario where we walk in. It's the old rivalry. We haven't had this match in a World Cup final since '95. It's the final that I think a lot of the diehards would have wanted. And if we look back at the recent history between the two teams, it's really changed from one game to the other. Last year winning in Mbombela, then losing at Ellis Park. This year being outplayed over in New Zealand, and then the thrashing at Twickenham. So it's a World Cup final, so you can never look too far backwards. But that result at Twickenham, that was the most dominant performance we've ever seen from a Springbok side against New Zealand side. There were a couple of players missing for New Zealand, but how much do you think that's playing on both sides' minds?
I think it'll be there in the background. It'll be a boon for the South African players who have seen, whether they were Springboks on that day or not, whether they were sort of squad players who've seen, what South Africa can do against the New Zealand side. So that's a positive. But I really think the guys aren't going to be looking backwards that much. I think they'll look at individuals and performances. And when I say performances, I'm talking about activities. So, is Aaron Smith passing better to the right or the left? What short side are they exploiting? Is he kicking better with his left or his right foot? When they've gone past 10 phases, are they passing inside or are they passing outside? So they will definitely go into the detail and the analysis of the stats that they get back from those games. But I don't think they'll look back at those results and say, we beat them then, so therefore we should win. I think what they'll do is they'll say, we've recently proved that if we're at 100% and they're at 100%, we've beaten them. If they're at 100 and we're at 98, they've beaten us. And if we're at 98 and they're at 100, they've beaten. So that kind of thing. I think they absolutely want to make sure that they go into this game with the best possible chance of putting 80 minutes of quality from every single player or player plus substitutes that are in their jerseys.
Now going into a final, you try to draw on so many different things to just try and give that sort of small edge and stuff. And maybe this is just a mental thing. South Africa have never lost a World Cup final. We've never gotten to this stage of a tournament and not gone the full way. How much confidence do you think that gives to the team, knowing that, and almost sort of an expectation that we, in just general, we've never lost World Cup finals, and there's a lot of obviously World Cup winners already in that squad who know what it takes to win a final. That's got to be some sort of boost and a mental thing within that squad.
Yeah, of course it will be. I mean, it's great to have a historic record like that, and it's one that us as former players are very proud of. But all records are out there and achieved in the time, by someone, and they're put down as a marker for other people to aim at. So I believe in records as, I don't say, well, they're all made to be broken, because I think that would be negativist of me. What I'm saying is that I think that they're done because of achievement of people in the past, and that you can use them as a goal to aim at. So these guys, the last time they won, it was done as an achievement because of most of them. So I mean, they certainly would want to repeat that. And that I think they will remember the week in between a scratchy semi-final against Wales and then a very dominant performance in that final against England. And they'll say, okay, what did we tweak? What did we improve on? And what were we able to implement that made us beat the number one side in the world at that stage, in a final where certainly the whole world of rugby watching public had written them off and said, well, England are going to dominate them in the final. And I think they really showed sort of stickability, and they put up a great performance. So they'll want to go back and look at that. They'll say, what did we change and tweak and improve?
Yeah, I mean, that idea of having been written off, it's a bit different this time, and for me, it's an interesting thing that people have been talking about. Almost that from a psyche perspective, the Boks almost need to learn to embrace the favourites tagger points and embrace the fact that at times they have been the best team in the world and not always necessarily been a side which when play best when they're written off, which is what a lot of fans seem to sort of think. This weekend is a very interesting scenario, because 2 months ago, especially maybe even after that Twickenham result, nobody would have said going into a final with the All Blacks and the Springboks that the Springboks might be the ones coming in as slight underdogs because of the semi-finals and sort of the way it's transpired. But in my perspective, I think we're going in pretty much even. I think that the Boks have had some great results and some disappointing results. Similarly with New Zealand, I don't think there's a lot between the two teams.
Well, they've both had a loss in this tournament. So again, someone who's lost a pool game is going to win a World Cup. And before the last World Cup, that had never happened. So that's a new record.
And they're both beaten a side that was supposed to be one of the favourites in France and Ireland. Were the two
favourites to beat them in their quarterfinals. So absolutely, I think they're breaking new ground. And I think they have to embrace that, and they're going to use that as very positive prep for what they're doing going forward.
Right, so the thing that's on everyone's minds at the moment is the Bok team selection, 6-2, 7-1, 5-3. It's been interesting to see how that's kind of evolved over the tournament, and the addition of Andre Pollard has seen us back to revert to a 5-3 to accommodate him. He obviously came off the bench and didn't miss a beat over the weekend. Where are you sort of sitting here? Do you think that we might see a 6-2? Do you think that they're going to really want to keep Marnie Bok and Andre Pollard, which Rassie said would basically always mean it's going to be a 5-3? Some people are saying that the 7-1 worked last time. Will we see a 7-1 this time? I mean, do you expect any surprises?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's a great question because the Springbok squad has been built on being able to have two players in every position. And if you think now, like for like, if Damien Delendi broke his leg last week, would we be worried about Andre Esterhuizen? Andre Esterhuizen was man of the match when we beat New Zealand, by 30-odd points at Twickenham. So, if Jesse Kriel was injured, would we be worried about bringing in Lukhanyo Am or Canon Moody at outside centre? I mean, I think we've got amazing replacements. We are a bit thinner in the hooker area because of that big injury to Malcolm Marx, but I still think that the backup that we've got is outstanding. It is a worry with Bongi and Banambi, and I've been travelling, so I don't know the outcomes, etc. But that will be a factor. I think we might see one or two little surprises, and they won't be groundbreaking, but they'll be like, that was interesting. Either the surprise would be the team's exactly the same as what started in the semi-final, because that would be a surprise for me because Pollard came on and was dominant. But maybe that's what they need if the conditions are such that you want a running backline, because that's what we've seen. And I think the most important thing is if we see those surprises, they will have been cooking in Jacques and Rassie's boiling pot for about 5 years. They'll be surprises to us, but they won't be surprises to them or the squad, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing about this coaching staff, is that there's nothing ever happens by accident, and you always do feel that whatever they're doing, it has been planned to the last final sort of detail. A word of experience. It's, for me, that's been a big aspect of this tournament. How so many fans are very quick to write off older players, and they want the youth and the young guys. And there's no doubt that there's certain players who add a lot of energy and the youngsters. But we saw Sam Whitelock with that moment against Ireland. We've seen some of the big players really sort of standing up. Your Dion Faris, for example, who's not experienced international, but has played everywhere, been there, done that. Going into a World Cup final, experience is always so key, and just how important is it, and how interesting is it to be seeing older players being able to sort of maybe get away with not being maybe physically what they once were, but mentally, knowing a couple of shortcuts, knowing the game so well that they've been able to adapt and be able to affect the game, sometimes even more so than in sort of youth, because they understand the game so well.
Yeah, I think, look, I mean, the one thing you've got to remember is that age is just a number. We go, oh, it's really surprising the guy's 37, but that's because we haven't seen 37-year-old rugby players. You know what I mean? I played a lot of rugby with some older guys who always added more value, much more value than youngsters who were still, let's just say, undecided about their path. I played with Akkers at 37. He was the oldest Springbok at that stage. I think 37 in 10 days or something like that. And he was unbelievable in 2 tests we played away in New Zealand, because he just sat in the pocket, his area of defense, winning his line-out, putting pressure on the opposition, and he was amazing. And I think if you look at what Dion Faris done, why would you not bundle 21 years of an international or a professional rugby playing career, okay, into this individual who's now got an incredible chance and ability to perform on the international stage. Like for me, he's had 19 years of disappointments of not making the Springboks, and now he's got his chance. Do you think he's going to be not running at 200%? I think he's much more valuable than a guy who's got lots of talent and is 20 tests deep, and he thinks he just deserves to be there. You know what I mean? Dion Faris would rather die, and I say that very markedly, than not be seen as giving 100% of his physical ability in a test match. And for me, I get goosebumps even thinking about it like that.
Yeah, I think he's been such a great example, him and for me, like Dwayne and Sam Whitelocks, of just never write a player off. And I remember being in his first press conference when he had just been called up, and I think it was him, and he said, and Albert Lowe was asked a question, and the same thing for him, and you're sitting there looking at 17 years between them or whatever it was, and how they were both just so desperate to get onto the field, and that sort of that dream never changes, and that hunger, which is so important. So brilliant, John. Thank you. So just to come to an end, I think just to finish here, I'd like to put you on the spot a little bit, and do a bit of quick fire predictions. So we've got a couple of questions here. You can justify them to a point, but we'll try and keep this quite short and concise. So I've got five questions here. 4 of them final base, and then the 3rd and 4th place prediction. Okay, so we'll start with the 3rd and 4th. England versus Argentina. Who have you got winning, and why?
I think I've got England winning. They've got a lot to prove that this World Cup. Winning a bronze medal at this World Cup will be great for Steve Borthwick and his team. I think they'll want to go out and prove that teams like Argentina, sure, might have beaten them in the past, but that's not the kind of thing that they want going forward. So I think they've got a lot riding on this game.
All right, cool. And then for the final, a score prediction?
Wow. I think the final is about a 23-18 match.
23-18 match, okay. And then who do you think will score the try? Which player is going to score the first try, if there is a try in the game?
If there is a try in the game, I actually think it'll be someone completely random, like a Frans Malherbe.
I love that, and I'll be very happy for France if he managed to do that. And then a winning margin, and who have you got? Which side? So who? South Africa, New Zealand, and by how many?
Yeah, so I think South Africa can win this match by 5.
By 5. Okay, I hope so. I do also think it's going to be nice and close. And then the final one, who will be the man of the match come the end of the 80?
Man of the match in the World Cup final, I think the last 4 has been a fly half. So he'll have a number 10 on his back. I'm just not sure who they're going to pick in that position. Maybe it's a number 23. We don't know.
Yeah, no, that's a good point as well. All right, cool. Brilliant. Well, thanks so much for your time, and hope that predictions do come true, and we are celebrating a Springbok victory. Enjoy the game this weekend, and yeah, hopefully next time we see each other, we're talking about being record 4th holders, and they can add to the legacy that you contributed.
Yeah,
to,
I hope so. It's been
a
great World Cup to support, so we've enjoyed it very much. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much.
As you know, my name is Reza. I'm your host for today's pre-match show. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, we already see that there's 5,000 plus of you already in the stream. So thank you so much for joining us. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see your comments, as today we are very blessed to have live fans, just like you and I, in studio with me here today. Today, I have the pleasure of being joined by Kendall Franks. Welcome, Kendall. I'm a little bit worried about having Kendall on stream, but at the same time, we'll see how this goes. Just remember, Kendall, there's no swearing on the stream.
It's your fault for having live fans.
Live fans it is, but that's the entire point of this, guys. We are here to celebrate one of the biggest occasions in South African rugby history. And to be honest, one of the very best tournaments that we've ever seen in sport, in my general opinion. It has truly been a tournament to savor, and one that we're not going to forget for a very long time. So, of course, we have this All Blacks against the Springboks, 2 of dominant forces in recent times, and of course, throughout the history of the World Cup. South Africa, ever since the reintroduction into professional rugby, have been forced to chase down the All Blacks. And today they continue that legacy as both teams seek a 4th Rugby World Cup and be the first team ever to do that. Between these 2 teams, they have got all the records. But Kendall, today, I guess the obvious question is, all those records don't really mean anything at the end of the day. We're in a Rugby World Cup final. 2 teams that, quite frankly, most of the pundits, and myself included, probably didn't think that this would be a final that we got to see. But we get down to final time. One of these 2 teams is going to make history. At the end of the day, which one do you think it's going to be and why?
I mean, I'm wearing the right colours to hope that hoping it's the Springboks. It's a tough one. I mean, if you look at the bookies, they're all going for New Zealand. I know that's because I got some dodgy friends. But
you and my dodgy friend.
If you look at the history of New Zealand and us in finals, it hasn't gone well for them.
Yeah.
If you look at when it counts, we do tend to pull it out the bag. Hopefully, it's not like last week's game, because then there will be a lot of swearing at the screen. At one point, we can't make it a 1-point thing with New Zealand. It's going to have to be a big one.
I mean, you say that, and of course, one of the biggest stats that encapsulates South Africa in finals is that South Africa usually go into halftime leading, and we've never lost from that position. And it's a trend, not just with South Africa, but with all teams in finals, that going into halftime, if they are ahead, they have won every single time. Now, we have a history, as we obviously just talked about, of coming from behind and making it a close game, and unfortunately putting ourselves in those positions. But we have this bomb squad, especially now with the 7-1 split. Are you that worried if we go into halftime chasing the game?
To be honest, I'd be more worried if we were ahead, because New Zealand has a much bigger history of coming from behind. and winning at the end if they're behind at the halftime. So if we
two clutch teams.
Yeah, I mean, if we're behind, we proved last week we can come from behind. So I would say I'd be more worried if New Zealand was behind at the halftime mark. But in saying that, I don't feel like this is a game where you can take your foot off the gas. There's going to have to be full 80 minutes of hardcore. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the biggest thing is obviously we just talked a bit about that 7-1 split, and a lot of concern coming out from everybody that, of course, we don't even have a replacement scrummy. Something were to happen to Faf, it seems that Ches would be the chosen incumbent to go in there and fill in for him. And what happens if Faf gets knocked out in minute 2? I mean, surely that puts a dampener. Is this an all or nothing play from Jacques Nova and his coaching team?
I do like the fact that they're going in height order on who's going to be the next scrummy. So that's a start.
Yeah.
Imagine it gets to Etzebeth being the scrummy. Yeah, that 7-1 split is always, I mean, the entire tournament, every time someone says 7-1 split, that's kind of unheard of. I mean, any other tournament, really. So the confidence that Faf is a little bit of a Jack Russell, you know, you take him out it's almost impossible.
Yeah, but it's been done before.
It's been done before. I'm also okay with like his replacements. I mean, everyone on the team has the ability to multitask, which is pretty much our biggest strength in our team. Is that, I mean, back in the day, you're talking like 2000s, early 90s, everyone was like, this is your position. If you can't play this position, then you're not on the team. Yeah. Where now everyone has that ability to be multifaceted and slip into any role that there needs to be played in. So hopefully that 7-1 split does work out in our favor. I do like the confidence and the arrogance of it. I think that is actually a little bit might be a bit of a mind game. But, well, I mean, let's see how it goes.
So let's have a word for New Zealand quickly and their journey through to this World Cup final, because before this, they had been written off by almost everybody. But when I say everybody, I mean mostly Northern Hemisphere, punditry, media, teams. They seem to have totally written them off. And even after that Twickenham game where South Africa pummeled them right before the World Cup, it was a feeling, especially in South Africa, that, wow, that was a bit of a surprise. Because the overwhelming feeling is that we as South Africans really respect what the All Blacks have done for the game, their history and their legacy, and we know that at any time that they can be dangerous. Taking into account that, I would say, disrespect that the Northern Hemisphere in particular had given to New Zealand coming into this, are you just as impressed still with their journey to the form that they're in?
Yes and no. The Northern Hemisphere does have a little bit of bias. I'd say a lot of bias. If you look at all the reviews, I mean, they were convinced it was going to be a Northern Hemisphere finals. They all convinced we weren't even going to make it. So if you look at the stats, I don't see how New Zealand wasn't going to make it here. If you look at the games that they had before, there was no really close games other than the France game during the pools. And then afterwards, they kind of just walked their ways into the finals. So I'd say that they played it really well. I wouldn't say that their road to get here was easy, but it was definitely not one that they weren't capable of doing.
Yeah, but that's the feeling we've always had, right? And a lot of people say that maybe we're like New Zealand sympathizers in a way, but I don't think that's accurate. I think that you have to realize the respect that they deserve as a team. And there's a natural reason why we should fear them. And we've been playing them for like almost 100 years, over 100 years. And they have a subliminal record, or sublime record against us in particular. And we are the country with the highest win record against them. And it just like, I don't understand where this whole thing came from for them. And now all of a sudden, everyone's quiet. Everyone's going, New Zealand are favorites. And I'm like, yeah, guys, wake up. That was kind of, they're always there. They are always going to be there.
Last century. I mean, since the dawn of rugby, really, when they came onto the field. Yeah. I don't know if you saw that video when they were doing the horrible haka. That's not so much rhythm there. Let's just say they were still a top team, and they've never really changed. I mean, I feel like they've always been ahead of the game. Even now, where people say that they're in a slump, I think they consider it a slump because they haven't done anything new in the last 5 years. But they haven't had to. You know, they haven't come up with a new game changer. They haven't needed to because they're still, I mean, as far as I'm last checked, they're number 2 in the world. and they've never left like the top 5.
Yeah.
We did.
100%. And as we close out this segment with you and I, Kendall, and I'll call in my next guest in a second, if there's one player that you're most looking forward to seeing perform in this final, who would it be?
I would love Colby to get a little bit more on the field. Like that, he had the potential to go for Habana's record, and he just hasn't really been given the opportunity. That guys either close him down, or it's been a bit of a little bit too loose for him to actually make any big plays. I mean, I say that he's made great plays. He hasn't had a chance to make a lot of great plays, which is unfortunate. So I'd love to see him do more.
You see repeats of Chesman in 2019. Step 3 players, try and a little fist bump with that massive bicycle.
And everyone's just, how did he get there? Magic.
100%. Magic it is. So thank you very much, Kendall. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll be back with you in a second with our next guest.
For both of you, please. I know you want to talk about the final, but Tom Curry and his family have been subjected to online abuse. I just wonder what you make of that, how that makes you feel.
Yeah, it's definitely, especially for me, if it's a player, if it's a coach, if it's a referee, I obviously don't support that, and I obviously feel for him. And I have spoken to him. I've spoken to him. I sent him a message as soon as I saw that's going on, because it's somebody that I respect, that I've played with against for quite a while, and I've been through it too. When we can take it as players, when it comes to us directly, it's fine. But when it comes to your family, it's totally different, and that's exactly what he said. To me, that it's really hard when the family is involved. So yeah, it's the one part of the game that we really don't enjoy. We don't mind being criticized about how we play on the field and everything like that. But when it comes personal, and we've experienced it too. His family experienced it. They got death threats. So we've been there as a rugby family as much as we compete.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by my very next guest, of course, a good friend of mine, Trent Ireton. Trent, how are you doing today?
I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah,
we're in a final. How can we complain?
I feel stressed though. I mean, my whole body has been a bundle of nerves the entire time.
Especially after last week.
I mean, everything they do to us tries to ruin my medical aid savings. I mean, it's been horrible, and I'm not getting any younger either. So,
no, definitely not.
I've decided to shave the sides of my head just to get rid of the greys they've caused me. But Trent, let's start off right in the beginning here. I mean, the dominant forces that these two teams have been going into this World Cup is just incredible, right? I mean, just a step back, not even as a Box supporter or New Zealand supporter, step back and go, wow, this is actually incredible that two teams can be so dominant in the most prestigious tournament that we had.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think both teams throughout the World Cup, obviously they've both had a loss, but everything else, they've been exceptional. South Africa and New Zealand. I'd say both sides have just been phenomenal throughout it. Build-up, I would say, you were saying, speaking to Kendall, how New Zealand were written off a bit. If you go back to the Rugby Championship before our friendly with New Zealand, we were written off when we got a hiding by New Zealand. So I think since then, both teams have really put their foot down and cemented themselves and deserved their spot in the final for sure.
Yeah, it's a self-belief that comes with, I guess, being someone in that green and gold jersey or in that black jersey. It's
100%.
just, that one or two bad performances don't define you as a team. They said to me, for some reason, that, to use a cliche, just built different, right?
Yeah.
One of the biggest things that go against this is South Africa have never conceded a try in a World Cup final, yet to concede a try, which is an incredible stat. One that's amazing. We know they show up on defense each and every time, but we also know that New Zealand, on the other hand, are one of the best, if not the all-time greatest attacking teams ever to play rugby. Right? And we expect them to throw around the ball, but the conditions don't lend themselves to that.
Right. I was just having a look at the weather. It's pouring apparently. So hopefully their biggest strength, which I think is their handling, might not be a big factor today, hopefully.
I mean, I think they went, I can't remember which game, but they went the entire game without a single knock-on, which is, I mean, insane. It's inhuman, really, especially when they throw the ball around like they do.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a real show with one of the best attacks in the world, or if not the best attack versus probably one of the best defenses. So I don't think it'll be a huge point game. I think it'll be quite tight. Yeah, so we'll see.
How nervous are you?
I'm stressing. I'm sweating.
I'm cooking. I'm there cooking.
I'm very stressed. Right? I was panicking last week, big time. I was worried we weren't going to be here. I think if we play like we did last week, we've got no chance, to be honest. But hopefully they've got it out of their system last week and they can blow them away this week.
How worried are you, performance aside from the last 2 weeks for the Boks, how worried are you about the fatigue factor, which has been a lot made of it? We talked a bit about Jesse Creel previously on the channel, and we said that he is the player who's played the most minutes out of both sets of teams going into this final. Is it something that you're concerned about? Is it something that you go into the final and you say, well, I'm here now, a little extra bit of energy, that little boost to say, well, one more game, get as much out of me as I can?
I think, playing for the Springboks, it means more. So just to put as much of your body on the line and give everything you've got, whether it's just for one more game. And while Jesse has played most of the minutes out of both teams, Springboks have fairly well rotated their squad, which a lot of teams haven't. New Zealand, for example, have had a fairly consistent team throughout the tournament. So I think in the grand scheme of things, I think our team will be quite good. Obviously, if Jesse wasn't fit enough, he wouldn't be playing, So I think he'll be all right.
I guess in my head, I have the concern that, yeah, he might not be playing, but were Lukanya fitter than he is, obviously he's been deemed not ready to return to play. The only other option we had at 13 was, in fact, possibly a Damian Willemse shifting there, which is not likely to happen, or Caden Moody, who is completely inexperienced, unfortunately, at this level, a generational talent for sure. But, I doubt that even if, Jesse could stand on two legs, they were going to say to him, well, you've got to play, right?
Yeah. After that, was it the France game, Jesus, he looked shattered.
Broken. Poor dude. And one of the fittest guys.
No, I think he'll be all right. I hope so, obviously. But of course, even regardless whether you've played 10 games before this or no games, when you play against New Zealand, it's going to be a physical game. It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
It'll never be easy. Like I said, if he wasn't ready, I don't think he'd be there.
Yeah.
So I think he'll be fine. He's been phenomenal throughout the tournament. And a lot of people didn't think he deserved to be there. So I think he's cemented himself as one of our very good 13s, and I'm sure he'll be all right.
Do you think that if the Boks are to end their campaign, unfortunately without a win today, do you still believe that this team has been successful? In your mind as South African, are you happy with what they've shown us, what they go, or are you going to walk away proud tonight if that is the situation that happens?
Without a doubt. If you think, as I said, playing for the Springboks means more than just putting on a rugby jersey and playing rugby. If you just look today, the amount of green shirts, it's just walking around town and whatnot, it's just completely gathered the nation together, and everyone is so hyped. Yeah. Of course, if we don't get the victory, everyone will be disappointed, but it's just going to be a great experience for everyone. I think that, if you go back to chasing the sun, Rassi said they're not inspirers, but they win by inspiring. So I think, or hope at least, that they will win today and inspire the nation to make it something more.
Bigger and better things. Exactly. Rassi for CEO of ESCOM, that's the way I'm thinking about it. And just to end off on our segment, I think what's really important tonight, you mentioned the conditions and just how tough it's going to be. Of course, it's raining there in Paris. It's pouring down. And we've got Wayne Barnes, one of the most experienced referees in world rugby. It's going to be tight. There's going to be probably a lot of it's going to hinge on discipline.
Yeah.
We've seen, of course, Andre Pollard has been back to start, and it's quite obvious to everyone that's mostly for his kicking ability and a cool head under pressure. How much do you think the discipline is going to factor into this? We have had very few issues with regards to our discipline going into this tournament.
Yeah.
Does that change suddenly because we're facing the All Blacks, one of our biggest foes?
Definitely, because if you go a man down against a team like the All Blacks, you're in big trouble. I think you've got to be as disciplined as you can, especially within your own half, because if it's going to be so tight, they can just take 3 points as often as they need to. So it's got to be as disciplined as you can, as tight as you can. And personally, I think if we can stay in the game within the first 20 minutes, then I think we have a great chance. As you go back to the Rugby Championship, they blew us away in those first 20 minutes, and then we came back, and if you take the 20 minutes out of it, we basically won that game. So I think if we can just keep it tight, keep disciplined, as you said, going into the half, I think if we're leading, I think we have a great chance.
Fantastic. Trent, just to end off on our segment here, a final score prediction?
I'd go...
waiting for you to say something out of turn. And
I'd go 15-12 to the Springboks, of course.
15-12 to the Springboks. Thank you very much for Trent. We'll be back very shortly with my very last guest for this pre-match build-up.
For both of you, please, I know you want to talk about the final, but Tom Curry and his family being subjected to online abuse. I just wonder what you make of that, how that makes you feel.
Yeah, it's definitely, especially for me, if it's a player, if it's a coach, if it's a referee, I obviously don't support that, and I obviously feel for him. And I have spoken to him. I've spoken to him, I sent him a message as soon as I saw that's going on, because it's somebody that I respect, that I've played with against for quite a while. And I've been through it too. I've been through it too. When we can take it as players, when it comes to us directly, it's fine. But when it comes to your family, it's totally different. And that's exactly what he said to me, that it's really hard when the family is involved. So yeah, it's the one part of the game that we really don't enjoy. You know, we don't mind being criticized about how we play on the field and everything like that. You know, but when it comes personal, and you know, we've experienced it too. Kova's his family experienced it. They got death threats. You know, so we've been there. And as a rugby family, as much as we compete, we definitely do support each other when things like this. Like it doesn't matter whether you're opposition or not. So I feel for him and I feel for his family, and I hope, you know, obviously it stops, and I hope he was able to prepare as much as he could for the game that he's playing tomorrow. So yeah, I've let him know that we are supporting him and that we're thinking of him.
Jacques? I can't say anything better. I fully agree with you.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. My next guest, I'm joined by a very controversial figure here. I'm actually too scared to be standing next to him right now, or sitting next to him, because to be very honest, I feel like I'm going to get some spillover hate. But I'm joined by Alistair de Block. Thank you very much for joining us, Alistair. You are South African, but I see you're wearing an All Blacks jersey.
You know what? Born and bred South African, but the All Blacks have my heart, and we're going to take it today.
All right. So, I mean, a Cape Crusader, but from Joburg, apparently. But nonetheless, he's here, and it's fantastic to have him, because I've got a few questions for him. I just want to know a little bit more from another perspective, because, of course, we are all very much box-sided here at Forever Sports, but, you know, we're going to give him a platform. We're going to give him a chance to explain himself a little bit. Alistair, I mean, this New Zealand side has been really special, and I'm not going to go too much into it. I was explaining to the other guys that there's a huge respect between the two countries, and we enjoy playing against each other. And I'm sure that, honestly, if you had to ask the players, they wouldn't have it any other way. The team that wins this, though, one, on statistics, of course, they would be the only team to have won 4 World Cups. But genuinely, you would have to say that that team who wins this game is truly the best team in the world right now.
Without doubt. Absolutely agree with you. Look, first team to win 4 World Cups, it's a huge thing. A team from the North could never, ever even dream of something like that.
Yeah.
And, well, if there's any team that I wouldn't mind losing the World Cup to tonight, it would be the Springboks. I said that from the start of the tournament. I'll say it now. But New Zealand are going to take it, so don't take the loss too hard, Reece.
Well, I'll try not to. Don't worry. We'll kick you out a little later on if it starts looking a bit dodgy. But a word for Sam Cane, who at times has been, I wouldn't say underwhelming, but has been kind of average. A lot of criticism for him, not so much his captaincy, but his ability as a player hasn't quite matched up to what is potentially waiting in the wings in that position in New Zealand. So my question to you is, Sam Cane has really elevated his game going into this tournament. He's showing up as a leader, coming off what has been a change in coaching, a change in team, and a couple of bad losses as well. A special word for Sam Cane and what you think of him at the moment.
Oh, captain, my captain, Sam Cane. He's a special character. Look, I think it's tough as well because shortly before he was captain in the very same position, we're looking at Richie McCaw being captain of New Zealand, and those are huge boots to fill. But as you say, like pre-World Cup, All Blacks, we were struggling. A tough time. South Africa beating us 35-7 leading into the World Cup was tough. Losing that first game against France, I had my doubts. But the leadership ability that he showed to rally the troops, bring them together, All Blacks are at the best that they've, I don't know if that they've ever been, but that they can be right now. I mean, we look at after that France loss, putting wins of 70 points on Uruguay and against Namibia, and then 96 on Italy. It's a terrifying All Blacks team. This, when they're on their best rugby, they're unstoppable.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of that is down to Sam Cane's leadership, and we even saw, like, I think it was the Ireland game. He had an absolute stunner.
Yeah.
And it was just
blinder of a game.
Exactly, leading from the front. And if he can put on that kind of performance again today, I think the boys will follow suit. And the fourth World Cup is going back to Aotearoa.
Okay. Oh, wow. Very beautiful. Yeah, he's getting a bit frisky over here, so I'll try and keep this as short as possible. But a word then as well for Artie Sevilla, who is in line for World Player of the Year next to Eben Etzebeth, Anton Dupont. You know, these are huge names, and he fully deserves the credit that he's been given there. He's coming up, though, against a loose trio unit in Dwayne Vermeulen, Peter Steph-Toya, and, of course, Siamthanda Kolisi. And it's just, it is a lot. We know he relishes that battle. He certainly, you know, put a decent hit on Eben not so long ago that was remembered quite well. You know, no one sends Eben back very often. But if you had to look at those loose trios in particular, on their day, who comes out on top?
I don't know how to answer this properly, because when it comes to, I mean, you expect on the World Cup final day that both of these teams are going to be on their absolute best. And when both of these loose trios are at their best, how can you actually compare them? My heart tells me, of course, that the New Zealand loose trio is going to come out on top. But my head tells me that when you're up against the likes of Dwayne Vermeulen and Siya Kolisi, and it's tough to consider how New Zealand could trump that. But like I said earlier, my faith remains in the All Blacks.
Yeah.
And when they're in the form that they're in as they are now, you know, like we win our semi-finals by 38 points, you sneak by 1 point against an underwhelming English team. So
no. I mean, they showed up on the day, to be fair, and they did their job. And as with any team, they can show up with the quality of player that they have. And for me, England did just that, and we were off. Admittedly, we were 100% off, but it doesn't happen very often. And for us to still get the win, I think only galvanizes the guys to perform better. But I guess we'll see. We don't have to go any too deep into that. You saw, of course, now that you mentioned that 1.1, the effect of Oxenchair and the bomb squad, and that even the modified bomb squad, a 5-3 squad, come on and demolish the English and really turn that game around. But are you just as afraid of that bomb squad tag?
I am terrified of the bomb squad. We saw what 7-1 did to us in that game before the World Cup at Twickenham. Those Seven Oaks came on and absolutely dismantled our All Black team.
Yeah.
And I've got a feeling that something like that may happen again tonight if we don't play it too well. I think what's going to be crucial tonight, Reese, is those first 20 minutes. If we can be on top of it in the first 20 and take a 10 to 15 point lead, the Springboks might just, you know, get in their heads a little bit and struggle. But
I tend to agree with you, to be very honest.
But I think it all lies within those first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
If the Springboks can keep us at bay for the first 20 minutes, and then they bring that bomb squad on at about 50, 60 minutes, I believe that there may be a trophy tour in Johannesburg in a week from now.
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree. I really do think it boils down to the early game, or at least the first half. I'd spoken earlier to some other guests about the statistics going into it, especially when the Boks are playing, that if they are just in with a sniff at halftime or ahead at halftime, they usually close the game out every single time.
That's what I'm scared of.
I mean, so to give you some stats to finish off here, some that perhaps you haven't heard before, but New Zealand hold the record for the highest and lowest Rugby World Cup final victory. 34 points in 2015 against Australia and 8 points against France in 2011. So they're capable of doing both, keeping that tight game, but also completely demolishing other teams as well. No team has ever come back from behind at halftime in a World Cup final. New Zealand hold the record for the biggest and narrowest halftime lead in a Rugby World Cup final. So again, not only at the end of the game, but also at halftime, they've had the biggest and the smallest leads. No final has ever seen both teams level on the scoreboard at halftime. And Joel Stransky is the only player to have kicked more than one drop goal in a Rugby World Cup final, with 2 against the All Blacks in 1995. So ending on that stat, I wanted to just ask you, do you think we're going to see more of that today? I think that there's a game plan in place that get Andre Pollard in position, even Richie Mo'unga in position, or Beauden Barrett, that I think we're going to see a few pots of goal.
Look, I think the stats show that the All Blacks can do it all. No matter what the situation is,
it's not what I wanted you to
they can rise up
at all.
But no, I hear you. I was expecting South Africa to select Mani Libbok to start, as they've been doing the whole tournament. It's a bit of a shake-up here seeing Andre Pollard, and I think what you're asking is hitting the nail on the head. Get him into a position where he can kick, he can drop at goal, get points on the board. At the end of the day, if you win a Rugby World Cup final, it doesn't matter how ugly the rugby is. Points on the board is what matters. We saw that in 2011 against France. That was one of the ugliest games of rugby I can remember, but we won a World Cup doing it. And if it's a similar situation today where it may have to go down to drop goals, it could happen.
And to talk quickly, obviously we just finished off. I want to find out from you a final score prediction. What does the heart say and what does the head say?
Heart. 32-12, New Zealand.
Okay, very specific.
Head. New Zealand will still win it, but by 2 points. It'll be a close one.
By 2 points. Yeah. Well, you heard it here first, guys. Thank you so much for joining us for this pre-match show. We'll head over and you'll be joined by Stevie P, of course, for the watch-along. Please stay with him. Please send him all your comments, the ones that you may have wanted to direct to me, and he will certainly try and get to them. Please do subscribe to the channel, but also please do check the link in the description. We have a predict and win article in there by Boyle Sports. Go there, lay down your prediction, and if you are correct, you'll get a free bet with Boyle Sports. So for now, I'm Reza. I'll see you again at halftime.
Hello. Good evening. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is finally here, ladies and gentlemen. It is finally here. We are just minutes, literally minutes, less than 30 minutes away from the 2023 Rugby World Cup final. My name is Stevie P. I will be your host this evening. And how are we feeling? I've seen nervous Bok fans in the comments. I've seen nervous All Blacks fans in the comments as well. I don't think anyone's going into this with too much confidence. The bookies are making, I think it's a 3 or 4 point line, for example. It is set to be one of the great matches. You know, this could be one of the best finals of all time. It could be one of the most anticipated finals of all time. And we are finally almost here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel if you are new. I can see there's over 13,000 people watching over here. So what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to start getting involved here. I need a couple of things from you. I need you to start hitting that like button. Let's get up to 1,000 likes. I need you to start hitting that subscribe button. We are past 60,000 subscribers. You see how it says road to 60,000 subscribers? We are past that, which means it's the next goal. 65, 70. What can we get to tonight? It's all up to you, people. And then the last thing I want to start doing right now is I want you to start giving in a check-in. We're going to do score predictions in about 10 minutes time. I want you to start checking in. I want to know where you guys are watching from and who you are supporting. So, Steve from Johannesburg supporting the Boks. That kind of thing. That's what I'm looking for from out of you guys. I want to see you guys getting done because, you know, it's after all the anticipation, the build-up. You know, we waited to see who was going to be in this final, and yeah, it's been a very, very long and emotional World Cup, to be brutally honest. And yeah, I cannot wait to see who is going to be the team to lift that. That is what we are playing for, the William Webb Ellis Trophy. We have lifted it 3 times. New Zealand have lifted it 3 times. Who will lift it tonight for a record 4th time? That is what we're here to find out, ladies and gentlemen. That is what is at stake. And yeah, I mean, just what an absolutely phenomenal occasion. The 2 most successful rugby sides of all time go head to head. The old foe, as we call New Zealand. So I'm seeing over here, I'm seeing Heidelberg. Now we have lost it. Heidelberg, Germany for the box. I am seeing who else is over here? I'm seeing somebody from South Africa. I'm seeing Rudaput. I'm seeing where we are. Come on, let me know where you guys are watching from. I want to see a couple of locations. I'm seeing Cape Town, Rocks for Bokke. I'm seeing Sepang from South Africa. Yeah, let's get checking in. Let me know where you guys are from. We do a bit of a thing called almost like international bingo, where we try and tick off all the various countries and continents all over the world. So we want to start doing that. Tim Vandenberg is watching in London saying, go Bokke. So yeah, I want to know where you guys are watching from. We're going to have a look at the teams, aren't we? To see which 23 will be taking, what 23 players will take into the field tonight for either side. 7-1 split, a 5-3 split. Very experienced players. I mean, Sam Whiteblock, 2 World Cup wins already to his name. Could become a record 3rd World Cup winner, for example. Players that are retiring at the end of this game. Dwayne Vermeulen, Sam Whiteblock, Sam Cade, for example. Lots of players hanging up their boots after this game. So it's going to be absolutely mental. And I need you guys to start, as I said, checking in. I'm seeing Austria. I'm seeing Germany. I'm seeing Windhoek. Rustenburg, all the way from Zimbabwe, and Matt Spingo from Dynamite Cruise. And yeah, let's get going here, people. Let's have a look at the All Black team, shall we? And we'll go through it a bit. We're going to look at the All Black side. We're going to look at the Springbok side and kind of see where this game might be won and lost, as well as, you know, who we need to watch out for from a South African fan, and maybe who New Zealand need to look out for in terms of the Springboks. So without any further ado, let's have a look at what the All Blacks, what the All Black side Ian Foster has named. And yeah, where we need to be a bit wary of the All Blacks in about 20 minutes time when the kickoff finally happens. Right, so as you can see, experience, and a lot more experience for the All Blacks. It's an unchanged team, really, apart from Sam Whitelock and Brodie Retallick switching out from last weekend. And Ian Foster very much has his 23. He knows the players he can rely on. He knows the players that he believes will get him a result. And there are lots of players as a Bok fan to watch out for in that 23. History could be made. Sam Whitelock, as I mentioned, the most capped All Black of all time, looking to become the first player ever to win a third Rugby World Cup. Will Jordan needs one try to become the all-time record holder for the most tries in a Rugby World Cup. There's quality across that New Zealand side. Geordie Barrett, what a tournament he's having. Mark Taleb, World Breakthrough Player of the Year nominee. Artie Sevilla, World Player of the Year nominee, alongside the likes of Ebenezebe. So, as I said, there's just so many players to watch out for. Where's this game going to be won? Up front. Up front. It all comes down to the packs. It all comes down to who will dominate the set piece. And that's what both coaches have said. They've talked about, Ian Foster have talked about how they need to be solid up front with the set piece. Jacques Nielba has also talked about the importance of the set piece. Both teams attack off the set piece. And you don't dominate, you don't get that ascendancy at set piece, you are going to struggle. And so that's going to be a very interesting point of the game. And I think whoever dominates early will have that early ascendancy, and that's what I'm so excited to see, is exactly who is going to be able to dominate from the get-go, get that front foot. That front row battle is going to be huge. The likes of an Ethan de Groot next to Frans Malherbe, up against Frans Malherbe, Stephen Kitsov up against Taro Lomax, the bomb squad, the 7-1 split by the Springboks. How do the All Blacks counter that, for example? Can they counter that? Are they going to try and run this Springbok side rugged and try and nullify, that 7-1 split, and try and move the Bok forwards around and try and tire them out? What is the plan there? What are they going to try and do? There's a lot that they need to try and do. They're going to try and nullify this Bok side. But in terms of which Bok side it is, let's have a look at the team that Jacques Nielba has named. A couple of changes, the 7-1 split, so much to talk about. And if you missed it, these are the 23 players that will be taken to the park in less than 15 minutes. Got too much affinity to either side, to be perfectly honest. He's done 110 tests before. The only person who's more experienced in a test match on Saturday than Wayne Barnes, well, I believe. Apologies, there's a slight technical difficulty. We'll have a look at it in just a second. I'm just trying to sort that out and find out why it's not working. So just give me 2 seconds and we'll have a look at that. But yeah, let me know what your score predictions are, by the way, and what you think, where you think this game's going to be won, and what you're looking forward to the most of this game. Which players you're looking forward to watching. It's gonna be an interesting game. I think there's a lot to say about the bench of both teams. I think obviously that's going to be such a big play from the Boks. The fact that they're going with the 7-1 split, and will it pay off? What only time will tell. Only time will tell whether it's going to work or not. We're busy watching a performance as well in the build lead up to the final. So yeah, we'll wait and hopefully it's quite a vibe over there. We are getting some information on the ground, and that is that it is a bit of drizzly and a bit wet over there. It doesn't look too bad at the moment, so hopefully it does sort of clear up a little bit. But yeah, the news from the ground is that it is a bit wet at the moment, and hopefully we will. It'll still be pretty good conditions. Right, I do finally have the team ready for you in theory. So let's have a look at the 23 from the Boks. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. The 7-1 split. What a ballsy call. I cannot still believe that the Boks have gone with that 7-1 split. There were rumors and people talking about the fact that they reckon it was going to change and that, it was a bluff and that there was going to be an injury in inverted commas and they were going to move towards a different split. They have not. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, they are currently walking out. Sia Khaleesi, Sam Cane lead their teams out. They walk past that William Webber's trophy. One of these teams will be lifting that trophy in just about 2 hours' time, almost exactly, as long as we don't get extra time and the like. So it is now time to get hyped. It is now time. All the anticipation, all the predictions, all the emotions, put it to the side, bottle it up, or let it out. How are we feeling? Because I'm absolutely panicking. I'll be the first one to admit I'm panicking here. I'm like excited, nervous. It's just an absolute culmination of emotions here, and I cannot wait for this game to finally get underway. And yeah, it's going to be absolutely epic. We've got the anthems underway very soon, and then we will have the haka, obviously. We're going to have to. I think we're going to meet some dignitaries usually. So the anthems, and then we'll be underway, ladies and gentlemen. 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. And it's going to be epic. That is the only way I can describe it. It's going to be epic. But let's have the national anthem of New Zealand, shall we? Goosebumps. Absolute goosebumps watching that. I'm almost a bit emotional on it, ladies and gentlemen. It is 2 minutes to go as the All Blacks go and line up for the haka. The haka before the World Cup final. We have kickoff in, it's a matter of seconds now. It's a matter of seconds. We have got just the haka. That's the last formality before we will have kickoff. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your last opportunity to give me your score predictions. We've got a link in the description. Go and predict the score and win. And you can win free bets. We're going to be giving out free bets throughout this stream, as well as at halftime. We'll be giving away 4 free bets to the value of 100 Rand each. But you can only get those free bets if you are signed up for BOYLESPORTS, who are one of our partners. A big shout out to BOYLESPORTS as well as BitDefender, who are powering the stream. BOYLESPORTS are bringing you some of the best markets out there. And for your betting, go and check them out. They've got some amazing promotions, in-play betting as well. And make sure you go and sign up for BOYLESPORTS. Link in the description, because we will be giving away free bets throughout the show. And then BitDefender are providing some world-class cybersecurity. Make sure that you are sorted for your stream, and make sure you're ready to watch. We have got, it's underway. There is the haka. Everyone's watching on. He's got a bit of a disinterested look about him. Will we do anything? We never really do, actually. We don't really react to the haka usually. So it'll be interesting to see if anything's going to happen. He looks a bit bemused, does Eben Etzebeth, as Aaron Smith does lead the haka. For some of these players, the last time they will do the haka, and the likes of an Aaron Smith, Sam Whitelock, Brody Retallick. Sia Kadisi watches on with a steely look to his face. There we go, lads. Here we go. Almost ready. I want to know score predictions. As I said, the last opportunity to get your score predictions in. Please also continue to like the button. We've almost got 30,000 people watching, by the way. Let me know where you're watching from. I want to know where you're watching from. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And yeah, let's see if we can get up to 65,000 subscribers maybe. I mean, literally, that 27,000 people. I reckon there's a good 10,000 of you that aren't subscribed. So I reckon we can make this 70,000 if we actually wanted to. So right now, let's have a bit of a game. Before kickoff, let's see how many subscribers we can get to. Let's see if we can get to like 63 or 65,000 subscribers. Because there's over 27,000 of you guys over there. Are we ready, lads? Are we ready? I don't think you're ready. I don't know if I'm ready, to be honest. New Zealand, we play on the right-hand side of the field. Trying to work out who we're going to have kickoff here. I might actually have to grab myself a beer just to hydrate. You know, it's important to hydrate yourself during these games. So I hope you guys have got your beverages lined up, and I hope that you guys are ready for what is going to be 80 minutes of panic, stress, emotion, the works. It is going to be absolutely insane. Insane. Last few words coming from the captain, both captains, and we are now into the final seconds before we have. I just want to kick off. You know, I just want to get going. You know, all the stress. I'm going to actually grab a beer. I need. Oh, I was in the back of my chair. Yeah, it's time to get going, isn't it? It's time to get going, and it looks like All Blacks will have kickoff. So South Africa just start well. Just catch the ball, start well. Big moments here, big games. This is the games where you write your name into history. You know, this is where you go and get, you know, man of the match performance this year, World Cup winners. Etch your name on that Webber's trophy. Put this honor next to your game. Cheers, everybody. Let's have a great game. Right, so New Zealand playing right to left as Beauden Barrett has ball in hand. Where's he going to go? Right, left, down the centre. Wayne Barnes, the referee, in the middle today. What a game for him. Carl Dixon, Matthew Carley, and Tom Foley are his assistants, all from England. An all-England panel. Luke Pearce apparently is on standby should there be an injury, which there actually has been during the World Cup. A couple of referees have had to actually be replaced. So that's quite an important appointment to make in terms of the reserve referee. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have kickoff. They go down the centre of the park. It's a first touch for Damien Willemse, who immediately goes to the boot, looking for touch down that right-hand side. It's a very good clearance from Damien Willemse onto the halfway line. Solid start, solid moment. And that's what you need, just to calm things down. You know, just catch the ball, find a good clearance. First set piece here inside their own half here for Dan Coles, who's starting for the All Blacks. Goes to the front of the line, Shannon Brazil. Aaron Smith going to Richie Mwanga. Richie Mwanga into the midfield to Jordy Barrett. To Mark Talea. Up towards Bowden Barrett. He fires it out to Will Jordan. 8 tries so far for him in the tournament. Kicks deep. And it is fielded. And Daniel Villiers has a bit of time yet to find his clearance. Once again, calls the mark, takes a bit of time and finds another clearance at the halfway line. So from one end to the other, from a width perspective, staying on the halfway line. So South Africa already looking to try and set up those, play a territory game. We generally do, you know. It's about getting into New Zealand's half. We do go and contest, and it just popped up. Eventually falls to Aaron Smith, who goes short to Richie Mwanga. Mwanga goes behind, and it's left it through. Kirk Lawrence has kicked it through, but taken out in the process as Dane Coles has to go back. And Stephen Kitsov is up there. He gets the handoff away. It's eventually his legs are taken out by Franco Mostert. Ball available there for Aaron Smith. Siakalisi coming with a big counter-rack. Pops it out towards Artie Severe. Artie Severe getting over the advantage line. Good work there from him. Just outside 22 on the right-hand side here for the All Blacks. As Aaron Smith takes a bit of time here. He's going to go to the box kick. Lifted high in the air. And it's going to be a test here for Damien Willemse. And it's allowed to bounce, and it falls back the side of the All Blacks. Forced to Brody Retallick. I think it's a knock-on advantage. Oh, that's a huge hit from Eben Etzebeth. Jordy Barrett eventually brought down. There's a player down, by the way, off the ball on the right-hand side. They're not entirely sure who it is. Tyrell Lomax with his first carry. Eben Etzebeth missing it. They're going to go back for the knock-on advantage there. Oh my goodness. And the one player we couldn't really afford to lose is Bongi Manambi, who is down. He had a horrible build-up to the week with that whole sort of racial slur incident between England, which was cleared up, but not the week he would have liked to have had in the build-up to a World Cup final. And he's down and receiving a bit of treatment. Doesn't look too serious. You can just see almost, just sitting on the back of his foot there to Shannon Fazal. So we have to wait and see. But this is, not a player we would like to lose early on in the game for South Africa. Time is off, reminds us, Wayne Barnes. Bongi Manambi taking a bit of time. I think they'll give him as much time as needed. We will resume with the scrum, so pretty important to have a hooker up and ready. Deon Free's up and he's actually being ready. So I think this could be an early replacement. Or is he going to sit back down? Imagine Deon Free's going to have to... Imagine he has to come on and play 78 minutes and hooker after that. Oh, we're going to have a TMO check here. Non-tight. This could be for foul play. Lower leg. This could be for Shannon Brazil for the injury, actually. So this could be a penalty for South Africa in a very kickable position. And if this is foul play, then we're looking at a potential yellow card to Shannon Brazil, who would be one of the big players for them to lose. Yeah, he's from the... that's horrendous from Shannon Brazil. He's not even trying to think. He just goes down there and just collapses on his leg. It's very dangerous. He could be in trouble here, Shannon Brazil, which would be huge if he gets an early yellow card. I think it's at the yellow card threshold. Sounds like they're going to lose. Yep, number 6 has been called by Wayne Barnes. We're going to have an early yellow card here. Yeah, there it is. That's a big... And it's a big player to lose to the bin. So New Zealand... down to 14 men. An early penalty here for the Boks is probably the main thing. You can go and try and take the 3 points here. So the big thing, though, is Bongi Manambi going to be able to continue? Because, goodness me, this would be a huge player to lose early on. One of the most irreplaceable players we have. It's taking a while. He's back up to his features, Bongi Manambi. I'm trying to work out if Deon Free's actually come on or whether he's going to be able to stay on. Yeah, he's not happy as Bongi Manambi. I think we're getting about to... I think he's going to have to go off. But Andre Pollard's going to go for poles here, which is going to give Bongi Manambi a bit of time to just try and walk it off, try and sort of put some pressure on there, see if he can continue. He needs to try and continue, really. Yeah, he's desperate to stay on. I'm not convinced about this. He looks like he's in a lot of pain. He's back up and he's doing everything he can to try and stay on. Deon Free is being ready and is ready to come on if he needs be. But meanwhile, Andre Pollard is going to line up his first... and by the way, it's a red card check as well. So this could actually be upgraded to a red card. And Andre Pollard Not taking too long. Puts his head down. And it's come off the pole, but straight in. Yeah, it's a bit of a close one from Andre Pollard, but he does manage to split the, well, eventually split the poles off the upside. So South Africa do take first blood. They go 3-0 up, but we might be losing Bongi Manambi in the process, which is, yeah, not the right, not the type of person you want to be able to lose. And he's off. He is off as Bongi Manambi. An epic tournament. He probably would have finished the game as captain. And I suppose this is where that 7-1 split can come into play. The fact that we do have so many forwards. But that is absolutely heartbreaking for Bongi Manambi. We saw Carl Sinclair going off in the World Cup final 4 years ago. And Bongi Manambi, top dog, one of our top performers, leaves after just 3 minutes. Shannon Frizzell currently under a red card review. Don't commit him at the restart. Good take from him. Faf de Klerk taking a bit of a while to go. And he goes to the box kick, lifts it high in the air. Eben Etzebeth going down quickly. Arnsel trying to get up there to try and put a bit of pressure on Richie Mwanga. Sia Khaleesi arriving as well. The halfway line on the left-hand side. Back inside goes Dodi Retallick. In his last game in an all-black shirt. Well over 100 caps for the big block. Artie Severe. Now the All Blacks going down the left-hand side. Taro Lomax runs into Stephen Kitsoff and Sia Khaleesi. And it's been ripped in the tackle. No, it's available there. Transfer Herbert looking for the counter ruck. Aaron Smith goes on the left-hand side. Richie Moore goes to Mark Tilley. He's got a bit of space. Comes back inside. Faf de Klerk and Kirkley Arns are there to complete the tackle. Right up against the touchline. They go down the right-hand side to Bowden Barrett, first receiver. Now Ethan de Groot. Brought down by Dion Fourie. Aaron Smith goes back to Bowden Barrett. Brodie Retallick once again carries well. Now Ethan de Groot. Quickly up the line there was Eben Etzebeth. Good tackle from the big lock. And Dion Fourie down there trying to make a use of himself. That is the only good news, though, is that we've got a good fetcher onto the park. But, yeah, the 37-year-old, 38-year-old Dion Fourie is going to have to go the distance and have to play a full 78 minutes. Aaron Smith now taking a while, going to the box kick. Talea is chasing. This will be Andre Pollard underneath it. It's a great take from Andre Pollard. He's going to be, it's around the neck almost from Geordie Barrett, but eventually does release. No penalty advantage. Faf de Klerk goes to Dion Fourie. Not the best pass. Well taken from Dion Fourie. On the 10-meter line, inside our own half here are the box. Faf de Klerk just taking his time. He's going to go to the box kick once again. Lifts it high. He wants Eben Etzebeth. Kurtley Arnser underneath this. Kurtley Arnser! It comes loose. Falls back to Dan Coles. Good contest in the air from Kurtley Arnser. Putting a lot of pressure on them. So far, Faf de Klerk's been pretty accurate so far with that box kick. New Zealand inside their own half. Aaron Smith fires it back to Bowden Barrett. Bowden Barrett now going to the boot. This time will be Cheslin Colby and Damien Willemse involved. Damien Willemse gets up. Damien Willemse is hammered in the tackle, but takes it very well. Turnover possession, and it goes to Damien Delendi. His first carry of the day, getting away from one. Eventually brought down by Ethan de Groot as well as Brodie Retallick. Retallick asking the question if they weren't off their feet. Wayne Barnes saying nothing. Now, little chip over the top from Andre Pollard for Cheslin Colby to chase. Bit of a fumble from Will Jordan. The ball's come loose. And Bowden Barrett's had to dive on the ball, and he's a little bit isolated. Jesse Creel trying to get his hands on the ball. Ball goes back towards Geordie Barrett. Very, very good energy so far from the box. Really enjoying the start, putting All Blacks under a lot of pressure. Now they pop it up to the captain, Sam Cane. Taking a while, here's Aaron Smith. Good intensity so far from the box. Ball is inside, so he can get a touch, which is probably what you might look to do. No, he's going to keep it inside. Up against the touchline for Damien Willemse. What is he going to do? He's looking to run as Damien Willemse. Pops it up to PSDF Detroit. PSDF Detroit decides to carry himself. Faf de Klerk on a bit of pressure. Damien Willemse once again. Damien Willemse almost through a half gap. Brought down by Artie Severe. Faf de Klerk goes to Andre Pollard. Pollard fires it out towards Eben Etzebeth. Eben Etzebeth carries hard over Sam Cane. Quick ball from Faf de Klerk to Andre Pollard. Pollard goes to Damien Delendi. Damien Delendi to Kurtley Arnser. Kurtley Arnser steps inside of Bowden Barrett. Runs it to Mark Tilley. Good support there from Sia Khaleesi. Ball available for Faf de Klerk on the right-hand side here for the box. Now to Stephen Kitsoff. Spicy Plum. To Pollard. Pollard lifts it high in the air. That's probably gone too far. This could be marked. Jason Colby's going to have to do a lot of effort there. It comes loose. Forced to Geordie Barrett. He's hit by Damien Delendi. That's brilliant pressure. There we go, lads. And it's just gone straight off the side of the Geordie Barrett's boot. It will be attacking out for the box. Jason Colby stayed down here. Not what we need to see either. I think he's just a little bit winded in the early set piece here for Dion Fourie. Good kick from Pollard. Slightly deeper than I think he would have liked it. But Cheslin Colby getting up and just competing well. And then the great pressure from JC Creel on Geordie Barrett to create that miss kick. It will be a line-up for the box inside New Zealand 22. Dion Free will now have the throwing duties for the rest of the match. Right, big moment here. And there's still a review, by the way, of Shannon Frizzell. I think we might have to have a decision here from him. Be very big if he were to get a red card and they'll lose him for the rest of the game. Okay, so it is going to be a change decision. It will not be a line-out for the box. It will be a scrum for New Zealand, apparently knocking on this Cheslin Colby when he did compete for that. So it will be a scrum, first scrum of the day, in fact. And I just want to see what this decision on Shannon Frizzell is. He's got seconds left on his yellow card, so there must be a decision coming. I mean, I think it could be red. Big decision here. My biggest thing in terms of a red card is that it might sound harsh for Shannon Frizzell, but there was no intent to even try and actually remove him. You know, he just basically collapsed straight on his leg. You know, it's incredibly dangerous. It wasn't like it was a good clean-out gone wrong. It was a dreadful clean-out. So it's a big decision in the game. I don't think they will upgrade to the red. I think it's too big of a decision for them to make in such an early stage. I think different game, different time, they might make the big decision, but I don't see them upgrading it to a red card. You know, 2 minutes into the game. Well, 7 minutes now, but the incident happened 2 minutes into the game. 924 kgs, by the way, and that's with Dion Fourie, who's about good 10 kgs lighter than Bongi Manambi, I reckon. Right, big scrum, yo, lads, big scrum. In the far right hand side for the All Blacks. Not a bad shove. Artie Severe, bit of a messy ball there for Aaron Smith. Good intensity here from the box. Good scrum as well. Had a bit of a second shove. Didn't really manage to sort of hammer home an advantage. And Aaron Smith's at the bottom of the ruck. So just taking a while before Dane Coles picks up and goes to try and get Aaron Smith from up from the bottom of the ruck. The last game Aaron Smith will play for the All Blacks. What a legendary career he has had. One of my favourite players to watch. Now Aaron Smith does go to the boot and he is going to find touch. So it will be an early line-out share for the box. Cheslin Colby running back. He reckons he's trying to tempt him to take it quickly. And no, it'll be a line just past the 10-meter line. So Dion Fourie needs to start getting his throwing gloves out here. And they go short today. Just go straight from here. And they go to Damien Delindi. Big tackle on Damien Delindi coming from Artie Severe. As well as Sam Kane. Artie Severe throwing him down to the ground. And Faf de Klerk had a bit of pressure popping it up. And they're looking to try and set up a rolling more here. Saka's good though. So Physicality provides it to Faf de Klerk. A little bit of innovation there from the box, but read well by the All Blacks. Cheslin Colby now chasing an up and under from Faf de Klerk. And it's a good mark being taken there from Richie Mo'unga. Big hit on them from Pierre Steph the Toy as well. I'm a bit confused about the Shannon Frizzell situation because it still says yellow/red, but it's past the 5 meter, which means it should be just a yellow card. They should have made a decision on that, whether they're going to upgrade it or not. And they've not found touch. They have the All Blacks. Right, so opportunity now for Damien Willemse. He puts it in the air and will chase it himself. It's going to be just outside 22 as well. And it's good covering there. Oh, big tackle on there on Richie Mo'unga. Right up against the touchline, but he manages to stay in. Sia Khaleesi with a good counteract. Aaron Smith fires it away towards Tyrone Lomax. New Zealand struggling to get outside their half. It's good intensity here so far from the box in the early stages of this game. Aaron Smith rolling it back. And he goes pretty long. Will Jordan chasing hard. Cheslin Colby there. Almost a bit of a fumble. Looking for a bit of space to Cheslin Colby. Sees a bit of space on that right-hand side. Not a great kick, but it's going to work out pretty well towards Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse sees a bit of space. Decides to put the chip in the head on Bowden Barrett. And he's out. Good work there. Come on. Springbok line inside the 22. Wasn't the best kick, but it actually worked out very well. Advantage from Cheslin Colby. And a lot of pressure. Saw the space. And he wanted to try and put the cross kick in, but Yeah, it kind of just sort of sliced back towards Damian Willemse. Had a bit of space down that right-hand side. Wanted to put in the grubber through. You can see Cheslin Colby, well, Jesse Creel was calling for it. And it wasn't his best kick. And as Bowden Barrett picked up, Jesse Creel was there to try and to bundle him into touch. So it will be a attacking line-out here for the Boks. Inside the 22. Dion Ferree, right. First line was taken short. Now they go to Evan Etzebeth. Good line-out. Rolling more here from the Boks here. First real attacking opportunity here. Dion Ferree controlling things at the back. Trying to keep things in as long as possible. It's pretty well defended so far here from the All Blacks. Line is over, it calls Wayne Barnes. Faf de Klerk comes to grab the ball. Now it's going to get a little bit of an ascendancy on the Boks. But right up against the touchline, so they need to try and make that ball available. It is available. Faf de Klerk goes to Pieter-Steph du Toit. Mark Talea making a good tackle. Him, ball available for Faf de Klerk once again. Popping it up towards Franco Mostert. He puts his head down. Now to Frans Malherbe. The big tight head. Stephen Kitshoff carrying strongly now. Faf de Klerk going, good angle from Andre Pollard. Thought about the pop, decided not to use it, go, fires it out wide. Damian Willemse on the outside, gives it to Cheslin Colby. Cheslin Colby comes on the inside, runs back towards a bit of support, spins away from one, gets up and goes again. On the 5 meter here on the Boks. Frans Malherbe. Bobby Skinstad predicted him to score a try. And penalty, thank you for impeding Faf de Klerk. Decision time now here for the Boks. It could be 3 points. They might go for the corner. Wouldn't be the easiest opportunity for Andre Pollard, but he's a quality goal kicker, so they might back him. So I think he's going to come back on here, Shannon Frizzell. Okay, so the yellow card will remain a yellow card. So Shannon Frizzell, I don't think he'll come on now, but I think it should just be a few more seconds. So maybe one more play. They are taking the points here on the Boks. Yeah, they are taking the Boks. He has been confirmed. Siya Kolisi, they're going to take the points here. Really positive start this from the Boks. We've looked really good early on. Just got to keep this momentum up. Yeah, cleverly won there from Faf de Klerk. I think it was actually Cody Taylor who comes across and kicks that ball. I think Faf de Klerk's antics next to Ethan de Groot was not actually the reason that penalty was given. Andre Pollard, he has not missed a kick. Touch word, he has not missed a kick this World Cup. And he has still not missed a kick this World Cup. 6-0, Shannon Frizzell getting ready to come back on. So he walked off and South Africa got 6 points. Did a very solid start, I'm very, very chuffed with this. Taking the 3 points, opening up a 6-point gap. The intensity's been really good. From a territory perspective, we've been camped out in New Zealand's half, which is what you want. He is back on the park, so New Zealand back to a full contingent. Important now for the Boks to continue this kind of momentum, continue playing in the New Zealand's half. New Zealand will have good periods in this game. The All Blacks will have to wait for that, but so far a good start. Wayne from Mullen, big carry from him off the kickoff. Slow ball here from Faf de Klerk. Asks for a blocker in the form of Pieter-Steph du Toit. Faf de Klerk goes into the air. Kurt Lawrence is getting up there to compete. And Kurt Lawrence, I think it's come off him. I think this will be an All Black line-out. Taken quickly by Mark Talea. Throws it back to Bowden Barrett. Bowden Barrett goes to Geordie Barrett. Geordie Barrett shapes to kick, then decides to go himself. Franco Mostert is there. Dion Ferree is looking for that potential post. Quick defense here. Mwanga popping it up. And there's a bit of space down here for the All Blacks. So Shannon Frizzell. Big tackle on him. Penalty advantage here from the All Blacks. Mark Talea taking on off the ball is the call. Faf de Klerk being penalised for being a little bit overcommitted, a little bit too boisterous there. Trying to get quickly. Geordie Barrett asks for the ball. Interesting to see if this will be for the kicking team. No, they're going to go for the corner here, are the All Blacks. Backing themselves, backing the line out. Geordie Barrett, where will he find touch? I think it's about by the 22. I don't think it's too far. Yeah, as you can see, Faf de Klerk taking out Mark Talea. Just didn't need to do it at all. He needed to just wait for the pass to come. It was a good tackle on Shannon Frizzell. But just being a little bit over-eager, there's Faf de Klerk. He is so important to that rush defense. Right, Cody Taylor, just to tell the 22. Brody Retallick, your obvious target here. Scott Barrett lurking around the back. They've reshuffled. And it is going to be... Eventually Scott Barrett... Oh, it's almost stolen by Eben Etzebeth. And Dave Cole's coming around the corner, goes back into George. Oh my goodness, that was lined up, and what a tackle that is. Mark Talair, pick up and go. Peter Steph the Toy, absolutely lining up Geordie Barrett and hammering him in the tackle. Their big counter-attack coming from Francois Herber. Pick up and go once again from the All Blacks. They go into the 22. First real opportunity for them. And penalty advantage. Shit, that'll be 6 points to 3. Shannon Frizzell picks up and goes. Aaron Smith, bit of a free roll of the dice here. Mark Talair. 8 face here for the All Blacks. It's great handling. Broden Barrett slightly isolated. Pick up and go from Scott Barrett off the ground. Still the possession here. They're going to their 10th phase here to the All Blacks. Ethan de Groot met hard in the tackle. Good work there from the defence. Now Shannon Frizzell. Still penalty advantage. Geordie Barrett kick over the top for Artie Severe. Depending on the bounce of the ball. And they'll go back for the penalty. Came out of nowhere, David Valencia. That chip over the top from Geordie Barrett looked perfect. But I was starting to panic. There was just nobody out there. And the right bounce. Could have seen him grab it and go. But right in front of the poles, I imagine that Richie Mwanga will take the 3 points here and halve the deficit. Ethan de Groot down and receiving a bit of treatment. Sam Kane needs to make a decision here. I'll be very surprised they don't take the points. It's a World Cup final. Yeah, they are going to have a shot at goal here. No foul play. They had a check there. They said there was a contact to the head, but no foul play. And a bit of blood nose here, I think, for Ethan de Groot, which means that, no, he's fine. He's holding his nose, but no blood or anything like that. So no foul play. They are going to take the points here. It's good handling. There was great hands there. That little offload there from, the little behind the back pass from Geordie Barrett is dirty. And then Richie Mwanga with almost the basketball pass. Very, very nice handling there from the All Blacks. First time they've really started to show a bit of their hand. And they've got the penalty. So Richie Mwanga should halve the deficit here. 6 points to 3 after about 70 minutes is what we expect it to be. Richie Mwanga, he didn't kick particularly well last weekend, but this is a very straightforward opportunity. It does go straight down the middle, so New Zealand get their first point on the board, 6 points to 3. An interesting stat as we start to move towards the middle of the first half. Yeah, so a slight elbow there from Peter Steph the Toy, but he was nice and low. No real intent. Back to Dwayne from Mulan. Is that no team has ever lost after leading at half time. That shows you how important this battle of attrition is. Getting ahead, staying ahead, building the lead, building a momentum. And Andre Pollard with ball in hand goes down that left-hand side rather. Rico Wani, I think that's going to be his first touch of the game, in fact. Just outside the 22, ball available for Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith taking a while here. He's outside his 22, so can't go into touch. So Will Jordan will chase hard here. This will be an opportunity for Damien Willemse. Underneath it, well taken, but good pressure from Will Jordan. Now, Dwayne Vermeulen on the halfway line. Rides a good hit. Good carry from Dwayne Vermeulen. Good old Thor, his final game. Penalty, no release. Thank you very much. Take the point. Establish that 6-point advantage. Artie Severe, the man penalised. He's not happy about it. Unlucky, Artie. You might get World Player of the Year, but there you were in the wrong. Right, what is the decision here? We're going to take the points. It's not the easiest kick here for Andre Pollard. He's looking around for Physicality. No, he's called for the poles. So he will have a shot at goal here, Andre Pollard. Very, very nice opportunity there. And you can see Artie Severe. Off his feet is the call. They're not supporting his body weight. Yeah, so Wayne Barnes saying that, yeah, I like that actually, because they can look at the replay, and he reckons, well, look at the replay, I reckon I'm in the right. And Wayne Barnes is saying, I didn't see the replay, I'm blowing what I'm seeing in there. And I like that actually, and I think that's such a good point. We can't look at everything. We can't look at everything, So Wayne Barnes saw what he put in front of him, made a decision, that's the decision. Andre Pollard now will be looking to make it 3 from 3 here Come on, Andre. And that's looking good. Straight down the middle. Has it got the distance? Yeah, Bennett's got the distance. 9 points to 3. Andre Pollard, cool. He's looking a bit thin here. I need to give him a bit of sandwich or something there. But Andre Pollard, his flawless kicking display so far in the World Cup continues. 3 from 3, 9 points to 3. We established that 6-point lead once again as we approach the 20-minute mark. Good start here from the box. Just need to keep it like this. That's a very, very good start. Right, Bowden Barrett going on the left-hand side. They've been targeting Dwayne Vermeulen, which is an interesting tactic. Once again, very good off there is Dwayne Vermeulen. Turns in the tackle. Just outside 22. Inside is the call. So if Afterclerc can go for a touch here if he wants to. But generally has been trying to sort of keep it inside. Make contestable here for a couple of chases. And you can see Eminetibet has been readied. Sia Khaleesi and Kurt Lawrence. But it will go into touch. So it will be an All Blacks line. Just past the 10-meter line. Not a bad kick there from Afterclerc. Once again, South Africa play the territory game. It's about moving into playing the game away from, you know, their red zone. Playing the game in the right areas for them. They don't mind not having the ball. South Africa are a team that will defend all day. It's about playing the game in the right areas. And that's a nice kick. Just past the 10-meter line. Putting them back in positions where they're unlikely to score. And I think they will compete here. They've been looking to compete in the lineouts here. Even Etzebeth's come close to 2. I think this is potentially going to go to the back of the lineout here. Taking a while here are the All Blacks with their lineouts. They go to the front to Brody Retallick. Sam Kane fires out to Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith goes to Jordy Barrett in the midfield. Jordy Barrett pops it up and almost through goes Rico Ioane. Peter Steph the toy, making a good tackle there. Dion Fourie almost getting us on the ball. Now Adi Severe. Richie Mwanga on the bounce. And Will Jordan's knocked that forward. Shirley has knocked it forward. Thank you. And that is all about the rush defense. The pressure on Will Jordan. Yeah, you can see what it means to the boys. Come on, lads. Come on. This is what I like to see. Getting up there. A poor pass. Will Jordan guilty of looking up. That's all from pressure. It's about pressure here, boys. It's about exerting that pressure, forcing the mistakes, living off the errors. Just be careful the off-the-ball cackles here from the box. A lot of dummy lines being run by the All Blacks. We've already been pinged once for tackling without the ball. Right, now we saw a decent shove in that first earlier scrum, but we didn't actually have the put-in. We now have the put-in, which means an opportunity to really have a lot go here. Right, so a bit of a reset here. Yes, and I'm like sweating beads here. I hope you can't see it on the screen. Hopefully I'm still looking relatively decent because I feel like I'm sweating my arse off here. My beer's almost done. Thank you. I got a bit of a Brandon and Coke over here. Got to stick my South African boys here with my Castle Live, bit of brandy. Right, 22 minutes gone. 9 points to 3. It's a good start from the Springboks. The question is, can we keep this up for 80 minutes? Big scrum here. Come on, lads. Let's start really grinding down the scrum. It's a good hit, though, from the All Blacks. Pretty solid. Not really too much going. Use it as the call. And Afterclerc has dropped it, but then picked it up, and no issue backwards. The cross kick coming. And that's a pretty dreadful cross kick, if you're going to be perfectly honest, from Damien Delendi. So it's ball's gone out on the touch on the far-hand side. Kurt Jansen had no chance there, really. Yeah, I think it's generous to say that's backwards. But I don't think it makes much of a difference. They would have had a scrum on the other side, and they've got the line on this side. So, yeah, to be honest, I think the mistake there from Damien Delendi has put them in basically the same position. So I don't think it's too much missed there. And Adi Severe down to Aaron Smith. Not the cleanest line out. Richie Mwanga goes short to Jordy Barrett. Almost through. Ball available for Aaron Smith. Peter Steph the toy up quickly. Big tackle on Shannon Brazil. Peter Steph the toy has been absolutely monstrous so far this half. Aaron Smith fires it out towards Adi Severe. Good tackle there. Good intensity this from the box. It's all about discipline now, boys. Discipline when you've got when they've got the ball. Stephen Kitsov over the ball, then being told to leave it. Aaron Smith fires out to Richie Mwanga. Not too much on, so Richie Mwanga goes to the boot. Jordy Barrett is there. And it's allowed to bounce. And Damien Willemse, under a lot of pressure there, is going to be hammered out. Mark Talea wants to take it quickly. That's good intensity from the All Blacks. Good kick from Richie Mwanga. It was allowed to bounce. Should never be allowed to bounce, really. And then Damien Willemse on the covering was just hammered into touch. And yeah, this was slippery. He literally got hit and just sort of slid into touch. Not too much he could have done about that. And all of a sudden, back on the front foot here are the All Blacks. 6 points behind. It's inside the 22. Again, it'll be interesting to see if the Boks do look to try and compete at the line-out. And we do, and we win it back. Pieter-Steph du Toit comes away with the ball. Great work there from Eben Etzebeth, World Player of the Year nominee. And I'll tell you what, he has a big game today, and I think he would boost his chances of winning that award quite substantially. I see a couple of New Zealand fans in the comments, by the way. Welcome as well. You know, not just South Africans here. Really cool to see some New Zealand fans. All I'm asking is let's keep it civil here, people, and let's just enjoy the game. Deep kick there from Faf de Klerk. Richie Moore goes inside to Beauden Barrett. Beauden Barrett looking to run himself. Eventually taken out by Franco Mostert. Up to the 10-meter line. And on the left-hand side to Ethan de Groot. Aaron Smith pops it up to Richie Moore. Mark Talea. Good tackle there from Faf de Klerk. And Dion Free's all over that. And he's won it. He's won it. Brilliant win out. There's Dion Free. Number 1 for the night. Hopefully many more. Andre Pollard decides to go on the left-hand side. And backtracking is Will Jordan. Well taken. He's going to apply the only kick of his own. As Damien Willemse is going to move back. He's got a bit of time here. Look to find touch. That has generally been the tactic. And that's a very nice kick from Damien Willemse. So once again, just driving the All Blacks back into their own half. Oh, Novak Djokovic is there. I wonder who he's supporting. I'd imagine South Africa. I don't know why. I just generally think, I think he probably would actually. Who do you reckon Djokovic supports? I mean, Federer is a Bok fan. We know him. His mother was born in, is South African. I reckon Rafa Nadal's a Bok fan as well. I mean, why wouldn't you be a Bok fan as a tennis player? Right, Dan Cole's taking a while. Yeah, I'm not surprised. A little bit rattled is this New Zealand lineup. 15 minutes to go, by the way, in this first half. Eben Etzebeth, ball's gone over the top. Oh, Frans Malherbe has knocked it on forward. He almost had a half gap as well. Once again, though, a penalty is the call. And hitting the arm is the call. A bit of an interesting call, that. So they're going for the line here of the All Blacks. And yeah, the line out so far been a bit of an issue. Yeah, I can see Eben Etzebeth just playing Brody Retallick. It's such a small game of margins there. I mean, Eben Etzebeth could have been going for the ball then, almost knocking Brody Retallick in the process. But again, good to see us competing. Goes ball over the top. That's a terrible lineup though from the All Blacks. And it comes away to Damien Delende. It's pretty bad. And Jesse Creel comes away with it. Jesse Creel runs into Sam Cane. Ball back with the box is the main thing. Again, this New Zealand line is not working. Dwayne Vermeulen puts his head down, making more meters as good old Thor. Man of the match performance 4 years ago in Japan. His final game, every single touch carry could be his final one for South Africa. A bit of an emotional side part there for him. And Faf de Klerk will clear. Goes pretty deep down to Will Jordan. Doesn't find touch. Will Jordan goes on the inside to Beauden Barrett. He's got Mark Talea on the left-hand side. Mark Talea will carry, there's no doubt. Will Breakthrough Player of the Year nomination. Great tackle from Siakalisi. Pieter-Steph du Toit wants to get... Sorry, Stephen Kitsoff rather wants to get over that ball. Being told to leave it. Now, Tyrell Lomax. All Blacks building from inside their own half. Solid tackle from Eben Etzebeth. Having to restart here of the All Blacks due to the good pressure here from the Springboks. Aaron Smith, deep restart there. Andre Pollard goes up, takes it. Rise the hit. Pieter-Steph du Toit back there. Big counter-attack coming from the All Blacks. But eventually ball is won here for the Boks. Good work there. Franco Mostert slightly isolated. And loses it forward. Or does he lose it forward? Yeah, it does lose it forward. Yeah, gets through the game line. The ball just being disrupted as it goes through. It was a great carry from Franco Mostert. This is a brilliant tackle early on, by the way. He's just diving and grabbing those legs from Mark Talea. Right, so New Zealand scrum is outside the 22. Not ideal. It's a good attacking opportunity for them. Need a big scrum here. What a player is Franco Mostert. Must be one of the most underrated players for the Boks. Just week in, week out, just giving everything. We're gonna have a look here for foul play potentially. I think this could be Sam Cane on Jesse Creel. Could be some more foul play here from the All Blacks. Ooh, this could be a big thing. Losing their captain, be another yellow card. As was more importantly a penalty. Why is the commentator not wearing the box shirt? I'd love to wear a box shirt. We were trying to get a green and gold shirt. Oh, yeah. Get out of here, Sam Cane. He's upright. That's leading force. That's a red card. That has to be a red card. That has to be a red card. Sam Cane's gone. He has. I mean, that is with force driving, shoulder to face. That's got to be a red card by the letter of the Lord. Terrible tackle from Sam Cane. It's a yellow card and a check. That has to be a red card. I reckon that Sam Cane, and it's a pity because I really like Sam Cane, but I reckon that's his game. That has to be his game. That's a dreadful tackle. I mean, this is with force, shoulder to jaw. That's got to be a red card. By the letter of the law, that's got to be a red card. Yes, to answer your question, unfortunately, the biggest problem with wearing a Bok jersey is that a green screen disappears, so my body would disappear. We were actually in the process of looking at getting a green and gold and working it out, but yeah, so I need something maybe. I'll tell you what, I've got an idea. Let me put something on the desk to show you that I'm a Bok fan. Let me put a yellow Bokkie on the desk here. There we go. Put a little Bokkie there just to show you my allegiances. How's that? There we go. Does that work? Are we happy with that? We actually had our official mascot who was on my desk the other night. Old Rassi, the bear, who was with us in France. So, yeah, let me know if that works for you guys. That shows you who I'm supporting. Yeah, trust me, I'll be back in my box shirt very, very quickly. Not a good lineup, though, from the boxes. We've given that away back to Mark Talea. But Sam Cane, I think, is in big trouble here. I don't see how he stays on after that. So, big call coming up here. That call we made before half-time. Richie Mo'unga goes back to Geordie Barrett. Geordie Barrett to Beauden Barrett. Beauden Barrett goes to the boot. Kicks it pretty long. In fact, that's going to go very long, and that's... could go all the way. It is going to go all the way. Scrum back to where Geordie Barrett... It almost got there as well, to be fair to him. Scrum back to where he kicked it. A couple of mistakes creeping into the All Blacks game here. Funny enough, I actually do have an actual Bokkie. Like the mascot. I actually have one. And one day when we move away from a virtual studio, maybe we'll have an in-person studio, I can put him on my desk. I do have it, but I do actually have a little Bokkie, which he is very cute. So hopefully that will show you guys where I'm going to keep him away from the trophy for now. He'll move close to the trophy. If we win that, he can even lift the damn trophy. Right, big scrum here. Pablo says, please add more things for supporting the podcast. What else can we add? I mean, I can try add a few things at half time. I'm not sure what else I can add. Maybe I can find a scarf or something to put on. I would wear a scarf, but it's pretty hot over here in Joburg. Right, big scrum here for the box. Come on, penalty here, lads, please. Please do smash like on the video, by the way. We've got 2,000 likes, 12,000 of you watching. Let's try and switch those numbers a little bit, and maybe we can get 65,000 subscribers as well. Solid scrum. Dwayne Vermeulen coming off the back. Pops to Faf de Klerk. Faf de Klerk pops it to Andre Pollard. Andre Pollard gives it away to Chesney Colby. Chesney Colby puts in the grubber. Kirkley Armstrong is there. Oh, he's trying to put it behind, and I tell you what, I'm not sure he should have actually touched that. I think Will Jordan would have put that out. But a great little move. Nice little move here to Chesney Colby. And I think if I'm Kirkley Armstrong, I would have actually let that almost play. But anyway, 5 meter line out for the All Blacks. Dan Coles with ball in hand, and got to contest here. Have to contest here. They're looking to compete here. They are looking to compete, and we've been competing very well so far. So let's compete. Let's continue competing. Well, Franco Moss has gone down, so that's going to be a bit hard to get up when you're on the floor. But Artie Severe almost runs into Wayne Barnes. Wayne Barnes, he's a bit careful. He's going to get clean out by Artie Severe. The big moment here is that call on Sam Cane. Pressure on Richie Mo'unga. He does find touch. It's a decent touch find as well. It's a very good kick from Richie Mo'unga. Kirkley Armstrong, however, taking this quickly, going to Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse fancies a drop goal. I tell you what, it's not far away. It lands to Beauden Barrett. Beauden Barrett will look for touch here. Do it again! Have another go! He gives it to Andre Pollard. Well, Andre Pollard, think about it now. He gives it away to Cheslin Colby. Cheslin Colby chips over the top. Sees a bit of space in behind. Will Jordan, bit of a fumble. And Peter Steph, the toy is there. Great intensity. I'm loving this intensity here, boys. It wasn't. And Sia Khaleesi up quickly to make the tackle on Artie Severe. That's kind of what I like to see. Come on, lads. Keep this up. Aaron Smith, 2. Tyro Lomax. Penalty, come on! Come on! Sia Khaleesi, Sia Thunder Khaleesi. Born in Zwede to the most capped Springbok captain in the World Cup final ever. Speaking of captains, decision time on Sam Cane. What's happening? Yeah, it has to be a red card. Surely it has to be a red card. Has to be. Corner, Andre. Oh, okay, we'll take the points. It is a final. We will take the points. I'm getting ahead of myself. As Zugi says, Parlor 2, there used to be a terrible song at Ellis Park where they used to sing Parlor 2, Scorpio Naughty Parlor 2. It was dreadful, absolutely dreadful. But that was going to Ellis Park back in the days. Good old days. And yeah, so Pablo, I'll try and add a couple of things at half time. Maybe try and spice it up. Try and add a bit of SA flavor to it. Yeah, most people know me, to be fair, so they kind of know I'm a South African, and then surely the accent gives it away. Although admittedly, I don't have as strong of a South African accent as some people, which is not a criticism, by the way. I just generally don't. Upgrade to a red. It had to be a red. It had to be a red. Why is he surprised? It had to be a red. Sam K. I mean, my heart bleeds for him, and you can see he's crying already. I think. He can't believe it. He cannot believe it. But it had to be. It had to be a red card. I mean, it's high degree of... I mean, he's literally shoulder to jaw. Red card for the All Blacks. Red card in August when we beat them. And Sam Cane... I mean, my heart does beat for him. I won't lie. No, you don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. But it was a terrible challenge. By the letter of the law, it's what I said. By the letter of the law, it's a red. It had to be a red. Andre Pollard makes no mistake. 12 points to 3 with 7 minutes to go. Come on! Get another beer. I tell you what, this bar fridge in my office was a game changer. We talk about game changers. We're talking about a Cheslin Colby type game changer. That bar fridge, Cheslin Colby type game changer. Beer. Ah, listen to that. Come on, man. 20th minute gets it inside to Pap de Klerk off the restart. That's a dreadful kick from Pap de Klerk. It'll work eventually. Just horrible. But we went about this high off the ground. It's eventually got into touch. Bit of a wry smile from him. Right, and line out here for the All Blacks. Right, red card. Chaps, we've got to exploit this. Just get to half-time with the scoreline. Just get to half-time with the scoreline. Once again, looking to compete there is Eben and go straight to Brody Vitali. He was asking if it's straight. Looking for the rolling more here are the All Blacks, which is pretty well set, actually. Boxing to be a bit careful here. Now it's starting to stabilize a little bit. Once is the call. Aaron Smith uses it, goes to Jordy Barrett, goes to Mark Talea. Aaron Smith goes to Shannon Frizzell. Shannon Frizzell, big tackle coming from France Malherbe, the fridge. France the fridge. Now Artie Severe. Peter Steph the toy. He's been absolutely everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. This is the Peter Steph the toy that won the World Player of the Year all those years ago. 2019, to be fair, 4 years ago. Tonight, he's been like that player. Ricky Awani, he's had a very quiet night so far. Aaron Smith taking a bit of time. Fires to Scott Barrett. Scott Barrett. Aaron Smith goes to Ethan de Groot. Pops it to Shannon Frizzell, half gap. Dion Free brings him down eventually. Aaron Smith fires it out to Richie Mwanga. Richie Mwanga pops it up to Jordy Barrett. Jordy Barrett runs to Damon Delendi. Aaron Smith to Scott Barrett. Big tackle coming from him. I think it's Eben Etzebeth and no, it's Franco Mostert and France Malherbe, the fridge. France the fridge. Lomax now. Good carries here from the good ball retention. Almost off the bottom. Aaron Smith into the 22. The All Blacks go. Stiglisi up and try to slow that ball. Bowden Barrett throws into Eben Etzebeth. Penalty advantage. Will Jordan, not too much options, makes the tackle, gets it away to Mark Talea. It's an unfortunate penalty by Ebenetebet. He's trying to get away. Mark Talea, pick up and go from Artie Severe. Pops it to Bowden Barrett. Bowden Barrett, ball over the top towards Rico Wani. Has he got the pace? Rico Wani! The ball can... we'll go back for the penalty. I don't actually mind that. Go back for the penalty. Take the 3 points. We'll take the 3 points. We'll take the 3 points. Woo! Yeah, Ebenetebet trying to get back there. They threw the ball into... They bought the penalty there, really. Right, going for the poles, yeah. And you can see Ebenetebet is desperately trying to get back on side. And they throw it into him knowingly. And, yeah, it was always going to be a penalty. Nobody really at fault. It's well worked by the All Blacks. It's well bought. And they are going to take the points to make it a 6-point game. I'm actually not mad at that, to be honest. I'm not mad at that. We're sitting at, what's the clock there? 37 minutes, 2.5 minutes left. Run that down. Get into their half. Let's get to half time, boys. Remember, we've got a 7-1 split here. We've got 6 more forwards to deploy. And we've already deployed one. He's having a bit of a stormer, by the way. Excuse the pun, because he's a Stormers player. Sorry, it's been a long day. Right, come on, lads. I don't mind the points here. 6 points to 12. Just keep it in. Just keep the pressure up here. We've been very good. The 2 penalties you conceded, one was a mistake. That one was just well played by New Zealand. Well bought, to be honest. It's not really Ebenetebet's fault. He's desperately trying to run on side, and he just got the timing wrong. And no issue there from Richie Mwanga. He makes it 6 points to 12 with 2 minutes to go. And Dan Carter, having a conversation. Not sure who he's having a conversation with. I don't think he's very chuffed to be having to have this conversation. And good restart there, and the kick comes. Very, very good clearance, that to be fair. Damien Willemse thought about taking it quickly, will not take it quickly. Why would we take it quickly? Less than 2 minutes on the clock. I just want to get to half-time with the scoreline. We've still got 6 forwards we can deploy, and we're going to deploy that bomb squad. New Zealand are down to 14 men for the remainder of the game, so they'll be a little bit rattled, and they've lost their captain. So it's a big player to miss. I don't think you can complain. I don't. He was upright with force, shoulder to jaw. Can't really complain about that, unfortunately. It's everything that World Rugby are trying to get away with. You know, started line up there. Aaron Smith fires that pass out. Oh, I'm going to miss seeing that pass. Oh, what a tackle. Peter stepped the toy. He's everywhere. Turnover ball here for Jesse Creel. But what a tackle that is. Hammers Will Jordan. Ball's out, and Pollard to Damien Delendi. Damien Delendi decides to chip ahead for Damien Willemse, straight into the hands. Would have liked that knock-on advantage, to be honest, but Bowden Barrett will mark it. But what a tackle this from Damien, from Peter Steph the toy. He's been a monster. A monster. Right, so big. Right, come on, Dion Free. Go to the front of the line. They do go to the front of the line. Ball over the top. It's knocked forward. Thank you from Tyra Lomax. And that's going to be half time, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be half time. And what a half. I'm like, jeepers me. We're going to hand over to my panel very shortly, and they can take us through that, because jeepers me, that was a big half. I wouldn't say very happy. In fact, I am very happy. I think that's a very good half from the box. I think that dominating the right areas of the game. I think that the good pressure. I think New Zealand down to 14 men. I mean, some people will say that, red cards ruin the game. And, I mean, I suppose they do. But you have to have something to try and mitigate against having these incidents. And that's the red card. and it was a red card. I don't think we can really complain that it wasn't a red card. I think as far as decisions come, I think it's a pretty easy decision. And yeah, I think it deserved a red. And I'm a big Sam Cane fan. Sam Cane fan. And I think he's a good captain. I think he's been having a great tournament as well. But I do think that was worthy of a red card. I said it as soon as it happened. I said that it was going to be an issue. We are going to hand over to my panel though, and they're going to take you through that first half and let you guys know what they thought. Get your predictions, by the way. We're going to put a new poll in the comments. We were asking before, what do you think, who will win the Rugby World Cup? And 60,000 of you guys have voted. It's actually mental, by the way. The amount of people that are getting involved, I'm absolutely loving those people. Spam the flag, as Dora says. Although she hasn't spamming it a little bit. So just comment down a little bit. Let's put some South African flags into those comments. Get your comments in for the panel at halftime. We're going to move over to Reza and Trent, who are waiting over there in the channel, and they're going to take you through halftime. Over to you guys.
Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us for halftime. Of course, 12-6 to the Springboks in what has been an enthralling game so far. Of course, my friend over here, Trent, is very excited about this. And of course, we are too, because we are Springbok supporters at the end of the day. But a half that's been marred by controversy. And I suppose let's start there, Trent. I think, of course, we can't avoid the obvious fact that there's been two cards here that have seriously impacted the game. First, let's start with the Shannon Frizzell card. Did you think that was a fair shot?
100%, absolutely. Yeah, not much more to say than it. I think that both of them have been absolute cards. And as you said, sorry with the yellow, but I think the red is without doubt no mitigation, nothing, straight red. Should have been at least. But yeah, I think they're both right. And problem is that we've spent most of the game already playing against 14 men and we haven't scored many tries or really looked like we're going to score it. So hopefully we can improve on that a bit, because they've probably come a bit closer to scoring a try than us. But hopefully in the second half we'll take that man advantage and get the points we need.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a really tight game. It's been one that we expected to see from the Springbok side, though. It's something that they haven't done very well is two things, actually. One is they've put up a lot of high balls, which have contested for pretty successfully. They've almost taken what England did to us last week. And flipped it on its head and decided to use it themselves in the same conditions. So obviously something that worked against us. Why not use it against now, obviously, in New Zealand? The other thing being is, for the first time, from what I can remember in this tournament, is that Springboks have made a dedicated effort to disrupt the New Zealand line-out. I mean, it's disrupting the flow of this New Zealand side, and I think that that's really the only way you beat them. Don't allow them to get into a rhythm.
Yeah, 100%. They're not getting into their rhythm at all. As much as you say we disrupting their line out, they're also disrupting our line out. We haven't had I think the past few minutes there was another lost one. So we need to get that right for sure. They've started going with only like 4 in the line out. I think we've only had 1 full forwards in the line out. So yeah, just keep disrupting them as much as they can. Eben's been huge so far. Keep jumping, and hopefully we can keep doing that. But we've got to make sure our line-out gets right for sure.
Okay. Do you think that the loss of Bongi Manambi early has contributed to that at all? I mean, Dion's been throwing straight. It just seems to be that the New Zealanders are able to read what Dion's throwing out there.
Yeah, of course, losing Bongi is one of the best hookers in the world. You know, losing him in like the first 3 minutes or so is massive. Dion he's made some good turnovers and whatnot, but in terms of his lineouts and actual hooker work, he's still learning and not the best in the world just yet. I'm sure they.
I don't know if Dion has much time left to become the best in the world, but
no. But yeah, no, he's been all right. Obviously, his throws they're not been skew or anything. They're just reading him. Hopefully, he can get that right. Maybe that little slap on the face at halftime should come right. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we now have to focus a little bit on what comes next. For New Zealand, this is an incredibly hard ask. It's only 6 points, admittedly, but with the card down in the final, your captain off the field, one has to wonder, do they have the ability to turn this around?
Have we ever seen a captain red carded and then lift the World Cup in a game? I don't think so. So, sure. Hopefully, as I said, that 14-man to 15 advantage, we should come right with it. It is a massive, massive disadvantage to have the man down. And obviously, your captain, he's been huge for them. I think, losing him early is going to be a problem for them.
So obviously we go into the second half, and we presume now we've already got one of our forwards on. So 6 forwards to come on, and then Willie Leroux. At what point do you think we start seeing those changes ring in? Do they wait a little bit deeper and let those 14 men tire out a little bit more, or do you think we're going to see that 45-minute mass exodus of forwards and everyone else coming back on?
Well, I saw a lot of those looks like they were giving it everything, so I don't think it'll take too long until we start seeing some changes. What I liked with the England game is as soon as England seemed to get any sort of momentum, there was a line out, something, one change. Next line out they get, another change. Just to break that momentum a bit. Not just like bringing on another guy, but also a bit of a tactical thing to just calm things down, get a new guy with fresh legs on. I think we'll see him in less than 10 minutes or so. I think you'll start seeing quite a few changes.
Okay, and a word for Wayne Barnes at the moment. I mean, obviously he's getting a lot of flack in the crowd, certainly from what we can see. The one call I will say that I felt that he missed, he had said that Faf de Klerk off the base of that one scrum, said the ball went backwards. It was questionable to me. On most days, I would say that was probably forward. And I feel like probably that and nothing of major consequence. Truly, he's actually been pretty good. He's handling the game well. He's not taking any nonsense. He's calling guys who are trying to milk a penalty. Yeah. Would you agree with that?
100%. I think he's been pretty good so far. Obviously, you say he missed that slight knock on. But other than that, his communication to the players has been good. The other players have been trying to chat to him. He said, no, listen, made my decision. That's what I'm sticking with. I think he's been so good so far. Hopefully he sticks to it, and it doesn't seem to be any sort of biasness, at least from my side. I think he's been good.
So you as a Springbok team, you've obviously got a game plan in mind. No one plans to play against 14 men, right? They probably planned for a very tight game, one of contrition. You could see they're putting up all those high balls, even in situations, and obviously going for a penalty, when they had opportunities to perhaps go for the line out and look for that try. Now, with that 14 men, do you think they go into halftime, and does that strategy change a little bit? Do they say, well, now's the time to actually put some pressure on, maybe swing it a little bit wider, hold on to the ball a little bit longer? Or do you think they stick to what they've been doing and say, look, we came in with a game plan, we're going to stick it through no matter how many men we're up against?
Well, don't fix what's not broken, I guess. But I'd like to see them swing it a bit more wide, take that advantage with the man down. Obviously, that's one thing New Zealand's very good at, is swinging it wide. I'd like to see us run it a bit more with the ball. We've come close with a bit of like grabber kicks and whatnot, but I think put a bit more pressure on the wide. I'd say lineouts, maybe we won't go for as many, with struggling a bit with Dion there. So maybe just points and then run it wide as much as you can.
If you are a New Zealand supporter at this point, and you're looking at that first half performance, have they done too much wrong, or is it simply a case of they haven't quite adjusted to the Springboks tactics as of yet?
They haven't looked quite sharp, to be honest. They haven't looked like they want it as much as the South Africans do. I suppose that's on part of the South Africans wanting it as much, maybe a bit more than they do. But you can't what's the word? Let down or write off a New Zealand team. I'm sure there'll be big halftime talk, and I'm sure they'll be coming right back at halftime.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see them put in quite a performance now.
Yeah.
I honestly still think that this is going to be a pretty tight game. It's very hard to take advantage of a man when you've got a team that would have planned for this. They've got the men and the capability to put you off. And just because they're a man down doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to go in and dominate in those forwards at all. And you can see that Ardie Savea gets the work of two men anyway. It is a tough one. but it's hard not to see a Springbok win from this position. So going into that, what do you think the final score is looking at?
As you said, they are reigning world champions. They have the experience. They should, with the man advantage, they should take this home. I'm sticking to it. I think it's still going to be a pretty close one. I said 15-12 before the game. Still on the cards with no tries so far. I think we're probably looking still something similar to that. Maybe a couple more points than that, but yeah, still pretty close, and I don't think too many tries.
Okay. And I suppose the stat that I mentioned before, and one that's proving to be very, very important right now, is that the Springboks had never lost a game in a final when they were ahead at halftime. Of course, they've never lost the final. But the point being is that they seem to thrive in that position of ascendancy. And we said that the Springboks needed to start well, and start well they did. A couple of very deep kicks off restarts and so on, which allowed the Springboks easy exits at times. Made it just too simple for them to get out of dangerous situations. So if you were to look at that first half, who would be your man of the half, so to speak?
I think Eben was pretty big. He made some massive, massive tackles. Other than that, I think it's all around been a pretty good team performance. You know, everyone seems to be running in, trying to get the rucks over. Yeah, I'd say besides the team, Eben's played some big hits.
Evans played some big hits, certainly. I think Peter Steff also put in some massive ones on Richie Moanga. And it seems to have been, I don't know if he's just been the unlucky one on the receiving end of those hits just because he was there, unless there's a targeted ploy just to put him on his back at every opportunity they get. It's very possible. I thought Faf de Klerk looked pretty good.
Yeah.
Very good and more energetic than he's looked throughout the entire tournament. Andres looked fantastic as well. A couple of close shaves with those kicks, but nonetheless, they've gone over, and that's really all that matters at the end of the day.
Stressing us out as always.
Stressing us out as always. Someone has to wonder if he's doing it on purpose at this point. And for once, our two wingers, Cheslin and Kurt Lee, looking
big try-saving tackle.
Huge, massive, and they look like they're wanting to get involved in this game, defensively and offensively as well. All right, so the word from Trent at the moment is a Springbok win. Is that now head and heart?
Yeah, 100%. Head and heart. Springboks to take it home. At least by 5 points, at least.
At least by 5 points. And then so as you see the teams running back in, heading onto the field, you'll be joined once again by Stevie P. I've been Reza. I've been joined by Trent today. Thank you so much for tuning in for this. Keep tuning in. There's going to be a live review show afterwards. And we really look forward to seeing you again at the end of the show. We're going to do a little bit of fan cams and then kind of see what the reactions are after this. Praying for a Springbok win. Until next time, I've been Reza. Cheers.
Right, thank you very much to the lads on the other side there. And what a half of rugby we saw in that first half. What a half of rugby we have ahead of us. The Springboks are 40 minutes away from potentially becoming back-to-back world champions. The All Blacks will have to come from behind. They're on a 6-point deficit, but more to the point, they are down to 14 men. They've said the things at half-time, the coaches. They've given the advice. They've given the instructions. So they've had the final say. It is now down to which team wants it the most, to which team can stay disciplined, to which team can get over the line. And speaking of getting over the line, people, I want you guys to start. If you think the Boks are going to win, hit the like button. If you think the Boks are going to win, subscribe. I want to see if we can find 1,000 people to subscribe in the channel and prove that the Boks are going to win. That's up to you guys. That's up to you guys. I'm going to put a poll in the comments saying, will the Boks win the World Cup? Will we hold on to our lead? A team has never not won the World Cup after being ahead at halftime, by the way. Every team that's ahead at halftime has gone on to win the World Cup. We've got kickoff. There is kickoff. Down the left-hand side we do go. A 14-man New Zealand versus a 50-man rampant Springbok side. Discipline, discipline, discipline. That's what we need. Good restart, though, from New Zealand. And Shannon Brazil into the tackle. It'll be interesting to see when the Boks do deploy the rest of their bench. They've got 6 forwards that they can bring on. A 7-1 split is still 6 forwards left because of that 7-1 split. So an opportunity. Now, the box kick there, and the Boks doing very well to scramble. Good take there from Damian Valenza. Will Jordan is underneath it. And A lot of Bok players there, but a good counter coming from New Zealand. And Faf de Klerk goes digging and eventually comes away with the ball. Steven Kitsoff, solid carry from him. And it's available there for Faf de Klerk. Pops to Andre Pollard. Andre Pollard, not too many options. Goes on the right-hand side for Curtly Aronson to chase. And it's a knock. Go, Sarah! Go, Sarah! Go, Sarah! Go, Damien! He's just short. He's just short. He's just short. If we're going to recycle. Oh, goal line dropout. Oh, no. That would have been phenomenal. That would have been phenomenal. Oh, no. I should have maybe I don't even know. Just short. Damien Delendi actually wanted to come down and recycle that goal line dropout. What a moment that would have been. That could have almost been it. It could have almost been it. Right, big right. So the restart here from Burdenberg goes down that right, straight down the middle actually. Damien Willemse, he's going to look for the drop goal. That's a pretty poor attempt. Much better accuracy there, but just couldn't get the thing. And you can see how annoyed he is. He's got it in his belt. He's got it there. And would have loved a drop goal. Will be a scrum back where he took it because it did go after the fall. In fact, I think it takes a 22 because it's a drop goal. Yeah, it's not a kick. It's just a drop goal. So it'll just be a 22 dropout. But yeah, we're going to continue to try and build 65,000 subscribers. That comes down to you good people who have been absolutely fantastic, by the way. And yeah, I've seen a lot of... Oh, Dwayne Vermeulen's on no run. Go, Dwayne! Look at the carry from Dwayne Vermeulen there. Second goal there. Dwayne Cole's almost turning it over, but second goal. Damien Willemse goes up to... Oh, a little fast, but a little wrap around there from Damien. Pass it to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel almost through. Good carry from the outside centre. Into the New Zealand half, the box go. Franco Mostert shows and goes himself. Nice and basic from the man who's just a workhorse. Absolute workhorse is Franco Mostert. Back towards Andre Pollard, who goes to the boot. He goes to that left-hand side. Peter Steph the Toy and Chesney Colby out to compete. And it falls away to Peter Steph the Toy. Go, Peter Steph! And he's managed to stay. Oh, he doesn't manage to stay. Almost managed to stay, and it'll be a New Zealand loud. But I think a penalty, from the looks of it, for offside, potentially. Yeah, just out. Literally by a fraction there from Peter Steph the Toy. Come on, man. Come on. Peter, Siakisi, maybe if he got in the way to Jesse Creel. And then just Damien Willemse, Damien Delendi desperately trying to recycle that ball. Just couldn't early on. We are going to have a knock-on advantage here, by the way. So we are going back towards the scrum. Come on, lads. Big penalty here. Got to get the first point for the first half. Because from a New Zealand perspective, you've now spent 10 minutes inside that change room. You've been hyping each other up. You've been saying, like, come on, like, we can do this. We can get back. You go out. Box start well. They get the first points. You start to doubt yourself. That's why it's so important that the Box score first here. Just that momentum switch. Keeping it very, very tight. No real budge here from the Box as Dwayne Vermeulen brings it back towards for Faf de Klerk to take. He wants to go himself to Faf de Klerk. Oh, great diving pass to Damien Delendi. Colby thought about passing. Goes to Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse will put it in behind. Curtly Aronson. Oh, he's got it! He's got it! He's not sure. Oh, Vernon Barrett left it. And, whoa, I don't think he's got it. He's not celebrating. Yes, Vernon Barrett left it. Oh, he's just out. He's knocked it forward as well. Just out. Oh, that would have been sensational. We've already had one scrum-capped wing scoring in a final. We could have had another one. It will be a line on the 5-meter. Great move. A little perfect from Damien Willemse. Thought about the kick. Decided to hang on to it. Offload. Kick him behind. Woo! Come on, lads. Come on. As I said, smash that like button and subscribe if you think the Box is going to win. I want to see how many people think the Box is going to win by how many subscribers go up. The more subscribers that go up there, the better chance got to win. That's what I reckon. Dan calls now. It's a 4-man line out chat. It's a 3-man line, in fact. And they're going to go over the top, and Dwayne Vermeulen is there to really hammers. Oh, severe. Siakisi there to lend the shoulder as well. Good intensity, lads. Keep this up, yeah, boys. We do this for another 35 minutes as World Cup is out. Big counter-attack as well. Damien Aaron Smith, Richie Mwanga under pressure. And Peter Steph the Toy. Of course, Peter Steph the Toy is there to put the pressure on him. He's been absolutely everywhere as PSF the toy. He's been phenomenal. Phenomenal. Great. And Kirkley Arendse is so... Oh, my. He was so close. So close. Beauden Barrett leaving that ball at almost one of the biggest mistakes of all time. Almost one of the biggest mistakes of all time from Beauden Barrett. Oh, here we go. A couple of replacements from South Africa. And Artie Severe getting some running repairs. 45 minutes. Who are we putting on here, boys? Who are we putting on here? Are we going to see new locks? New props? We're going to see a TMO review here. CS and Artie Severe. That's what we're going to have a look at. This is the last thing we need. What did I say? I said discipline. I said the one thing we can't afford is a yellow card or anything. Nah, that looks fine. No, that looks fine. That's fine. You can boo all you want. Oh, I think that's shoulder to shoulder. It's on the ball. Nah, no issue. Yellow card. 14, but there's no ways that gets upgraded to a red, by the way. Absolutely no ways. 14 to 14. Both captains getting yellow cards. So Keynes was upgraded to a red. Physicality is going to spend... Nah, I think his mitigation there. There's no ways that gets upgraded to a red card. Right, for the next 10 minutes, we will be down to 14 men. It'll be 14 versus 14. Not ideal. Not ideal, but I don't think he'll get a red card. I don't think he'll come back on either, actually, to be honest. I think he'll come back on for maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Frustrating, very frustrating, but not the end of the world. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Let that galvanize you. So no subs, actually. I thought they were making some subs, but no subs. A good take there from Scott Barrett. Aaron Smith going short to Artie Severe. And that, by the way, is the second yellow card in the entire Springbok World Cup campaign. Just their second card. New Zealand have had 2 cards. Oh, Mark Telaer's pickpocketed Kirkley Arendse. And Francois Herbert's trying to get over that ball. Aaron Smith goes down the left-hand side. They've got numbers here, Oh, he's dropped it as Richie Mo'unga. Well, that's a gift. That's an absolute gift. They had the numbers there to the All Blacks, and Richie Mo'unga just knocking it on. Now, Eben Etzebeth going down that short side. He used to say, and he's still going as Eben. Eventually places the ball. Yeah, goes back for the knock-on. We'll take that. We'll take that. Come on, lads. That's an unforced error, though, from Richie Mo'unga. It's a good take initially from Kirkley Arendse, and then Mark Telaer says, thank you very much. He has got South African heritage to Mark Telaer, so yeah, he was never going to be he was never going to be bad at a young pickpocket. Theft comes naturally to us South Africans. We see us over the ball stealing those balls and stuff like that. You can see the reaction there from the All Black camp. Big scrum. Yeah, I reckon we're going to see subs in about 5 minutes' time. Physicality, by the way, having a red card check. I don't think there's enough for a red card there. Big scrum, yeah. Big scrum, yeah, boys. Big scrum, yeah, boys. Big scrum, yeah, boys. Let's get that ascendancy back again. 14 on 14. There's no excuse here. The red card has just leveled things. Solid scrum. 5 to Clerk goes to Damien Willemse at first receiver. That's interesting. We don't often see that. Now, Deon Fourie. 38 years old. The oldest player in the Bok camp. He's going to have to play a 78-minute game because of that early injury to Bongi Manambi. Right, 5 to Clerk goes to the boot, lifted high for Eben Etzebeth after that. As Kirkley Arendse. And Jordy Barrett does take it well, to be fair, and a good pressure there. Dwayne Vermeer looking to try and cause chaos. But once again, more to the point, from the box perspective, to Will Jordan. Not too many options there. Gets away from one as Will Jordan. Runs into, and that's so good from Jesse Creel and Cheslin Colby. Now Richie Mo'unga. I've seen a bit of space in behind. Damien Willemse brilliantly back. Does fumble. Needs to find a good clearance. Not the best clearance from Damien Willemse, but really good take. Well, good positioning. Did sort of fumble a bit backwards. Managed to gather, reset, kick for touch. Good work though from Damien Willemse. He's been great tonight. He's actually been really, really good. I said the other day I was having a laugh. I said I reckon Damien Willemse could be in World Player of the Year conversation. And people laughed at me. I think he is brilliant. I think he's absolutely sensational. Right, three-man line once again for the All Blacks. Their line's rattled, and yeah, Eben getting across there once again to try and smack that down. He's asking for whether it's that straight. Andre Pollard going nice and low. Damien Delendi completing the tackle on Artie Severe. Aaron Smith. It's a great position, just outside the 22. Cheslin Colby, no, he could have actually called for the mark. Doesn't. Decides to run himself. He's slightly isolated. Support does arrive. Faf de Klerk takes himself. Pops it up to Franco Mostert. Franco Mostert. He's been very industrious so far tonight. Good carry from him up towards the 10-meter line. Right, Faf de Klerk taking his time. Now goes to the boot. He's going to go pretty long here. And not a particularly fast chasing line from South Africa. Richie Mo'unga goes inside to Beauden Barrett. Beauden Barrett looking for options. Space is slowly closing. And he gets away from the tackle from Eben Etzebeth. But he's wrapped up by Stephen Kittel and Dion Fourie. Almost stealing that ball. Aaron Smith fires down the right hand side of Geordie Barrett. Good hands. Dane Coles finds a bit of space. Comes inside of Damien Delendi. Dane Coles still going. The tackle eventually comes from Andre Pollard. Good work from the All Blacks. Aaron Smith fires out to Geordie Barrett. Off the tackle is a core penalty for the All Blacks. That's just ill discipline. That's really poor. Pierce-Jeff the Toy puts his hand up. This will become a 3-point game. Frustrating, because if he had not made that hit, I think Dion Fourie was all over that ball. Oh my goodness, I didn't went around all the wrong places. Oh, sorry, that's horrendous. Oh, big call here. The All Blacks are not taking the points. They're going for the corner. They're going for the 7. Sia Khaleesi's yellow card still being checked, by the way. Looks like a couple of subs getting ready. Tamati Williams being ready by the All Blacks. As a Somisoni took a while. Here comes Retshego Baditwenche. Here comes Arches Neyman. Franco Mostert and Stephen Kitshoff being replaced. Stephen Kitshoff leaving the park. Franco Mostert, I don't think he's retiring, but that could be one of, it could be. He's, in terms of his age, he's about 33, I think. 32. So he could actually, he might play the next World Cup. Look at the engine he's got on him. Stephen Kitshoff, though, leaving the park. Retshego Baditwenche, Ox, as they call him, one of the best scrummagers in the game. Yeah, no red card for Sia Khaleesi. That has been applied. Mitigation. It will just be a yellow card. They go to the front of the line. I'll do the All Blacks. Artie Severe breaks away. Good tackle there from Aaron Smith. Faf de Klerk is trying to rip that ball out from him. Slow ball, from Aaron Smith. Scott Barrett. Come on, boys. Defend. Defend, boys. Richie Mo'unga sees a bit of space on the right-hand side. And it's dropped. It's dropped. And then it's dropped by Eben Etzebeth. Was there a knock-on? There was a knock-on. It will be a scrum. Come on, man. Come on. Horrible pass. And then Will Jordan knocking it on. And Cheslin Colby. Oh, bit of a body slam there. A little bit from WWE. God, bang. Frans Beherbe getting a bit of treatment here on the side. You see Khaleesi, 3.5 minutes left on that yellow card. It will remain a yellow card, so no red card. This is going to be, Oxen Chair. This is what he's been sent on to do. He's been sent on to win scrum penalties here. Yeah, there was mitigation. I said there was mitigation, to be fair. Right, big scrum here. Ox, you've been sent on to do this, my boy. This is what you've been training for. Ox has been, Rafa, look at him. It's Federer. He's got the Bok flag on. My boy, Roger. Roger Federer is in town. He's got the box scarf on. Use it's a big scrum. It's taken. It's actually a pretty good scrum from New Zealand, ironically. Dwayne Freeman does use it. Ball available for Faf de Klerk. He's going to go back to Andre Pollard. No, he's going to go back to... No, he's been changing his mind. He does go back to Andre Pollard. Probably about the first kick from in the pocket of Andre Pollard has to do. It's a great touch finder as well. Getting us out of pressure. Right, here comes Sam Whitelock. Well, they're showing their cards now, the coaches. They're trying to put on what they can. Sam Whitelock. So Sam Whitelock will be coming on shortly. Arcus Neyman and Oxenchair and Dion Free. Go to the front of the line. Roddy Retallick. Oh, he's dropped it. He's dropped it. Boys, that was definitely not backwards. That was definitely not backwards. There's no way there was no knock on. Aaron Smith taking a while. Yeah, goes on the right side to Brody Retallick. Aaron Smith fires out to Richie Mwanga. To Geordie Barrett. Geordie Barrett comes on the inside. Oh, big tackle on him. Priestley at the toilet once again, making his presence known. To Richie Mwanga. A bit of space here for Richie Mwanga. Damien Delende needs to track with him. Damien Delende needs to make track with him. It's back to Aaron. How? 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 Aaron Smith is over. That is dreadful. That is absolutely dreadful. New Zealand hit back. Aaron Smith over in his final game. Richie Mwanga, the architect. The missed tackle here from Curtly Oren says everything. The initial read is so good, but that missed tackle and then Damien Delende gets shown the outside. It's just pace from Damien Delende. He can't keep up. He just can't keep up. And then the ball back inside from Aaron Smith. And that is, by the way, the first ever try conceded by the Boks in the World Cup final. All I want to say is that back in that line out, there was a knock on. There was definitely a knock on. Are they going to look? Are they going to check? Please check it, because there was a knock on. There was definitely a knock on. They are checking. Thank you. Come on, check it. This could be ruled out here, boys. This could be ruled out here. RSV wants to have a chat. It's definitely a knock on. It goes straight down. But let's look at this. See, he loses it. Yeah, comes off of Artie Severe. Thank you. Come on, man. Yeah, Wayne Barnes will have a conversation. Yeah, definitely off the hands of Artie Severe. Definitely a knock on. Cancel. Cancel. Correct. Correct. That's fine. I'll take that. So it's a penalty for New Zealand. Let me just try and explain what's happened. So Evan Etzebeth has caused a penalty. He's gone up and he's played the arm. As it's going down, it's been knocked on by Artie Severe. They then go and score a try. So the try will not stand because of the knock-on from Artie Severe. But it will be a penalty for New Zealand. Happy. Take that. We'll take that. We'll take that, boys. We'll take that. So it's going to be a penalty for the All Blacks, just outside of 22. Siaklisi ready to come on. He's got 6 minutes basically to empty the tank. Woo! Come on, man. There's a penalty for New Zealand. That's fine. I'll take a penalty. I don't mind penalty. Take the points if you want. Still going for the corner here on New Zealand. Still backing themselves. I don't know how this was missed in real time, to be honest. This was so blatant. I mean, it knocked off his leg. It was actually 2 knock-ons. He knocked it on the ground as well. Right, come on, lads. Compete. Win this, lads. See, Khaleesi's got 20 seconds left, and then we've got the one-man advantage. Good take there from Scott Barrett. Saka's good. So Adi Sevilla goes by himself. He's eventually brought down. It's a great K from Adi Sevilla. So much strength. But he's been pickpocketed by Faf de Kloek's come away with the ball available for the box. Not going to... Come on, man. Scrum for the box. Come on. Send on Sear. I need drinks. This is thirsty work here, boys. This is thirsty work. What are we all drinking, by the way? I've got a beer here already. I just said that I got a beer, yeah, after just fetching it. I'm losing my mind here. What are we all drinking, by the way? Let's take a moment to just woo a little bit. What are we drinking? I'm on the beer and the branners. Well, actually, this is ram, I think. Yeah, it is ram. So we are going to have a scrum for South Africa. I don't know how that was pickpocketed by Faf de Klerk, but I'm not complaining. Loving his work. What penalty? For what? Penalty here for the All Blacks. They're under a lot of pressure here on the box. Right, Spooky Reaper says, I'm drinking a Springbok switch. Novriticus is drinking Fanta Orange. Stanley Pineapple's on the runners. And, now, I'm not going to get drunk. Don't stress. I spent 6 years at Rhodes University. If there's anyone that knows my limits, it's me. I basically did 6 years getting a degree in how to drink. So don't stress. You don't have to worry about me. Front of the line, I'll do the All Blacks go. Brody Retallick, they're 5 minutes up. Big more defense required. So far, very good. Sia Khaleesi, by the way, back on the field. Let me remove that yellow card, although I don't really want to take my eyes off the screen. Good more defense. Great more defense. Ball's available. Arke Snee is getting through. He's gone through the middle. He's got hands on ball, by the way. Yeah, this Arke Snee, man. Advantage. For what? Penalty advantage. Needs to let go now, this Arke Snee, man. Available for Aaron Smith. Goes to Jordy Barrett. Almost through. Defend, boys. Defend. We might be at a risk of another yellow card here, by the way. A couple of penalties here. Brody Retallick. Still penalty advantage. Pops it up to Tyrell Lomax. Pick up and go from Adi Sevilla. Driven back. Good tackle on him. 5 phases so far. Now Richie Mo'unga goes to Jordy Barrett. Flings on a pass towards Mark Salea. Damian Willemse there. He gets away from 2 defenders. Damian Willemse comes back to, and that's going to be forward. That's forward. Surely it has to be forward. Bowden Barrett's over, but it has to be forward. You have to look at that. There's no ways. They've awarded. You have to look at that. You have to look at that. Surely you have to look at that. That ball's coming on the side. Try is good. Oh. I'm not convinced, by the way. I'm not convinced. When he picks it up, yeah, well, this is a good angle for it. So New Zealand have scored. Yeah, that's forward. Yeah, that's forward. That is forward. As far as I'm so concerned, surely it has to be forward. How is that not forward? How is that not forward? Big kick this from Richie Mo'unga. This for the lead for the first time, by the way. 11 points to 12. 58 minutes. This for the lead here from Richie Mo'unga. He's missed it. He's missed it. We will maintain a 1 point lead. We like the 1 point lead, don't we? Yeah, I am on the Captain Morgan Spice. Oh, you see, Maximilian knows me. The bugger knows me. Man's like, is that the Captain Morgan Spice call? Of course it's Captain Morgan Spice call. Of course that's what we drink here, boys. Right, try. Big cut on the face of Andre Pollard, by the way. Deep restart there. Rico Awani thought about going, then eventually he goes himself. John Klein on for Evan Etzebeth. Quacker Smith on for Dwayne Vermeulen. That's, by the way, that is Dwayne Vermeulen's career. Right, good, gets a good clearance. Right, and that is Dwayne, hey? I still think that's a ridiculous call. How that is not forward, I don't understand. I do not understand. Why not just check it? Why not just check it? Like, you've got the technology there. Just check it. It was definitely a forward. I mean, the penalty advantage. Go back for the penalty. Maybe we escaped the yellow card. But anyway, that is Dwayne Vermeulen's career for the Box done, by the way. What a moment for the bag. Let's just have a moment. Let's have a drink. Messi line, Aaron Smith down, and he's kicked that into touch. Come on, man! So, can we just have a moment? Let's have a moment, yeah, boys. To everybody in the chat, let's raise a glass to Dwayne Vermeulen. What a career he had. Absolutely phenomenal. Dwayne Vermeulen, this is for you. And now it is Quacker Smith time. It is Alberta Smith time. And and the lineout's been a disaster from Dion Free. Absolute disaster. That's ooh. Yeah, that's last fall. At least you can check that now, Wayne. Turnover ball. Yeah, we'll have the scrum. Right, 1 point game. We've got to score next, boys. We've got to score next. We haven't scored in the half so far. Dion Free, just the line's not working at all at the moment. Dion Free really struggling. That's a problem for us. And we didn't want him. Oh, buckets. Buckets. 2 in a row. Buckets. We didn't want Dion Free throwing in the line, to be honest. We wanted Bongi Manambi to go the full 80 minutes. But Shannon Brazil, being the dirty swine he is, and I'm not just talking about today, we all know why, injured Bongi Manambi with a horrendous attempt at a clean out. And as a result, Dion Free has had to play 78 minutes. He's had to take over the line-out duties, and he's been horrendous, to be honest, from a throwing perspective. Not good at all. So, big scrum needed check. This is where we need Oxen Chair to just plug us. We need Retseko Baditswe to get involved. Yeah, there it is. There it is. It's going back the All Black side. How is it not a penalty, Wayne? Scrum absolutely disintegrating. Clear dominance from the box. No advantage. Ball gets kicked back out towards the All Black side. Turnover ball now. Alrighty, severe show and go. Aaron Smith taking his time. Fires out to Ethan de Groot. Pre-set for Toy. I mean, he must be hitting almost nearing the 20 tackle mark. Mark Talea. Good defense so far from the box here. Aaron Smith barking at his players. Goes to Brody Retallick. Oh, there's a bit of a full moon out there. Almost losing the ball forward. Now goes to Artie Severe. 8 phases so far here from the All Blacks. Building from deep. Scott Barrett, not too many options. Peter Steph the Toy once again there as his Oxen Chair. Discipline here, boys. Just need the discipline. Are they going to... I thought he was looking back to go in the pocket. Big tackle there. It's great defense. They're not getting any gain line advantage. Artie Severe, surely he'll get gain line advantage. Met well in the tackle. Dion Free, Quacker Smith lurking. Rich Mwanga wants to change that. Throws a long pass out towards Will Jordan. Will Jordan up against Chesney Colby. And Quacker Smith has just pickpocketed as he does so much. Albertus, you beautiful human, you. It's what he does, boys. It's what he does. Albertus Smith, the Quacker. Now, turnover ball here, boys. Just need to slow things down. Just need to throw things down. Get back into New Zealand territory. That's what we've not done very well this half. Not a great kick from Faf de Klerk. That's gone miles in the air. And Geordie Barrett does field it. Once again, Quacker Smith causing chaos, turning that ball over. Ooh, run it. Run it. There's so many numbers. Damien Vanessa goes to the boot. He's turned a few players. That's not a bad option, actually. He's turned Mark Talea as well as Bowden Barrett. Bowden Barrett's got a bit of space here. What's he going to do? He's going to go to the boot, surely. Needs to find touch. Will find touch. Won't find touch. Goes to Cheslin Colby. Cheslin Colby building from deep. Go to the boot, boy. Go to the boot. He sees a bit of space. He sees a gap. Go, Colby. Oh, he's just hammered against Ethan de Groot. It's actually Aaron Smith. Oh, it's Dane Coles, I think. Ball available. Aaron and Faf de Klerk. Wayne Barnes once getting in the way there. Dion Free sees a bit of a half gap. Still going as Dion Free. Come on, lads. Bit of momentum for South Africa. Damien Willemse kicking behind and saying, bang, into the 22. All Black line. Let's see what you've got. Right. Tyrell Lomax off here, I think it is. Or is it Trevor Nyakani? No, Trevor Nyakani is being readied. So 2 new props on here. Tamati Williams, Samasoni Takawao, as well as, I think, I think we will see... Tyrell Lomax going off. I think we're going to see Nepola Lala come on. Yeah, we are seeing Nepola Lala come on. Big moment here. 15 minutes here, boys. 15 minutes. And France Mohamed's being replaced. Trevor Nyakani, they've blinked at New Zealand. South Africa said, well, you want to send on your prop? We'll send on ours. Treyeza, my boy, Trevor Nyakani, onto the field. He was ruled out of the 2019 World Cup. Didn't play, got that injury. Heartbreaking moment for him. He is now going to come on here. People, we are 400 subscribers away from 65,000 subscribers. Please do subscribe if you are new. This watch-along, by the way, is the biggest rugby watch-along in history. That's where we're sitting at right now, in history. You guys are part of history. So what I need you guys to do, while we've got a bit of a break, is to keep liking the video, to keep subscribing, and let's keep making this the biggest watch-along in rugby history. We're also going to have to have a drink, because times are getting a bit sweaty out here. Let's look at the steal from Kwaka Smith. Jason Colby making the steal. Kwaka Smith straight over the ball, says, thank you very much. He's so good at that. He's phenomenal at that. Absolutely phenomenal. And then Oxen Share. Look at the hands there. Ball behind his head. Manages to turn around. Manages to get that ball out. And manages to pop it up. Phenomenal hands from the prop. Jason Colby getting a bit of strapping. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Turnover ball here. Back in the sort of the place we wanted to. One more penalty here. Get that 4-point lead. Aaron Smith back to Richie Mwanga. Deep to Cheslin Colby. Goes inside Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse for options. Decides to chip and chase himself. Good take from Jordy Barrett. Bowden Barrett moving to the side there. Chips in behind. Andre Pollard's there to get behind, and it's going to run out. It's a brilliant kick from Bowden Barrett. Absolutely brilliant. He's put it outside 22. Andre Pollard just saying, let's just slow things down. Worrying times, though, because now it's a line out, and our lines have been pretty dreadful. Is that Aaron Smith going off? That's it, eh? That is Aaron Smith's career. Ah, jeepers. What a career he's had. It's hard to not get caught up in the moment, but that is Aaron Smith's career. They're throwing on Finley Christie, which I think is a big call. But Aaron Smith, for me, top 3 best scrum halves of all time. Of all time. The best passer of a rugby ball I've ever seen. I've absolutely ever seen. And he goes out. Just, you know what, another sip of appreciation to Aaron Smith. What a career. What a career. Good line, I'll take that. PSF the toy, popping up to Dion Free. Going to Damon Delendi. Just outside of 22. Faf de Klerk popping up to Oxenshire. Very nice carry from Oxenshire. Ball available there for Faf de Klerk. We're going to go to the butcher, I reckon. Faf de Klerk will go to the boots. Lifts it high in the air. Lots of chases there. Kirk Lawrence is after that. It falls back to Seklisi. Pops it back to Faf de Klerk. Faf de Klerk. Oh, that's brilliant. That is... Oh, no. First knock on, though, from New Zealand, right? Correct. South Africa scrum. Meanwhile, we're busy playing out here, and Cheslin Colby's busy having a good time. And Billy LaRue, by the way, who's on, thought he's over. Yeah, they're busy having their own game on the side there. The whistle came a while ago. Right, so we're going to have a scrum here. Penalty. We need a penalty here, boys. You need Oxen Chair to start hammering. Dude, don't come here with this to Martin Williams World Breakthrough Player of the Year. Don't come with the Nipololala. I need to see Treyeza hammering away at some young All Black prop. It's an interesting pass off after Clerk. It was already a knock-on advantage. So, a scrum on the halfway line here for the Boks. 40 minutes, 1 point. Goodness me. Imagine we won 3 games in a row with a 1 point margin. I'm not sure if I can take that, to be honest. We've been waiting for that one scrum. Last one wasn't bad. We had a couple that weren't bad. We just haven't really had that Oxen Chair dominance that we've been missing. We've been waiting for that Oxen Chair dominance. Come on, boys. They've got 14 men. It's been a courageous performance from New Zealand with 14 men. If they were to go on to win, it would be historic. But no time for that. We don't have time for that cuck. We need to win this game, yeah, boys. We also need 240 subscribers to get to 65,000. That'll be fun. Big scrum, yeah, boys. Big second shove. Ball available there for after Clerks. No scrum ascendancy really yet. Damien Delendi fires out towards BOYLESPORTS. BOYLESPORTS chips ahead. Not a bad option. Was trying to find that 50-22. I think he's replaced Damien Willemse. What a game Damien Willemse had. So the only backline replacement was Damien Willemse. Right, Samasoni Takawa, 4-man line out. Brilliant attack, pops to Finley Christie. Finley Christie fires out towards Artie Severe. And Pierre Steph the Toy is there to make the tackle. Ball's popped out. Quacker Smith's almost there. Penalty to New Zealand. Never releases the call. Come on, man. You've got to be better than that. Just Jasper Vies on the bench for South Africa. I imagine he will play Khaleesi, would be my guess. It's against Khaleesi. They're in trying to release was the reason that ball popped out. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. $12 minutes to go. Come on, man. We really need to start trying to... I mean, you guys are playing against 14 men here. We start playing like it. Sam White up to the front of the line out. Not looking for the rolling ball. Artie Severe uses the ghost to Jordy Barrett. Good tackle on Jordy Barrett. Pick up and go there from Nepololala. Finley Christie wants to go to the boot here. That's going to be too deep. I know it's going to be Chesney Colby. Great take from Chesney Colby. A lot of pressure on him. The ball will be available there. Yeah, ball available for Dr. Clark. Pops it up to Oxenchair. Makes a good couple meters. Good work there from Oxenchair. Just outside the 22 now for the Boks. Need to calm down a little bit, yeah. Taking a bit of time here as Faf de Klerk, as we're almost into the last 10 minutes of the game. Just a 1-point game. Faf de Klerk puts it high in the air. Chesney Colby and John Klein after this. It does bounce, and John Klein dives over it. Ball available here for South Africa. Knock on scrum. Come on, man! Need a penalty here, boys. Need a penalty here. Keep subscribing, by the way. People, get me to 65,000 subscribers. Come on, man. I can't actually do this. I cannot do this. How are we feeling, boys, and girls in the comments? How are we feeling? I'm seeing Shannon Fisher, speaking of girls, saying, go Bokke. And, yeah, are we drop goal coming up? Oh, imagine. 10 minutes to go. Antonina Brown replaces Will Jordan. Brodie Retallick. Brodie Retallick, what a career. What a career. Brodie Retallick, what a career. I mean, he's not... We've never really loved Brodie Retallick, have we, as a player? But phenomenal. Former World Player of the Year. We've just seen the last of Aaron Smith, of Dwayne Vermeulen, of Brodie Retallick. It's hard not to take a moment and think about those players going off, but at the same time, we've got less than 10 minutes left in the World Cup final. We have got one. By the way, Geordie Barrett's playing flank, by the way, fun fact. It was at the flank because of Sam Cane. So this is what we're talking about, the fact that they have had to match numbers. So we can get the scrum dominance. There's gaps out there. We've got to be hammering away here at the All Blacks. Big scrum. Come on, need a second shove. Ball's available. We haven't had that scrum dominance. New Zealand have pitched up. 5 to Clerk. Goes to Damon Dale-Lendy. Pops up to Pollard. Goes to Billy LaRue. To Curtly Arnson. Curtly Arnson inside. Good tackle there for Mark Talea. 5 to Clerk down the side. It's a great take from Richie Mwanga. Beauden Barrett shifting across there. Oh, brilliant tackle there from Kwaka Smith. Cheslin Colby. No. Dirty. No, it's a terrible drop goal attempt. He's been knocked on. Did he touch that? Did he touch it? I think he touched that. If he touched that, that's a knock on in the 22. I don't know if he touched that or not. Great snipe here from Faf de Klerk. Good option. But great take from Richie Mwanga. It's straight into his hands, but it was still a great take from him. Dion Freed, big line out here. Come on, boys. Just need a penalty. Just need a couple of points. One try, and we've got one out of the trophy here. There has to be a moment here. There will be a moment in the next 9 minutes. There has to be. John Smith sitting next to Francois Pienaar. 2 World Cup winning captains. The other 3rd World Cup winning captain still in the park, though. Siya Kolisi. When was the last time you saw Siya Kolisi get to 70 minutes? Yes, he had a yellow card, but still. Once is the call. Dion Fourie controlling things at the back. Now starting to get ascendancy. Now starting to move forward. Faf de Klerk goes down the side. Backs it inside to Dion Fourie. Dion Fourie slightly isolated. Ball comes loose. Turnover ball. Geordie Barrett over the top. Got to spread you. That's a horrible pass. Geordie Barrett still going. We're going to have to check a potential penalty here. Sam Talea, halfway through. Sam Talea still going. Philly Christie to Rico Wani to Beauden Barrett. Big tackle from Beauden Barrett. Philly Christie goes inside. Scott Barrett. We'll go back for the penalty. They might have to check something here. We might have a check for something. I'm not quite sure for what. We're having a TMO check here. Oh, please, we not have a yellow card. Please, surely. So it's on Cheslin Colby here. We could be finishing with 14 on 14 here. Cheslin Colby could be in trouble. Deliberate knock on. Oh, shit. 14 on 14 for the last 10 minutes. Oh, my goodness. That for me is not cynical. That's a big call. There's no last man. There's a defender at the back as well. Cheslin Colby throwing his hand up. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't get more obvious than that. Well, the game will finish 14 on 14. Big decision here for New Zealand. Do they go for the corner? Do they go for the points? I don't know if I can watch his last 8 minutes here. He's in tears here, as Cheslin Colby. Hands in his head. Still long to play here, boys. Still 7 minutes to play here, boys. Come on, lads. Jordy Barrett's going to take the points here. Shit, man. This would be the first time New Zealand would take the lead. I'm going to grab a beer in the meantime. Jordy Barrett, he gets this, and New Zealand take the lead. I was at a training session watching Jordy Barrett. He was just slotting it from absolutely everywhere. Oh, it's missed it. He's 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 gone down the left. He's missed it. 7 minutes to go and he's missed it. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. Settle down, Steve. Settle down, my boy. Chesson Colby, he can't watch. He can't watch. His hands on his head. He knows what he's done. He knows how much he's given his team. Right, restart here from the 22 from Andre Pollard. Goes down the right-hand side. He's trying to make it contestable for Kurt Lawrence. At least put a bit of pressure on. Then they go inside to Mark Talea. Siak Lee's been replaced. Chesson Colby, Jasper Wies's on for the final 6 minutes. This is where we need to set Kwaka Smith or a DN3 penalty. In this sort of scenario, right over here. Long pass out wide. Faf de Klerk is tracking across to Anton Brown. Enna Brown wants to... Penalty ball side. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is, boys. This is it. This is actually it. It's a penalty. It's a scrum. It's a scrum. On the 10-meter line, if you get a penalty here, this is kickable. If there was one scrum that we've needed for the entire World Cup, this is the scrum. This is the scrum we've needed for the entire World Cup. This is the scrum, boys. We've spent 8 weeks basically building up to this scrum. You win a penalty here. Pollard, Damian McKenzie's on, by the way. You win the scrum here. Pollard adds the 3. You've just got to defend for 4 minutes. You just got to concede no tries for 4 minutes, and you win the World Cup. This is where legends are made. It can come down to this could be it. Oxenchair goes and wins the scrum penalty. He might have won the World Cup for South Africa. It is that close. We are talking 5 minutes. We are talking 1 point. 1 point. 6 minutes. 14 on 14. They've loaded. They're loaded up here. Is there a second shove? Is there a second shove? No, it's not. Ball's available. They're going to have to use it. Faf de Klerk goes to Andre Pollard. Pollard goes to Jesse Creel. Good carry from Jesse Creel. Good work there. Come on, boys. Find a penalty. Jean Clay. This is all about possession. This is all about protecting your ball. Oxenchair. One mistake from New Zealand. Pollard behind. He's going to go for the drop goal. It's a horrible drop goal. Stop going for the drop goal. Oh, it's a big tackle from Pierre-Steph du Toit. 27th tackle from Pierre-Steph du Toit. Christie going to Damian McKenzie. Damian McKenzie out to Tamati Williams. New Zealand trying to run outside their own 22. It goes back to Barrett. Barrett goes back to his brother Geordie. It's Bowden. Ball available for the All Blacks inside their own half. Finney Christie goes back to Bowden. Bowden eventually goes to the boot. Won't find touch. Goes to Andre Pollard. Andre Pollard, what does he see? Goes himself, just Pollard. Pops up to Pierre-Steph du Toit! And a knock on. Knock on inside the 22. Boys, big scrum, big scrum. This can run down time. Not a bad option. It can run down time. It can run down time. We need... Chesson Colby's literally he's doing this. I might do this. I don't think people appreciate me if I did this. I mean, I'm trying to keep you guys informed. It'll be a scrum inside the 22. Great scrummaging. Wayne Barnes telling us great scrummaging. He's backing the buggers. We also passed 65,000 subscribers, by the way. Thank you, people. Oh, yeah, it was charged down by Artie Sevilla. That's brilliant from him, to be fair. Absolutely brilliant from Artie Sevilla. The tackle there. Pierre-Steph du Toit. I mean, this has been historic. It doesn't matter if they win. PSF's always man of the match, by the way. Regardless of who wins, but this is where you need that penalty. With 3 minutes left on the clock, this is where you need that penalty. We need that one moment. One moment. Almost a big shove. Almost a big shove. Trevor trying. Finley Chris taking a while. Goes to Rico Awani. Just inside the 22. Finley Christie. Charge time by 5 o'clock. Line out inside the 22. Come on, man. 3 minutes, boys. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Come on, man. 2.5 minutes. Defensive success rate, by the way, inside 22, 78% from the box. Pops down to Finley Christie. Then they go to Artie Severe. Artie Severe goes to Damien McKenzie. Damien McKenzie, good offloads here from New Zealand. They have to build from deep. Finley Christie goes to Damien McKenzie. Damien McKenzie tries to step inside of Pollard. Ball back inside, Takawao. Dion Free trying to get over that ball. 2 minutes left. Artie Severe. One penalty, boys. One penalty. One moment. One moment. Finley Christie to Bowden Barrett. Bowden Barrett to Damien McKenzie. Damien McKenzie out wide. To Dalton Papali'i. Ankle tack coming from 5 to Clack. Up towards the half line. Mark Taylor back to Geordie Barrett. Geordie Barrett to Bowden Barrett. Scott Barrett goes himself. Finley Christie off the deck. To Mark Taylor. Mark Taylor, well, you won't pass, boys. Quacka Smith. Penalty, surely. Ball back to Finley Christie. Go down the left-hand side of Bowden Barrett. New Zealand getting there. Took a while to stop on the halfway line here. Almost a minute left. Bowden Barrett. Iwan in his own half. Quacka Smith. He's turned it over. He's turned it over. Turnover ball. Horrible pass back to Jesse Creel. Just kick it. Thank you. Deep to Damien McKenzie. Now recycle. Recycle. Move up. Move up. Move up. Move up. Artie Severe. He's locked it forward. It's forward. It's forward. It's forward. It's forward. It's forward. It's forward. 30 seconds left. That could be it. That could be it. That could be it. One more scrum. One more. We win the scrum. We've won it. We win the scrum and we've won it. There's 20 seconds left. There's 20 seconds left. There's 20 seconds left. It's one more scrum. It's one more scrum and we're world champions, boys. There's 23 seconds left. There's 23 seconds left. All we have to do is recycle this ball. That's it. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. It's 30 seconds, guys. I mean, I've been in this block camp. I've been in the block camp the last 2 years. I've been at press conferences. I've been at hotels. I've seen what these guys have sacrificed. Nobody gave us a chance. No one gave us a chance to go back to back. Nobody. We are 23 seconds from winning back-to-back World Cups. We are one scrum. You get a penalty at the scrum, for example, we're world champions. It's one scrum. One penalty. One moment. It's not going to stop flipping quoting Eminem at this rate. This is it. It's one scrum. It is one scrum. I cannot actually... It's one scrum to win the World Cup. Time on. 40. It's one scrum. It's what? Come on. We'll take a reset yet, to be honest. Reset. 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 This will be the last. This will be the last moment. That's it. Time is done. Time is done. We've just got to get it underneath the hookers thing and kick it out. That's all we need. That's all we need. It is 7 seconds left. This is the final play. 5 to close to get it underneath the hookers thing and kick it out, and we're world champions.
So many others.
1 point. 3 games in a row, 1 point. One scrum. One scrum. Just don't concede a penalty. That's all you have to do. You just have to not concede a penalty. That's literally all you have to do. You just have to not. This just has to go back. This has to go underneath the hooker's foot and back to the back. That's all that has to happen. Time is red. Time is red. Time is red. Kick it out. Pick up by Kwak. Just get out. Just get him out. Just get him out. It doesn't matter. More turnover. My cushion's off. Back to back. God. Back to back. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. Springboks are the world champ. The world champions. The world champions. Again. Back to back. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. I'm back. Words are escaping me. I cannot believe we've done that. I cannot believe it's happened. You guys are amazing, by the way. To the 20,000 people currently watching, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. CM Tanda Khaleesi will lift the Webb Ellis Trophy for a second time. I don't know actually what to say. I don't know how to put that into words, to be honest. You guys, just thank you. Just thank you. I won 3 games in a row with a 1-point scoreline. France by 1 point. England by 1 point. New Zealand by 1 point. Back-to-back world champions. 4 cards in the final, a red card, a yellow card, without your captain, without our star winger. Cheslin Colby kisses the badge. The end of Dwayne Vermeulen. He will finish as a world champion. Bongi Minambi, the week he had, he will finish as a world champion. And 65,000 subscribers. You people are phenomenal. Just absolutely phenomenal. I'm going to send you guys over to Wes. Wes is going to do the post-match show. I'm lost for words here. I'm getting emotional. I'm going to log off. You people are absolutely incredible. I cannot thank you guys enough for all the support. The biggest watch-along of all time has just happened, and you guys are part of it. Go and enjoy the celebrations. Have a phenomenal night. My name is Stevie P. We will see you guys soon. Springboks are the world champions.